Prologue. When I regained my consciousness, I found Himekami Lizel senpai straddling me. "Yuuto, you're awake?" Lizel senpai smiled kindly to me while tilting her head slightly. Her long glossy black hair was flowing silkily from her shoulder until her chest. The black hair flowed as though to avoiding the two voluptuous mountains. Its luster looked beautiful on her white skin. The two large bulges of her breasts were covered with an almost transparent black bra. However, the bra's shoulder straps weren't in its proper place. The bra was only barely hanging on her breasts. When I raised my neck to look at my lower body, senpai's thighs that were wrapped in garter belts and black stockings along with her panty, that was a matching set with her bra, entered my eyes instead. What an extremely dangerous sight. When I leaned my head on the pillow once more, senpai's breasts rushed into my eyes once more. Even though these breasts were already huge as it was, the impact was doubled when I looked up to them from below like this. I tried to move my gaze from senpai's breasts to look toward her kindly smiling face, but her face was located across those breasts, so I couldn't avoid looking at them no matter what. This place is. I noticed that it was a familiar-looking room just when I was about to ask where this was. Then my back felt the pleasant texture of the bed. Even for a world-class facility, it must be only this private Ginsei Silver Star Academy A.K.A. Devil King Academy that would have a king-size bed like this as a furniture in its waiting room. So, I fainted after using up too much magic power again. I'm sorry to give senpai extra work like this. However, Lizel senpai shook her head. Her hair shook together with her head's movement and her breasts were also jiggling. Her bra looked like they would fall any time now. "It's not any trouble at all. You have worked really hard too today, Yuuto. That's why." Lizel senpai smiled bewitchingly with moist eyes.
"We will give you plenty of service to heal and make you recover, okay, heart?"
An astonishing elasticity pressed against my right arm at that moment. When I looked to my right, there was a blonde-haired gal sleeping at my side while hugging my right arm. Today Yuuto was so sparkly cool. I'll also do my best to heal you up with a whoosh. Enjoy it to your heart's content. This girl who talked with too much sound effect in her sentence that I didn't really get what she meant was Yugao's Miyabi. While she was a student at the same year with me, she possessed a terrifyingly sexy body with her astounding enormous breasts, large plump butts, and soft thighs. Such flesh that was already like a lethal weapon was pressed insistently on me. On my left arm was a sensation that was a study in contrast. Reina too will give her best to heal my lord. There was a silver hair when I looked left. There was a girl there with adorable face that still had a trace of childishness in it. Earnestness was pouring out in force from her expression. Koiwai Reina. She was a second year in the middle school. She was still 13 years old. She had a petite and flat body, but her body was wrapped in sexy lingerie that was too adult for her. She was sticking closely to my left side with admirable enthusiasm. Yuuto-san? Is there anywhere in your body that hurt? Are you feeling bad or something? Are you hungry perhaps, Or perhaps you are thirsty right now? Reina, she was pampering me too much, or perhaps I should call it her being overprotective, even though I was older than her. At that time my abs felt an extremely smooth texture of a cloth. A black brassiere was placed on top of my abdomen. When I looked up, I found Lizel senpai smiling sweetly with the palm of her hands hiding the tips of her breasts. "Yuuto, we will help you recover with our body any time. And then we will make you become the next Devil King without fail." My name was Morioka Yuuto. I was just a normal high school student until 1 month ago. But now I was a candidate to be the next Devil King and enrolled into the Devil King Academy where the devils were going to. I never imagined that days of being healed by 3 extraordinarily beautiful girls like this would come even in my wildest dream. I would become the next Devil King no matter what for the sake of these girls too who were devoting themselves to me so much like this. However, our enemies were also Devil King candidates who also possessed Devil King's arcana like me. They were ultimate monsters who couldn't be opposed with normal means. In contrast with those chosen elite devils, I was just a mere human without anything out of ordinary. Even so, I had to win at any cost. Because in that day I obtained the Devil King's arcana. My fate began from the morning of that day. Chapter 1, First Time Devil King Academy. Part 1. Wake up. NN. It's time to wake up, my master. My body stirred on the bed. What was this voice? It wasn't the familiar sound of my alarm. It wasn't the electronic sound that I set up as my smartphone's default, and also wasn't my mom's voice. It was a woman's voice that sounded somewhat mechanical. What's more, the wording was strange. Who was it calling master? Did I set up the alarm with a strange sound while half asleep? I rubbed my eyes while sitting up. What's this? A card was placed beside my pillow. It was a sparkling pretty card. It had the picture of naked man and woman facing each other and an angel at the background giving them blessing. This is a Devil King Arcana, the Arcana of Lovers. The voice from just now resounded inside my head. I picked up the card beside my pillow. Was this card talking? That's stupid, was what I thought, but that was the only possibility that I could think. To begin with, why was something like this here in my room? Was this Dad or Mom's card? I got down the stairs still wearing my pajama and entered the living room. Mom was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Dad was sitting on the sofa watching news in the internet using a tablet. The two of them should be around 40, but they looked strangely youthful. I hesitated who I should ask before I showed the card to Dad. Hey, was it you, Dad, who put this card beside my pillow? What, you didn't even say good morning. Dad was speechless seeing the card in my hand. His tablet slipped from his hand and hit his foot, and yet he didn't even twitch. Oi, wasn't that painful? Mo. Mom. Look at this. Mom came to the living room in panic due to Dad's sudden screaming. Dear. What's wrong? Yuuto is chosen as a candidate to be the next Demon King. Eh? Mom also stiffened the moment she saw the card. Tears were immediately pooling up in her eyes. Wait, what's wrong? Mom. She suddenly hugged me. Why? Wait? What's going on? The last time Mom hugged me was when I was at elementary school. Or rather, what were these two going on about? I looked at Dad to ask for help, but he was also getting all teary. Listen to me, Yuuto. Calm down and pay attention. Why yeah, first you calm down, Dad. What you have there is a Devil King Arcana. Devil King Arcana? Do you know about tarot card, Yuuto? Well, more or less, it's the thing you use for fortune telling, right? That's right. Tarot card is divided into the major arcana and minor arcana. This card is one of those arcana, the Arcana of Lovers. This is also Dad's first time seeing it. I turned my gaze toward the card once more. It got the Lovers written on it. Then it wasn't Dad or Mom who put it beside my pillow? Then how? Mom grabbed my arm and shook me back and forth with all her strength. It's because Yukun is chosen to be a candidate for the next Devil King. Devil King candidate? I was worried about my parents' sanity. I never thought they would still have Chunibyo at this age. These parents of mine couldn't be underestimated. You see, Dad and Mom, we are actually working for the devil race. I felt like I was going to faint. What do you mean? Are you two getting tricked to enter some kind of strange cult? That's not it. I meant we were contracted with devil. Their sickness was really serious. My parents were no good. I had to do something right away. Dad failed in finding a job in the past, there a devil invited me. The conditions were also far better compared to the normal company. Well, because of that, Dad joined a company that was managed by the devil race and worked as support to make it easier for the devils to do their activity in the human world. When Dad said devil, are you talking about a superior you hate or something? I know it's hard to believe to hear something like this out of nowhere, but, for example, Dad spread his palm and a small flame rose from there. What's this? A magic trick? Just so you know, this isn't any trick. I checked all over Dad's palm, but I didn't find any gadget at all. Dad grinned and showed me the ring on his left hand's ring finger. This is the power of the ring that a devil bestowed to me. I got them as the reward for my 10 years of continuous service. Dad showed off the ring to me while looking strangely happy. That ring wasn't a wedding ring. Mom too, show him. I guess. Mom noticed the frying pan that was still heated by fire in the kitchen and stretched her hand toward the gas stove. Then the adjustment dial of the stove rotated and the fire stopped. Seriously? Mom suddenly looked like Luke Skywalker. I can only do this much though, but this ring also has anti-aging effect. It's already the best just from that. Mom was also showing off the ring on her left hand's ring finger. Even so, after hearing the story of these two, the devil's existence felt like it wasn't that much of a big deal anymore. Dad and Mom want to live as devil instead of human. Sometimes we would think like that. But a human cannot become a devil. It doesn't matter how hard a human work, at best they will be given the title as honorary devil. Even that is impossible to reach unless you make a great contribution for the devil race. Even this ring, its anti-aging effect is amazing, but its other effect can only be used for cooking at best. While Dad's ring can only be useful for making campfire. Mom, you don't need to say that. I'm amazed you can say such cruel things so casually, Mom. Dad was also making a slightly hurt look, but he immediately got back on his feet and spoke to me. The devil race's world has a strict class system. That's why we had given up, and yet, to think that you can. Dad rubbed his tearful eyes. Anyway. Now that it has come to this, we need to take care of the school transfer procedure right away. School transfer? Mom started shaking my body back and forth again when I asked that. That's right. Exactly. Yukan is going to become a student in that Ginsei Academy. Mom is really happy. Wait a second. What's with the sudden school transfer? Mom wiped her tears of joy with her fingertip and answered while breathing hard. It's the rule that a Devil King candidate will enroll into Ginsei Academy. Ginsei Academy, what's that? I looked toward Dad with a puzzled look. Then Dad nodded with tearful eyes. Ginsei Academy A.K.A. Devil King Academy. It's the academy where noble and high-class devils are going to. Devil King Academy. My parents were actually working for Devil King candidate, transferring school to an academy where the devils went to. It was a special bargain sale of shocking developments, and it felt like my consciousness was going to leave me. In addition, apparently I couldn't avoid transferring to that Devil King Academy. I felt like it would be bad of me if I refused after seeing my parents' happiness. Besides, if I could be honest, I was also feeling slightly excited. It wasn't like I was dissatisfied by my mediocre life. But there wasn't any man who wouldn't be excited when they learned that there was actually a special world inside this world that looked like it contained no mystery or miracle at all. What's more, I could receive the qualification to step into that world. Then, I'm going to the Devil King Academy. Part 2. As expected, I couldn't transfer to the new school right at the next day. There were many things to prepare, like ordering new uniforms or taking care of the procedure. A week passed like that. During that time I also gave a notice to my old school that I would transfer and said my farewell to my acquaintances there. It felt quite suffocating to say my farewell in the classroom and then leaving the school alone while class was going like normal. But even that sentimentality passed quickly before I finally came to my new school. So this is Ginsei Academy. According to the academy manual that I received beforehand, it was a huge school that included elementary school, middle school, and high school. It boasted a great scale as the academy that was built for the devil race. The academy's ground was vast with full set of facilities filling it. Although it was located at the outskirt of the city, it was astonishing that no one realized about the existence of an academy this grand. Apparently, it was the result of the barrier that was applied to the academy. The barrier made it so that the citizens in this area didn't feel that there was anything out of place, but I also heard things like politicians that were the subordinates of the devil race pressuring the mass media and so on. I was in front of the school gate of such wondrous Devil King Academy. The gate was magnificent. The inside of the school also didn't lose in extravagance. The building's architecture had a cool design that must cost a lot of money. I was feeling somewhat daunted, even so my heart was feeling exhilarated. I wonder what would be waiting for me here. I passed through the gate with expectation of a new life in my heart and headed to the school building. Midway I got uneasy from the attention of the surrounding students that I gathered. As expected, did they understand that I was a human? After all, I was apparently the first human to become a student in the Devil King's Academy, or perhaps my commoner nature was oozing out from me. There were a lot of students here who came from aristocrat background or wealthy family, even among the devil race. Oh man, it'll be tiring just to be here if it's like this. At that time, a black limousine drove past me. It parked in front of the entrance to the school building. Then a student who had been waiting opened the door. A gray-haired handsome guy got down from the limousine. But his atmosphere was different from your average Joe. This guy was clad in an air that pressured other people. Should I say that he got a different aura? The pressure he gave off was in different level. I would easily accept it if I was told that he was a noble devil. His gaze was gloomy and heavy as though he was lacking sleep. It was a gaze that was looking down on the whole world. There was also an eerie presence lurking within him. All of those signs were telling me that this guy wasn't a human, but a different creature altogether. This guy was dangerous. My instinct was telling me so. If this guy felt like it, surely he would be able to kill me instantly. Crap, our eyes met. However, the guy only frowned slightly before entering the school building. I'm glad that nothing happened and patted my chest in relief. But, oi, you bastard. The guy who opened the limousine's door was glaring at me. He was a student with his hair dyed blonde gaudily. He gave an impression that was completely different from a rich young master. I was surprised that there was also this kind of student here. The student seemed to think I was ignoring him when I was staying quiet. His gaze sharpened and he walked toward me. What the hell were you doing staring at a spite summer like that? A spite? You mean, the one who got down from the limousine just now? Obviously, you idiot. Are you playing stupid? Then again, I never saw your mug around here. I'm only transferring here from today. The expression of the gaudy-looking student changed. Don't tell me? You bastard is the transfer student with Lovers Arcana? How did he know? The gaudy-looking student calmed down while staring fixedly on my face, and then his flustered face changed completely into a wicked grin. Now this is lucky. I heard that a new Devil King candidate is coming, but it's actually only this weak-looking guy. I can't even feel any mana from you. Don't tell me, you bastard isn't even a noble but a commoner? Not really, I'm a human. The face of the gaudy-looking student twisted and he burst out laughing. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. That's real funny. So not only you aren't a commoner, you ain't even a demon? You're just trash then. Trash, what do you mean by that? Perhaps I'm going too far calling you a trash. Well, you're more of a pig, I guess. Pig? For us, the like of humans are just livestock like pig. What the hell are you pig doing wearing this Devil King Academy's uniform, huh? Know your fucking place. Apologize for talking back to this geld summer. Strip and do dojizo with your peewee dangling. What the hell is this geld bastard prattling on? His behavior made me went past getting angry into exasperation instead. Was there only this kind of guy in the devil race? You listening, you bastard? How? I held back the anger that was boiling inside me. I'm listening. I understand that you can't stomach me coming here, but I got the permission for my enrollment. Can you let me pass? This geld too was moderately strong, even if it wasn't as much as that a spite. I was strangely able to sense that. I was feeling something whirling from geld's body. Was this mana? I didn't really understand, but at the very least it was certain that he wasn't an opponent that I could face. Besides, I mustn't cause problem in my first day of school. I remembered how happy my parents were that I was able to enroll into this academy. I needed to endure a little provocation like this. What's with that way of speaking? You got no discipline, eh? Guess it can't be helped for a pig like you that was born from stinky geezer and hag. What did he say? Your parents, they are useless old man with no worth at all and a hag who can only give birth to a shitty brat, ain't they? I gritted my teeth and walked toward the entrance. However. Where are you going? Shitty pig. Something snapped inside me when he called me to a stop. What, so you can speak with words? I didn't get what the hell were you talking about with those oink oink of yours? Can you please talk with me using human language? Wah. It looked like Geld never thought that I would talk back to him. He stopped moving with his mouth staying wide open. I spoke further. I don't know how strong you are, but just because you're strong doesn't mean that you are a great person or someone worthy of respect. Keep that in mind. Be bastard. What's important for human is heart. Only those who live with the righteous heart is worthy of respect. You right now don't deserve any respect. You're contemptible instead. The students who were watching from afar were starting to murmur to each other. Oi, that human, he is disobeying Geld who is from a Viscount house. He really doesn't cherish his own life. This Geld was also the one who caused that bloodbath with his classmate before this, wasn't he? What's more, he has chosen to be a spite summer's card, right? That transfer student is just a human no matter how I see it, he's going to die. Isn't this a bit dangerous? But, it didn't matter if it was just me, but I couldn't forgive him for insulting my dad and mom no matter what. Still, perhaps it would be better if I quickly scamper from here. When my foot stepped toward the entrance. You're on, I'll murder you here. A vein popped on Geld's forehead. Crap. It looked like this guy had also completely snapped. If I kill you bastard, then perhaps a spite sum'll also promote me to be his court card, ya. Court card? No, forget about that. This guy was saying dangerous thing like kill just now. It would be bad if this commotion got bigger than this. I should calm him down for the moment. Well, calm down a bit. It's not good to fight inside the school, you know. It didn't look like he was listening to me at all. What was I going to do if he suddenly tried to stab me with a knife? Geld didn't pay any mind to my worry and spread open his empty hands toward me. How dare you talk back toward me who is a card of a spite summer, the world arcana, regret it with your death. So that meant, the guy just now was also a Devil King candidate. Whatever, it didn't matter right now. Flame was gathering in the hands that Geld spread out. That flame took the shape of a ball and rotated with great speed. It was a terrifying flame magic that couldn't be compared with the fire that Dad showed before. Eat this. Figa Mega Flame. Geld pushed both his arms forward and the mass of flame flew. If I didn't dodge it. Exclamation mark. The flame ball was already in front of me when I noticed. Fast. It wasn't a speed that I could dodge. It was too sudden that I couldn't even yell. What the hell is this? For me to get game over in my first day of coming to school, I hadn't even entered the school building. I couldn't apologize enough to my dad and mom, who were happy for me. To think that my life would end because of something like this. The instant I resigned myself, the flame was deflected away from me. What? The flame was blocked by an unseen wall in front of me. No, rather than a wall, it was a shining magic barrier. And then I caught sight of the back of the girl who deployed that magic barrier. Beautiful black hair that grew long until her waist. Slender legs that stretched out from the uniform's skirt with black stockings covering them. I was convinced that she must be a beauty even though I had only seen her back. And then that conviction was proved to be right when she looked across her shoulder and I saw her face. She was the very picture of beauty. With that mature expression, she must be older than me. Long eyelashes and unclouded eyes. Beautifully lustrous skin. Her shiny pink lips opened and I caught a glimpse of her pure white teeth. "Are you all right?" Her voice was refreshing and dignified. Even though this was a deadly situation where life might be lost, she was behaving calmly. And then above all else was her beauty. It was as though a goddess or an angel had descended before me. No, this was the Devil King Academy, so perhaps she was more of a witch or a devil or perhaps a succubus. In fact, I felt my spine shuddered just from getting stared by her. The flame vanished and Geld yelled angrily. "You, Himekami Lizel. You are on the way." Himekami Lizel, so that was this person's name. She smiled toward me before looking toward Geld once more. "You should worry about yourself. A mere card dare to make a move toward other Devil King candidate without permission from his lord. You're going to get punished later." "Goo." Geld faltered for a moment, but his anger from getting looked down on won. His face turned bright red, and he yelled so angrily that his saliva scattered. "Don't screw with me, you bitch. It was you who dared to ignore a Spite Summer's invitation. Even though he was even going to make you the world's queen. I'm not interested. A Spite Summer is the owner of the World Arcana, you know? Don't you know that he is said to be the one closest to be the next Devil King even among all the Devil King Arcana? He isn't to my liking." Geld opened his mouth in exasperation. Are you stupid? He is the heir of Linehouse. He's handsome and can do anything. He's a man who's going to be the best in the world in anything he do without a doubt. Any woman is going to go weak in the knees against him. Women who want to be embraced by a Spite Summer are a dime a dozen. I could only see her back, but I got the feeling that Himekami Lizel was looking grim. "I don't feel like talking with you more than this. The one I have business with is Morioka Yuuto, only him." She glanced back at me and winked. It was a wink that would make any kind of man fall in love. "I also don't have any business with you. Screw off, I've a fight to finish with that human." Flame was whirling around Geld once more. It's obvious just from a glance. I can't feel any mana or magic formula from that guy. He's seriously just a human. Obviously it's just a mistake that a Devil King Arcana came to him. But it still counted as defeating a Devil King candidate if I take him down. I'm gonna rise in rank using that guy as stepping stone. Geld turned his palm toward me with a vulgar grin. Magic formula was forming in front of his hand. There's no other choice. The back of the reliable Himekami Lizel moved aside. "Wait, eh?" She twirled with dancing-like movement and circled to behind me. She placed her hands on my shoulders and stuck close to me. "You have Lovers Arcana with you, right?" "Eh? Why, yeah." Her breath blew on my ear. My back shuddered from it. I could smell a really nice fragrance from her. And then, there was the soft sensation touching my back. My heart was pounding from that touch. Even so, I still got enough sense to bring out Lovers Arcana from under my shirt. It was put inside a card case and hanging from my neck with a chain. Mom prepared it for me. "Don't worry. That Arcana will teach you the magic you need, believe it. Even if you tell me that. It's fine. Take a deep breath and calm down. It was almost impossible to calm down in this kind of situation, but I could only try. For now I took a long and deep breath. Good job. Next you have to wish it. Ask for a shield to protect yourself. When I did just as she told me. Defensive magic barrier is learned. That voice resounded in my head. How is it? Can you hear the Arcana's voice? Arcana's voice? The voice just now was certainly the voice that woke me up in the morning when the Lovers Arcana came to me. As I thought, it was really the Lover's voice. A complex string of character and drawing formed inside my head in the next moment. What's this? Letters and drawing that I had never seen before. No. This was the magic barrier that Himekami Lizel used to block Geld's flame. And then, the meaning of this incomprehensible magic circle. I understand it. Mysteriously I understood the meaning of its mechanism right now. The meaning of every single letter, the meaning of the geometrical pattern. I thought it was just a design without any meaning at first, but far from it. Every single part of it had a meaning. It was only inevitable for the magic circle to take this shape. Fufu, it looks like you can hear it. She whispered into my ear in delight. Her voice was ticklish to my ear, but the soft elasticity that was pressing on my back was even more terrific than that. I could hear it, but it's touching my back. Himekami Liz sighed foo and whispered sexily into my ear. I know, heart. Shivers ran from my lower body until my head. And then my back felt it. A softness that I had never experienced until now. A warm and mysterious sensation was spreading from there into my body. It flowed through the nerves and blood vessels throughout my body and reached until every corner. What's this? It was hard to describe, but it was something extremely concentrated. Should I call it the undiluted solution of endurance and willpower? The energy was hiding outrageous explosive power that was flowing into my body. The more it flowed through my body, the more power was welling up and my feeling clearing up. It was an overflowing hope. Even the working of my brain felt like it was gradually speeding up. I could see things that I could never see until now and heard sound that I couldn't hear. Even things that I thought was impossible was possible now. That was what I felt. Yuuto. Imagine pouring this mana into the magic circle floating in your head. Mana? Did she mean this mysterious sensation that was flowing into me from Himekami Lizel's breasts? When I looked forward, Geld was forming a flame that was several times larger than before. Don't flirt in the middle of battle, you fuckers. This time isn't gonna be the same like before. I'm gonna burn you too without even leaving bones behind. This is bad. We're going to get burned to death at this rate. I desperately imagined the warmth flowing from Himekami Lizel's breasts pouring into the magic circle. But at that time, explosive flame was fired toward us from Geld's hand. Is this the end? I pointed my left hand forward in blind desperation and yelled that incantation. Barricade? A magic circle expanded in front of my left hand. The flame that attacked like a muddy stream was completely repelled by the magic circle in front of my surprised gaze. What? Geld's face twisted in shock. His flame magic that he formed at full power by pouring time and mana into it had been repelled. By an amateur like me. Well, of course he would be shocked. It was none other than myself who was the most surprised after all. Let's run away using this chance, such thought crossed my mind, but Himekami Lizel was pressing down my shoulders firmly behind me. Next is attack magic. Seriously? Geez, this person is a slave driver. I desperately held back my complaint and prayed to the Arcana once more. At this rate both of us would get burned to death. Please. Devil King Arcana. Give me the way to fight. So I can save myself and the person behind me. Then. Attack magic figure is learned. I could hear the Arcana's voice. Then I raised my right hand forward. A magic circle with slightly different shape from before formed slightly ahead of my palm. This was the same with the magic circle that Geld created just now. However, the quality was different. It was only now I realized the power of the Lovers Arcana dangling in front of my chest. And also the power of Himekami Lizel, who was supplying me with mana. Figa. Flame burst from my magic circle when I yelled that. Flame attacked Geld like a muddy stream. Its firepower and speed were several times his own. Geld had laid out a defensive magic, but he was washed away along with that magic circle. Geld's body was sent flying and crashed on the entrance. Sure racks were crashing from the impact and he got buried under them. The students who were watching from afar lost their voice.
I got worried for Geld's safety seeing how powerful the magic was. Is he going to be okay?
I turned around looking for an answer. I found Himekami Lizel looking surprised there. I unconsciously gulped, seeing her beauty from this close. Unbelievable. To think that you would really succeed. Eh? By that, don't tell me this person was intending for me to die? I was planning to interfere in case you failed, but this changes everything. She seemed to read my expression and added those words with a smile. For you to be capable of producing this much power with your first magic, to be honest, this surpassed my expectation. As expected from an owner of a Devil King Arcana, no, that's not all. Himekami Lizel was staring at me with a heated gaze. It was embarrassing. My eyes unconsciously darted around. I didn't know that it would be this embarrassing to be stared straight by a transcendental beauty like this. Himekami Lizel-san? Who could you possibly be? I am Himekami Lizel from Class 2A. You can call me Lizel. Please treat me well, my Devil King. Second-year student, as I thought, she was a senior. Wait, Devil King? Lizel-senpai, I have a lot of things I want to ask, but, for now, I wanted to say thanks, but my sight was blurry. Lizel-senpai smiled affectionately. Don't force yourself. Rest well. For some reason I felt dizzy. Was it because I was staring at a beauty from this close? There was no way that was the case, I self-retorted before my consciousness cut off. Part 3. When I woke up, I was sleeping on a bed. Was I carried to the infirmary? I'm glad, it looks like you have come to yourself. When I looked beside me, there was Lizel-senpai's face. Sue? I jumped in surprise. The blanket on Lizel-senpai and my body was flipped up by my movement. Yan. Lizel-senpai let out a cute voice and covered her breasts with her hand. A naked body without a single cloth covering it appeared from under the blanket. Naked? I'm sorry. I gasped and checked myself. My upper body was naked, but fortunately I was wearing my briefs. This is, what's going on? I muttered my question. Lizel-senpai smiled calmly in response. I was doing the ritual magic for healing lovers' love magic offering. Lizel-senpai was lying on her belly with her hands supporting her cheeks. The blanket was only hiding from her butt below while the crack there was half visible. Her white back that was completely laid bare was radiant. Then there were the curve drawn by the large breasts that were flattened against the bed and jutted out to the sides. Lizel-senpai must have noticed my gaze, but she didn't even try to hide her body. Ritual? Magic? Healing lovers? You have only wakened up as a Devil King candidate. You ran out of mana just from using some simple magic. That's why I'm healing you like this by sharing my mana with you after you used magic. Like that your mana can recover immediately. This is a special ability that only your lovers possess, a characteristic magic. I touched the Lovers Arcana that was dangling from my neck like a pendant. My upper body wasn't wearing anything, but this pendant was still here. I obtained knowledge of magic from this arcana in the fight before. In addition, mana was poured into me from Lizel senpai's breasts that were touching my back. At the very least, that was what I felt. Say, Lizel senpai. Just now, when I fought Geld, from my back there was. Yes. I used healing lovers to send mana to you from my breasts. It was embarrassing to be told straight like that. It was especially awkward to hear the word breast from a girl's mouth. Is this your first time using magic, Yuuto? Yes, of course. Fufu, so you were really just a human. It feels fresh somehow. Lizel senpai sat up while covering her breasts with her arms. I got a peek of her plump thigh when her leg got out of the blanket. I unconsciously gulped. Lizel senpai hid her breast with one hand while her other hand reached toward my chest. Ah. Her slightly cold hand touched my chest. It was really soft. So a woman's palm was this soft. By having skin contact like this, my mana is absorbed by the healing lovers to heal you. The deeper our bond with each other is, the stronger our feeling to each other is, the greater the effect will become. But if there is no intimate relationship between the two sides, then a skin contact on the spot that is unusual for touching will be more effective. I see, so that was why senpai was intentionally pressing her breasts on me when I was fighting Geld. This situation right now was also to make me recover after I lost consciousness. That was also my first time doing it though. Lizel senpai lightly tilted her head. Then her glossy black hair slid above her white skin smoothly. She was certainly a senior who was a year above me. However, it was unthinkable for a high school student to be this charming. My eyes were stolen by that sex appeal regardless of my intention, but then I noticed that senpai was also staring at me. I reflexively took my gaze off from her and my eyes wandered around. Inside this room, other than the large bed, there was also a table, chairs, sofa, TV, cupboard, closet, and a dresser. All of the furniture was of splendid quality. This place looked like a high-class hotel somewhere. However, when I looked at the wall, ceiling, and window, it felt like something was out of place. Where is this place? This is the waiting room of Lovers Team A.K.A. A palace. It's located at the 3rd floor of the school building. Wait, could it be, we're still in the academy? Indeed, this is the academy. The Devil King candidates are given their own waiting room. Also, pardon me, but I was taking the liberty to decorate this room arbitrarily. I looked around the room once more. She called this room a waiting room, but its size was around the same like a normal classroom. Even this bed was king-sized. Furthermore, it got a canopy attached. It was extremely pleasant to sleep on. Lizel senpai turned her back on me and took the black underwear that was placed on the side table. She was putting on a sexy black brassiere while talking to me. I will slowly teach you the details in order after this, so that you can win the Devil King War to decide the next Devil King. Devil King War? I got a bad premonition from hearing the disquieting keywords. Somehow, I get the feeling that it won't be a peaceful process. Yes. It's a battle for deciding who will ascend to the throne of the Devil King. It's a war. Huh? By that senpai means that I'll have to do other battles like just now? Senpai put her hands on her back and hooked the bra strap in place. Her movement was extremely bewitching. No, it won't be like the previous fight. I'm glad. Even if I had more than one lives, it wouldn't be enough if I had to continue doing something like that. It won't be that kind of child's play, but a real battle. It will be a real fight against the strongest devils who possess their own Devil King Arcana. Each of them is unequaled monster in their own right. There is no guarantee that you'll be able to keep your life. That's even more horrible. Isn't there a more peaceful way to do this, like discussion, or a vote? Lizel senpai kept sitting on the bed while bending forward. And then she stood up and pulled up her panty. For an instant it felt like I could get a glimpse of her butt. Lizel senpai turned around to look at me, whose mind was going blank, and smiled reassuringly. It'll be fine. You won't fight alone. Eh? Lizel senpai fixed her garter belt around her waist and placed her right foot on the sofa before starting to wear her black stocking. A Devil King candidate can have retainers that are called as card. For example, like that Geld. Now that she mentioned it. Geld, that guy is a card of that Devil King candidate called a Spite, the World Arcana. He is like his retainer, isn't he? If I remembered correctly, the person himself also said something like that. That's right. That's why I have a request. A request? I want you to make me your card. Senpai? Becoming my card? No, I'm just an amateur who was a normal human until last week. In contrast, Lizel senpai was a considerably powerful person. It was mentioned how she was scouted to be the world's queen. Someone like me wasn't suitable for her. But, this kind of thing, normally shouldn't the master be the stronger one in the equation? Yes. You're right. Then. Because, you will become strong. Lizel senpai answered casually. I will train you to obtain strength that is worthy as a Devil King more than anyone. I was dumbfounded. You means, I will become senpai's disciple? No, you will still be my master even then. I want to become Yuuto's card, your trump card. I want to serve Yuuto and become a strength that pushes you up to become the Devil King. Training you is also a part of that. Lizel senpai connected the stocking with the garter belt. It was the completion of a sexy lingerie show. However, right now I didn't have the composure to enjoy the beautiful and provocative body before my eyes. No. Impossible. Even before this I would already die around this time if not for senpai's help, you know? It would be bad for me to stay longer here. It would be disappointing for Dad and Mom, but I would relinquish this arcana and return to my former ordinary life. I got down from the bed. I'm thankful for senpai's offer, but I'm just an amateur. Eh? Where is my uniform? Yes, you're an amateur. You don't have any knowledge or mana. Until this morning, that is. Lizel senpai stood in front of me and stared with a serious gaze at me. But, you have caught a glimpse of the depth of magic and a fragment of the devil world. There is no more going back for you. Senpai, how can you place that much confidence on me? You heard the voice of the arcana. That's because I'm a Devil King candidate. Senpai shook her head to left and right. Even a Devil King candidate normally cannot hear the arcana's voice. You are loved by the arcana. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons. Is there any other reasons? Besides, even if the arcana can teach magic, it will depend on the person himself to be able to understand and use it immediately. Yuuto, you were able to use Barricade and Figure without any trouble even though you had only just learned them. In other words, you have the talent for it. Besides, Lizel senpai's cheeks reddened slightly, but her confident attitude that was full of composure until now was suddenly reversed into a bit of shyness with what she told him next. That's, our body's affinity seems to also match well. It felt like my heart was shot. It made me wanted to question that perhaps this was also magic. I thought that I would do anything she asked me if it was now. Lizel senpai, I''M. Suddenly the door opened with a sound. Senpai. Are you snip-snap finished? Pardon us, desu. Two female students entered the waiting room. Lizel senpai sighed in annoyance seeing the two. Miyabi, Reina, I told you two that I'll be the one doing the talking. Because we can't wait anymore, so bam, here we are. Hey. The one who said that was the girl with blonde hair and twintail. She wore her uniform totally casually with stylishness and a lot of exposure. She also wore showy accessories and makeup. She was a gal. I'm Yu Gao's Miyabi. I'm from Class 1D, a gal. Nice to meet ya. Her bright smile was dazzling. The same with her valley of her breasts that could be glimpsed from the middle of her shirt. What should I say here? She was an energetic person with breasts that looked like it would make her shirt's button popped off. If it was the size of breast, then she might surpass Lizel senpai. The other girl was a study in contrast. She was short and the curve of her body was also modest. She was most likely a middle school student. Reina's name is Koiwai Reina. Reina is second-year student in the middle school. Reina is an incompetent person, but please take care of her desu. The silver long-haired girl bowed deeply. As for this girl, she was adorable like a small animal. She was already at her wits' end just from giving a greeting and acting all flustered. On the other hand, Yugao's wasn't bashful at the slightest. She brought her face close to mine and grinned widely. Then Yuuto? Will you do the ritual to recruit us as your cards formally? Let's do it quickly, snip snip. This person, she was using a lot of sound effect when talking since just now. Cards ritual you said, Yugao-san? Then Miyabi pouted. Too stiff. Like a toy going clack clack. You can call me Miyabi, bye. She winked and made a peace sign in front of her face. Certainly she had been calling me Yuuto already, even though this is our first time meeting each other, so I guess I could call her Miyabi too. Got it, Miyabi. But before making anyone my card, I also still don't know anything about the Devil King Warso. Hey senpai, you still haven't talked about it with Yuuto? Miyabi looked dissatisfied. Lizel senpai folded her arms and sighed. We would already do the formal contract around this time if you two didn't rush in here. Reina jerked and trembled, then she bowed her head and said, I'm sorry repeatedly. However, Miyabi showed no remorse at all and brought her face closer toward mine again. Well, doesn't matter. Hey, Yuuto. You have heard about how Devil King Candidate have cards, right? We're a really good deal, you know. You can call us high-quality products. Now, decide it with a bang already. Wait a second please. Because, what you are asking is like for everyone to become my subordinates, right? Yup. Well, rather than calling us subordinates, we'll be more like retainers or battle strength. Miyabi grinned widely and pushed up her breasts with her hands and twisted her waist. Or like slaves? If you make me your card, you can do whatever you like with me. Whatever I like, she said. Miyabi. Lizel senpai called Miyabi's name chidingly. Because that's true, isn't it? A card is going to offer their body and heart to their master, and it's all the more true for the Lovers Arcana. Yes it is, but be a little more delicate in the way you're saying it. That's unrefined. Sheesh, senpai is too overly seriously jeers. She looked aside and stuck out her tongue. However, it seemed that Lizel senpai had also anticipated that. Miyabi? Is there something that you want to say to me? Nope. I'm just thinking here that it will be faster to use our charm. No boy will be able to resist if we push him like that, that's all. You won't be trusted if you're acting like that. Besides, Yuuto is different from other men. Miyabi turned toward me and then she unbuttoned even more of the buttons of her shirt that was already showing her cleavage from the start. She opened her collar and her breasts spilled out from their restraint. The cleavage and bulges of her breasts that were pressed on each other were exposed even more. Her pink bra was visible now. There's no such thing, you know? Because he's a boy Monday, of course he want to do lewd thing with a girl, aren't you? She gave me an upward gaze with a fawning expression. My heart almost yielded under the attack. However. No, please let me think about it for a while. I still don't know anything about this academy and about Devil King War. If I make you 3 my cards, perhaps it will affect your life or destiny from here on, won't it? In that case, it's not something that I should shoulder so thoughtlessly like that. The frivolous grin vanished from Miyabi's expression. Perhaps she was feeling put off by me? I continued even while thinking that. But, for you to insist becoming my card like that, then perhaps I too have some kind of potential in me. That's why, I want to learn about this academy and the Devil King matter first, consider it carefully, before I give my answer. Is that all right with you? Miyabi was staring fixedly at me with a clear gaze. Humph, certainly, he might be different from other men. It was mysterious. Even though Miyabi's appearance hadn't changed any, her atmosphere was changing to feel more intellectual. There was a hint of nobility and even elegance that was coming from her. Was this Miyabi's true face? But in the next instant, she showed me a grin that looked thoughtless once more. Can't be helped. Then I'll consider it as a period to make my appeal for a while. When I moved my gaze to Reina next. Reina 2 will wait until Yuuto-san has made your decision. But, please don't hesitate to rely on Reina even before that. After all, Reina is Yuuto-san's ally. She said that with an angelic smile. Though it was strange to liken a devil to an angel. Really, if Yuuto-san need anything, please tell Reina no matter what it is. Are you tired? Are you hungry perhaps? How about Reina show Yuuto-san around the academy? Reina, you're middle school student, right? Lizel-senpai's calm retort made Reina's shoulders drop in dejection. Desu. Lizel-senpai suddenly let tension left her shoulders and... Then, let's do the formal contract when you are resolved to make us your cards. We will give you a lot of lectures until then. Yes, thank you very much. Also, there is one thing that I want to ask. What might it be? Just now, Lizel-senpai said that I have talent, but Lizel-senpai looks like someone who might be popular, and there are also other Devil King candidates. Then why will you choose a mere human like me? Lizel-senpai folded her arms and stared at me with a kind gaze. Our ancestors has been serving the Lovers Arcana for generations until now. I see. So they were like samurai who had served a feudal lord for generations, so that's why. But, that's not all. It's also my own desire. Senpai took 1 step, 2 steps toward me. I learned something from the conversation this morning. You have a strong heart that won't yield no matter how powerful the opponent is, and also a heart that will keep resisting even against an opponent that you aren't a match against. That's just me being reckless. You also have a heart that loves justice. You are someone who can get angry and fight for other people's sake. It's really hard to find that kind of Devil King candidate. Her face was close. But her breasts were even closer than that. Isn't that a flaw for devil? No. I dislike ruling the world using only fear and violence. I refuse to live in a world that only has the sense of value and desire of a single person imposed on it. Senpai. Her eyes were serious. Certainly fear and violence are necessary. But it's no good to rely on only those things. Love for others has to be there too. That's why the next Devil King, it has to be you, Yuuto. Her largely bulging breasts first touched my chest. The Lovers Arcana in your possession, that's the only Devil King that possessed the power of love. Devil King, of love. Reina raised her hand to be allowed to talk. The meaning of Lovers Arcana is connection between people, it's bond desu. Also. Miyabi interrupted and continued after Reina's words. Passion and choice, isn't it? There is also. She glanced toward Lizel. Fate encounter. And then hope toward the future. Hope, toward the future. I have said this too just now, we can't accept a ruling that is only using violence and fear. We wish to serve a king who will allow us to hope for a future where the world is ruled with the power of love. Senpai. My devil senpai whispered to me with an angelic smile. This encounter is something fated, that's what I believe. Chapter 2, First Time Magic Class. Part 1. In my first day of transfer, I fainted before entering the school building, and after that I received a lewd healing from Lizel senpai and others in the Devil King candidates waiting room A.K.A. The palace before going home. If you only looked at the result, I was playing hooky right from the first day of school. And then at the second day. You-kun. How is the Ginsei Academy? Do you think you can keep up there? Mom asked me at the breakfast table with a cheerful smile. Guilt welled up inside me. Why, yeah. Well, somehow. Dad lifted up his face from his tablet after I answered hesitantly like that. Is there any problem there? No, it's nothing like that. Is that so? Then that's good, but Dad was so worried about you yesterday that I could only win 10 consecutive victories in my fighting game. There's no problem if you can win that many. My parents were game lover. They could even be called a gamer. If I had to say more, they were also an otaku. They would always check it where there was new anime, and they were also never absent from the summer and winter comic market. The two of them were already around 40, but their thinking was relatively youthful when compared to other parents. Perhaps that was why. Furthermore, their appearance was younger than their age suggested. They looked like they were around 30, if you squinted they might even look like they were at their 20. According to Mom, it was thanks to the rings that they received as reward from the devils. And it certainly seemed like the rings had the effect to make people look younger than they were. Did you make some friends? That young-looking woman, no, my mom asked me with a slightly worried look. The face of Lizel senpai, Miyabi, and Reina immediately came to the surface of my mind.
I was slightly puzzled whether it was okay to call them friends, but lying would be better than the alternative here.
I wanted to reassure Mom. Yeah. I think there are 3 people who I got along with especially well. They were really a great help yesterday. I see. That's great. Mom smiled in relief from the bottom of her heart. Indeed. To think that our kid will end up in Ginsei Academy, the Devil King Academy. Dad muttered emotionally. It made me smile wryly. You're going on again about that, Dad? The children of nobles, what's more, only the capable one, only super elite like that can enter there. That place was beyond our family. That meant, Lizel senpai, Miyabi, and Reina were also ladies from good families. Miyabi didn't look anything like that from a glance though. That's why Dad will be satisfied already if you can just spend a fun days in the academy. Certainly it's a joyful matter that a Devil King Arcana took a liking to you, but you don't need to force yourself to become the Devil King because of that. Exactly, you-kun. You absolutely mustn't do anything dangerous. The two of them were knowledgeable about the Devil's world, so naturally they also knew about the Devil King War to decide the next Devil King. That was why they were worried for me. I told them that I understood and finished my breakfast. Then I got out of the house to go to the Devil King Academy. And then when I turned around the corner, I saw an unfamiliar car was parked there. It was a very large black car. Could it be a Rolls-Royce? It was rare to see something like it in this area, but then the window opened and a black-haired beautiful girl's face leaned out. Good morning, Yuuto. Lizel senpai? Why is she here? I thought, then. I came to pick you up. I'll take you until the academy. No, but I would be a bother. I thought up that kind of words to decline, but while I was doing that, the driver who was dressed like a butler pushed my back to sit on the rear seat. The car then drove silently after the driver got on his seat. I'm sorry, senpai. Did you intentionally come here just to pick me up? Yes. Because there is also the possibility of Yuuto getting attacked on your way to the academy. I was thinking to have a bodyguard accompanying you, but then I thought it would be faster for me to personally bring you to the academy with my car. Something like that is possible? Me getting attacked? You have already experienced it, haven't you? Certainly. I recalled how Gel suddenly picked a fight with me yesterday. Don't worry. I won't let anyone do anything to you. It feels a bit uncool to be protected by a girl like this. Lizel senpai shook her head. It's only natural because you have only just started learning magic. But you will get strong soon. So strong that you'll surpass me right away. That's too abrupt for me to believe that. There is no doubt about it if you can hear the Arcana's voice. Well, the Arcana also woke me up this morning, so I certainly heard its voice. Lizel-senpai's eyes opened wide in shock. This was the first time I saw this person looking shocked, but her largely opened eyes were pretty like blue jewels. My attention was taken by that. Yuuto, you're using your Arcana as an alarm clock? It's not like I asked it to do so. It woke me up on its own accord. This time senpai stiffened with her mouth hanging slightly open. That expression looked especially adorable. I realized that she was someone who possessed many expressions. I'm astounded. The Arcana really love you. Huh? What? Why are you sighing like that? Astounded, she said. Did she mean she had run out of patience with me? Senpai. Did I do anything that make you disillusioned with me? I meant that I'm impressed with you. That's good if that's the case. Should I come to wake him up starting from tomorrow? Senpai was muttering something, but I couldn't hear it clearly. The car arrived at the academy while I was observing Senpai's state. Senpai showed no sign of getting out even after the car stopped, so I was puzzled if something was the matter. But then the driver got down and opened the door. I see, so she wouldn't open the car's door by herself, as expected from a noble lady. Every single movement of her getting out from the car was elegant. I walked side by side with Senpai while muttering quietly. As I thought, Senpai is really a lady from a good house. I wonder about that. Though it's true that I'm more or less a noble. I have no doubt that Senpai is a noble. Although, it was my ancestor who was great. I myself haven't done anything worthy of note. However, the other students were opening a path for us and watching us fearfully. From that I got the feeling that Lizel-senpai was an existence that inspired awe from other students. When I said what was in my mind frankly, Senpai sent me a glance. Before long Yuuto will be even more feared than me. Again with the joke. I lightly laughed while thinking that inside my heart. We changed shoes at the entrance and headed to the classroom through the corridor, but the reaction of the students was still the same. Then, this is where we part way. Senpai stopped walking in front of 1D classroom. Thank you very much. I will be fine here by myself. No, you can't be alone even here. Someone will accompany you. But Senpai is a second-year student, isn't it? The next bodyguard will take over from here. The next bodyguard? Morning. You're too. My arm got sandwiched between the breasts that leapt out from the classroom. What? Miyabi? It was the gal who I met in the palace yesterday, Yugao's Miyabi. Today she was also wearing her uniform casually with a lot of exposure. The cleavage of her chest was visible. Those breasts were changing shape elastically from sandwiching my arm. We're in the same class starting from today. Take care of this gal, Kay. Then Miyabi, I'll leave Yuuto in your hand. Sure thing. Also, avoid from sticking close meaninglessly like that. This isn't meaningless, you know. I'm going to raise our positivity level woon like this so that he'll take me as his card. Lizel-senpai massaged her forehead as though she was getting headache. Don't take that kind of method, but be in your best endeavor so that you can obtain his trust. Yes. She gave an affirmative reply, but there wasn't any sign of her releasing my arm anytime soon. Senpai sighed in resignation and left. She looked like she got a lot on her plate. I felt pity for her. As for this girl, she looked like she didn't have any care in the world, seeing that carefree smile of hers. She pulled my arm into the classroom. The classroom that was filled with chatters until then suddenly fell silent. It felt like everyone's gaze was gathered on me. The gazes that were pouring on me were filled with annoyance, or scorn, or even hostility. Say, Miyabi. What? I lowered my voice. As I thought, does everyone hate me because I'm a human? AAA, might be. I felt a bit hurt that she was confirming it so easily. However, Miyabi consoled me with a smile that contained no gloominess at all. But there is no need to pay it any attention whatsoever. Miyabi. It was mysterious. When I looked at Miyabi's bright smile, it also brightened my mood. Her innocent expression without any worry in it was a salvation for me right now. I was glad that Miyabi was in the same class with me. Yuuto, just need to show your strength slightly for this kind of time. Do it with a bang, boom, and bam. I don't really get it when you're talking with sound effect like that, but let's take a slightly more peaceful way. The classroom's door was opened at that timing and a woman in suit who seemed to be the teacher entered. She was quite a beautiful woman who was wearing glass and her hair tied up. Everyone, go back to your seat. She scowled the moment she met my gaze. Come to think of it, there is a transfer student here. It felt like even the teacher wasn't welcoming me. Beside me, Miyabi secretly whispered into my ear, That's Nagasawa-sensei, our homeroom teacher. She is a really stubborn teacher, so go at her with smack. Do it with baboom. I'm telling you, I don't understand what you're saying. Well, for now let's do it amicably. You too, Gao-san. Go back to your seat quickly. Miyabi answered yes and went to her seat while still grinning. Wait, what about me? I was standing alone in the middle of the classroom. However, Nagasawa-sensei didn't look like she was paying attention at me at all. I helplessly raised my hand awkwardly. Excuse me, sensei? Then the teacher lifted her eyebrows and glared at me. Our Ginsei Academy has proud tradition and standing. Generations of Devil Kings has appeared from our academy that it's called as the Devil King Academy. To think that we have to accept a mere human who isn't even low-rank devil. The inside of the classroom got noisy all at once. No way, so that rumor is really true? But he is still a Devil King candidate, right? That's obviously some kind of mistake. But, I heard some people saying he beat up girls yesterday, you know? Idiot, obviously it was Lizel-senpai who did it. Such whispers could be heard from here and there. I should endure here. Certainly I was obviously a foreign object from their perspective. It was only natural for rejection to occur. I could only take my time to have them understood me. Sensei. Where should I sit? Then the teacher clicked her tongue. Human can just stand, impertinent brat. The teacher snapped her fingers. Then the chalk moved by itself and started writing a magic formula on the blackboard in a row. Awesome. It was like a magic. Or rather, it was an actual magic. Solve this magic formula. If you can actually do it, then I'll allow you to sit. What's this? The formula was really complicated. I didn't understand its meaning. There was also a part of it that was similar with the magic formula that I learned yesterday, but I couldn't understand the meaning. This seemed to be a very advanced magic formula. There were chuckles from the surroundings seeing me glaring at the blackboard. Look, he is confused. Fufafu, the teacher is also nasty. To begin with, there is no way a human can understand magic formula even if it's the easy one. From their conversation, apparently this problem was an ill-natured one. This was a hard question to solve. There was no way a new student like me could solve something like this. No other way. I touched the Lovers Arcana on my chest. I'm counting on you. I want to understand the meaning of this formula. Analyzing, there is possibility that the formula is lacking a part and also mistaken. Starting the process to supplement the formula. After a moment of time lag, a large amount of information flowed into my head. And then cold sweat trickled down my cheek when I realized the purpose of this magic formula. This thing, it's insane. The teacher made a sadistic smile that was looking down on me. Insane? What is? You don't understand this formula? Then. Sensei, why are you writing something so dangerous in public like this? The teacher's expression stiffened. Certainly this thing is lacking several formula. But, if you add wind element to the second section and apply nest to the 8th section, then looping it with the 10th section before sending it to pass through kettle and kesado. Wait. You understand what this formula is? Yes. This is a formula to destroy the world. Wah. A stir ran through the classroom. I know that it's incomplete, and even if it's completed it will need immense mana to work, so it's not really practical. This formula seems like an intellectual experiment, even so there is still a possibility it can be misused. ST, stop talking. The teacher yelled with a bright red face. This is an unresolved magic formula, you know? Many genius magic scholars have researched it for many years, but there's still no one who has solved it. If someone is able to solve this formula, then they will receive an award, no, a medal for the field of devil world technology. If you're only speaking randomly. The teacher's complexion was quickly paling when she stared at the magic formula. No, but certainly, if wind element is added to the second section, no, something like this is just. The teacher returned to her senses and grabbed the blackboard eraser with her own hand and erased the magic formula. Everyone. Forget everything you have seen and heard just now. Forget them all. I added to reassure the teacher. It's all right. There are still 22 more parts that need correction. I believe it's impossible to solve this formula with only what I mentioned just now. But, it'll be better if sensei doesn't show such things so openly next time. The teacher stared at me with a fearful gaze. By the way, about my seat. Everyone, don't be tricked. Suddenly a male student stood up. This guy is just a human. There's no way he can understand a magic formula. He is only speaking bullshit after seeing that the question he has given is about incomplete magic formula. No, I just want to sit down. The male student's finger sharply pointed toward me. I'll bet the name of the Baron House of Sanju to expose your true color. Show me your magic if you're really a Devil King candidate. Ah, damn it, if you didn't like me then just ignored me. Why were you trying to put me down instead? Can I have my seat after I show my magic? The male student snorted condescendingly in response. I'll give you however many seats you want. Don't worry. No, I just need one though. Can't be helped. Well, it was great I had learned magic yesterday. Sanju spread out his hands before thrusting them forward showily like a cartoon hero. First I'll show you how it's done. Figa. Flame burst out in the spot between me and Sanju. Ooh. The class was stirred. However, the flame was already vanishing at that time. The flame just now was like the flame in a cooking scene in a video where flame burned up for an instant on a fry pan. I fell silent.
I desperately racked my brain. Was it really okay with just that much?
Sanju was already looking smug right now. Everyone in the classroom was also looking quite impressed. That meant, it would be good enough to produce a little fire like that. Yosh, then, it's my turn now. I pointed my palm towards Sanju. Yesterday I was healed by Lizel Senpai, so I had enough mana remaining. With this much I wouldn't have any problem to produce a flame as strong as the one that blew away Geld yesterday. I should make a flame that was half the size of that, no, a fourth, no, around a tenth of the flame yesterday. No, wait a second. Everyone here was noble. They must have been studying magic since a long time ago. Surely they were far stronger than me, no doubt about it. Could it be that Sanju was purposefully weakening his magic? If I showed a weak magic thinking that it was fine with just that, perhaps he would say something like, "What kind of weak shit is that?" In response. This might be his trick. Now I was feeling really uneasy. Even though I just wanted to take my seat, why would it have developed into a big deal like this? As I thought, I should do the same like yesterday. I decided that and formed a magic circle on my palm, but, for some reason, wasn't this bigger than yesterday? What the hell is that? Oi oi. It was getting bigger than my body though. This magic circle. To hell with it. Figa. In the next moment, a flame storm raged inside the 1D classroom. The floor and the wall and the ceiling was scorched by the flame. All the students caught on fire all over their body without exception. Kya You are Sa save me. The classroom was turned into pandemonium. Right after that, magic circles formed up on the classroom's wall and ceiling and the flame vanished. Instead of a sprinkler, safety magic circle that neutralized magic was activated and the magic's effect was stopped. There shouldn't be any student who was seriously injured, however. Things like chairs, tables, textbooks, notebooks, etc., almost all of them were turned into ash. Everyone was standing dumbfounded while I was sweating like crazy. Crap, this is real bad. I'm absolutely going to get scolded. Ah ha 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 ha. That was real flashy just now. It was going go 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 go, and then it suddenly turned whoosh and everything was on fire. That was awesome. Ah ha 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 ha. Miyabi was the only one cackling loudly without any care in the world. I'm jealous with how carefree you can be. My mood couldn't brighten even when I watched Miyabi's smiling face that was like sunflower. There was no doubt that I would be summoned to the staff room because of this. What would I do if I got suspended? During this time Nagasawa-sensei had been sinking down to the floor and looking up at me with shaking gaze. I was troubled of what to say to her to apologize for a while. Part 2. Just as expected, I was called. Furthermore, it was to the headmaster's office. Heyo, nice of you to come. I entered the headmaster's office alone feeling super nervous, and yet that person was greeting me casually while standing. I came here because I was called by the headmaster, but is the headmaster not here? It's me. It's me, you know, me. Why was he talking like someone doing it's me scam? This was the principal of the Devil King Academy. If I could speak bluntly, he was a middle-aged man who looked out of place to be in this academy. He was wearing clothes that looked like military uniform that were worn in a completely casual fashion. Even though both of his attire and face actually should look cool, his slovenly air spoiled them all. He had stubble on his face and sleepy-looking eyes. Even though he would look tall if he straightened his back was slouching and his lips were showing a frivolous smile. To describe him in a few words, he was a slightly off-looking man. He seemed to be someone with regrettable personality. Guess I should introduce myself once more. I'm the headmaster of this Devil King Academy, aka Ginsei Academy. That's reversed. Don't mind the small things. Just try saying my name instead. What happened with the self-introduction? Wahahahahaha. Sensei got a bit hasty there. I came too quickly. Dirty joke? But you don't need to worry. Sensei still won't lose to the youngsters. Coming 3 times without pulling out at all isn't a big deal for me. What are you talking about? The headmaster laughed wahahaha heartily again before he pointed at himself with his thumb. My name is Gandu. Gandu? Tien, Gandu can mean cupriferous or Buddhist altar light. The name sounded somewhat unlucky. But the instant I thought that, the headmaster's eyes glinted. Don't mistake it with Gundor. Sensei's face isn't look like that old anime, right? Even though I'm looking like this, a lot of people have called me handsome, you know? After all, my face is Kyoani quality. Tien, Gundor, an old anime. Kyoani equals Kyoto animation. Don't suddenly mention a legendary anime like that. Also, please don't express how good your own visual with animation company. No, certainly Kyoani is amazing though. Like their visual work and the like. Shit. My Tsukumi can't keep up with this headmaster. Headmaster Gandu's gaze glinted. He pointed his finger to me with a snap. If you speak about Haruhi, then Sneaker has to be mentioned. Then what come to mind when speaking about Sneaker Bunko's anime? Masao Gakuen HXH. Comrade. Headmaster Gandu held out his right hand. I responded to that and we exchanged a firm handshake. What was with this headmaster? No, I was also reflexively shaking his hand though. Fufu, you're quite something to have watched Gunda or Haruhi even though you're this young. But your choice of Masao showed your overflowing youth instead. You have passion and pathos, and also eros. Setting aside the eros, I know about old anime because my parents are both otaku. I see, so you were raised with gifted education from your childhood. No wonder the lovers chose you. That's unrelated, isn't it? Wait, Headmaster Gandu, you know that I have the Lovers Arcana? Headmaster Gandu sat on his desk after his hand let go of the handshake. Naturally. I am Gandu Barbatos, the headmaster here and also the current Devil King. That's a lie, right? Headmaster Gandu grinned, seeing me dumbfounded. It looks like Lizel-kun has told you a lot of things, but it seems that you still don't know many things about this academy and the Devil King War. Why yes. Yosh. Then this may shall kindly teach you. Sensei is still a teacher even though I look this after all. Ha ha. Why was he talking like a certain Nezumi mouse at the end there? No, forget about that. Was this person really the current Devil King? The headmaster ignored my doubt and started explaining proudly. Why is this Ginsei Academy called as Devil King Academy? That's because when the next Devil King is chosen, it will be chosen from among this academy's students. But I was going to a normal human academy before this. Even if they attended other school, there will be exception made if they're extremely gifted. Although your case is a special one. It's unheard for a human student to come here. Could it be a mistake made by the academy? No, it wasn't us who chose you. It was the Arcana who chose you. Headmaster Gandu stared fixedly at my chest. It was as though he was staring at the Lovers Arcana under my shirts there. The Arcana going to the person who they decided as their master, such thing had never happened. You're an extremely irregular case. Is that so? But why did this Arcana come to me? We won't be this troubled if we know why. It was really difficult to deal with it, you know? Thanks to that the staff meeting got extended. Even though the society has been calling for work-style revolution recently. I'm sorry. No, don't worry about it. Demand like work-style resolution is unneeded in the devil world. Then why did you mention it? Anyway, the fact that you were chosen by Lovers Arcana is without doubt. That's why you have the qualification to join the Devil King War. Devil King War, it's a battle between the people who possess the Devil King's Arcana, isn't it? That's right. 22 people who possess the Devil King's Arcana will fight and the last one standing will become the next Devil King. So to speak, it's a battle to decide who will stand at the peak of this Devil Academy. The headmaster stood on the desk and made a strange pose. That battle, is it something like killing each other? I asked fearfully. Headmaster Gandu replied with a bright smile. Indeed. That's not something you should with a smile. Ha 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 ha, you're a worrywart, huh? It's all right. There are also fun events in it. Fun events? That's absolutely a lie. I thought that while asking what kind of event. The Devil King's War is going to be held in a long stretch after all. It will take 1 year. During that time there will be a lot of events like sport or cultural festival, various kind of tournaments, etc., etc. Your achievement in them will also affect the outcome of the Devil King's War. There are also other things like getting item or whatnot so that you can be in advantage along the way. What's that? That sounds fun. The candidates will kill each other throughout the year while making use of all those tactics, like what kind of card you can obtain or what kind of card combination you can gather will be essential too. What's left after that is to kick away your opponent, kick them around, kick them until they stay down. The gap between the fun events and the bloody events was horrible. It was hard for a normal human to understand Devil's sense. Well, Because of that, your card is also important. The Devil King's War isn't an event only for the Devil King's candidates, but an event where other students can also participate. I see, that was why Aspite wanted Lizel Senpai. It wasn't simply because she was a beauty, but he also needed her ability. Can anyone become card? Yeah. As long as the Devil King candidate and the card are bound with contract. But be careful. The students of this academy are the people who will rule the devil world and human world in the future. Everyone is ambitious. Those who obtain Arcana will fight to become Devil King, but the others will decide which candidate to back up and aim to become a card. Because if the candidate they back up become the Devil King, they will become one of the people ruling over the two worlds. But, not everyone can become a card, right? What will happen to the students who can't become a Devil King candidate and also not chosen to become a card? Every student here is a son or daughter of influential devil. They will strive to build a rapport with the Devil King candidate that they put their hope on. The coming battle will also use political and financial power. That's really big. Ha 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 ha. After all, no matter how it looked like, this is the academy where the most capable devils are gathered. On the contrary, someone who can't stand on the top of these people mean that they don't have the qualification to become the Devil King. After being told that again, it felt like my body would tremble due to the situation I was put in. That's why it'll be better if you two act quickly to obtain capable cards. Yes, thank you very much, but, before talking about that, is it alright even if a human like me participate in the Devil King's War? Let's talk about anime rather than discussing something like that. Why? It seemed the headmaster didn't have anyone who he could talk normally about otaku topic with. In the end, I was made to accompany his otaku talk until the morning class ended. Part 3. Because of that, I was only freed when the chime of the lunch break sounded. Come to think of it, I completely forgot the reason I was summoned to the headmaster's office. Well, thanks to the nonsensical conversation, I got away without any suspension or expulsion. I also found my seat had been properly prepared when I returned to the classroom. The teacher and the students had also stopped insulting me. All of them were big-hearted people who could forgive someone else's failure. But it seemed there was still a gap between our hearts. They wouldn't meet my gaze, and they would also avoid me when I tried talking to them. Surely they were just shy. No doubt about it. They also looked scared, but that must be just my imagination. Yuuto. Lizel Senpai was standing at the classroom's entrance. How about we have lunch together? Lunch with Lizel Senpai? This was the standard event of a school life, not the one where we would eat our boxed lunch together. With pleasure. I took out my boxed lunch from my bag and followed behind Lizel Senpai. We went to the cafeteria instead of the rooftop or the courtyard. However, the cafeteria of Devil King Academy was different from the cafeteria that I knew. It was like a high-class restaurant. Even the lunch there was course menu. I opened my boxed lunch in such place. I couldn't get even more out of place than this even if I tried. Lizel Senpai was using knife and fork elegantly in front of me. She was having a steak of Matsusaka beef as her main menu. Sometimes she would stare fixedly at my lunch. My heart hurt. Surely she was pitying me, thinking something like, "What a shabby-looking meal." No doubt about it. Come to think of it, I heard that you were called to the headmaster's office. Was there any problem? Well, there wasn't anything noteworthy that happened. Or rather, I couldn't possibly tell her that we were just having heated otaku talk. I didn't even want to tell her. That headmaster, is he really the current Devil King? Yes, that's right. Seriously? So it was true, seriously. Even though I thought he was completely joking. I talked with him really casually, but, now that I learned he really was the Devil King, I wondered anxiously if I would really be alright. However, even if I was worrying about it, it wasn't something that I could take back anyway. For now I would enjoy my lunch with Senpai. I used my chopstick to pick a sausage piece that was cut like an octopus. Senpai's eyes were following that sausage. Senpai, is something the matter? No, this is my first time seeing it in real life. By that did she mean, this octopus-shaped sausage? Then, do Senpai want to try one? Is that all right? But, I have nothing to exchange it with except this steak though. No, rather that'll be a great exchange for me. I never thought that I would be able to trade a sausage with Matsunage beef. I held out my boxed lunch to Senpai. She stabbed one of the sausages with her fork and stared at it happily before bringing it into her mouth. Oofufu, this is fun. It's also delicious. Yuto's mother is really good at cooking. Senpai looked satisfied. Her cheerful smile was adorable. She usually looked mature, and yet she was showing cuteness like a girl right now. It was unfair. While I was being entranced by Senpai's face, she cut a large piece of her sirloin steak and stabbed it with her fork. She then brought it in front of me with her other hand placed below it. Here, on. I unconsciously looked around. The students who were paying attention at us until now immediately averted their gaze then. Fufu. Don't mind the surroundings' gazes. Don't you know how the royalty of France showed their private life to all people openly? No, I'm just a commoner. One day you will become the king. Even if I manage to become the Devil King, I want to keep my private life private. Lizel Senpai kept holding up both her hands in half-leaning posture even while we were having that talk. She must be tired to keep still with that posture. So I leaned my head forward to the meat. But, this was an indirect kiss, wasn't it? Thinking such thing made me excessively nervous. I opened my mouth resolutely and bit at the meat. The fork was pulled out from my lips. I chewed the meat that remained inside my mouth. Delicious. I unconsciously fell into a trance. Fufufu, that's good. Do you want more? No, as expected I'll feel guilty to eat Senpai's lunch more than this. Is that so? Then. Senpai stabbed the remaining piece on the iron plate and brought it toward her mouth. But she stopped still just before the meat entered her mouth. This is. It looked like she only noticed the indirect kiss scenario just now. Her eyes widened slightly and her cheeks reddened a bit. As expected, she disliked it, didn't she? But, perhaps she was hesitating because she thought I would feel hurt if she stopped eating it right in front of me. Senpai, don't force your. Senpai narrowed her moist eyes before I could finish my sentence and brought the meat into her mouth. It was awkward. I had to say something. This meat, it's really delicious. This is my first time eating something like this. Right, the last piece might be, especially, delicious. If you said something like that while fidgeting, my heart would pound hard like they would burst. Yuto? We should go now. I'll show you around the academy. Why, yes. Both of us stood up as though to run away from the table that was enveloped in an awkward atmosphere. Part 4. I walked side by side with Lizel Senpai inside the school building. We went around to check the library, science room, art room, and so on one by one. This academy looked like normal school if you didn't take how extensive the facilities here were into consideration. The big courtyard was visible from the window. Ahead of the yard was a forest. That forest is also a part of the Devil King Academy's ground. This place is amazingly big. The forest had some open spots in it here and there where facilities like baseball ground or soccer field could be seen. There were also buildings like this school building there. That is the middle school's building. Reina is over there. Yes. Most times we can only meet her after school. But, she will come to the palace every day. We walked away from the window and resumed going through the corridor. I had been thinking this since the cafeteria, but Lizel Senpai was always gathering the gazes from the students around her. And then there were countless gossips about her. Look, it's Lizel Senpai. She is really beautiful. As expected from the young lady of a house of Marquis, Her elegance is in different level. What's more, her magic grades are also top class. She is worthy to receive a Devil King's Arcana, and yet. And then next their gazes would move toward me. Why is that kind of commoner is? He isn't even a commoner, I heard he is just a human. No way? He shouldn't even be allowed to get near Lizel senpai then. What should I say? I'm sorry. It made me wanted to apologize. It was strange to say it myself, but I wasn't suitable at all for Lizel senpai. It couldn't be helped that everyone was also thinking like that. It was then senpai's fingers entwined around my fingers. Lizel senpai? We were holding hand. Furthermore, this was holding hand for lovers? Don't pay them any attention. After all, I myself have recognized your worth. She was acting considerately to me who was feeling down at everyone's evaluation on me. Senpai was really kind. Thank you very much. But I understand everyone's feeling. As expected, a Devil King's candidate is an existence that will rouse their attention, or rather, it's not a matter that isn't unrelated at all for them. Of course. After all, the candidates are people who might become their king. Devil King, noble, high-class devil, commoner, and then human. Come to think of it, I didn't really understand about the relationships between those classifications. I could somehow imagine it from the word's image, but it was only now that I was thinking of it seriously. I had also heard it slightly from the headmaster just now, but the headmaster is the Devil King mean that person is the king of the devil race, isn't it? Yes. He is the king of all devils. He is ruling the devil world, a world that is different from this world. Naturally, the world over here is also under the control of the devil race, so he is in fact a ruler of two worlds. In other words, the devil race is above the humans, and even that devil race is still divided into a class system. Senpai said that you're a noble, but more or less. My Marquis house is a noble in name only. She said she was from a Marquis house. Wasn't it a rank that was fairly high in noble system? The class system of the devil race ranked from the top is Archduke, Duke, Marquis, Margrave, Count, Viscount, and Baron. There are also other ranks that aren't counted as being a noble. Those ranks are knight, then below it is high-class devil, commoner devil, and then honorary devil. I had heard about honorary devil before. Dad said it before, it was a title that human could obtain. By the way, Miyabi is from a Margrave house, while Reina is from a Viscount house. Is that so, noble? They must have a large territory and many servants, am I right? Senpai's fingers that were holding my hand strengthened their grip. In the human world, there are territories under the direct supervision of the Devil King, and the territory is owned by each noble. The energy that is obtained from there become our energy and supporting the devil world. Energy from human world. I don't want you to misunderstand, so I'll say it right from the start. The devil race is using the movement of humans' heart as their energy. Hearts, movement. Yes. Like feeling emotionally moved or happiness, and also every kind of desire, malice, and terror. A slight fear formed inside my heart. Senpai seemed to sense that and strongly grasped my hand. It was as though she was clinging on me so that I wouldn't abandon her. That's why there are also a lot of devils who want to collect energy by making humans suffer or making them fall into depravity. The bad image of devil comes from there. I see. So that was why Geld called me a livestock. But I want you to understand, Yuuto. The devil race isn't made up of only that kind of people who wish to increase their gains so simply like that. There are also nobles who wish to harvest positive energy like pure joy by granting humans art or peace. Lizel senpai's earnest gaze was looking up at me. Within her gaze I could see sincerity and a wish to be trusted. Thank you very much. I can trust senpai's words just now far more compared to if senpai tried to cover it up. I believe you, senpai. Yuuto. Lizel senpai's eyes that were beautiful like jewels moistened and glistened even brighter. It was embarrassing to stare into each other's eyes like this. I turned my eyes forward. Now, I have come to feel that perhaps aiming to become a devil king won't be all that bad. Though it might be contradictory for a human to become a devil king. I think that Yuuto is suitable to become the next devil king exactly because you are human. The other devil king candidates are all noble. They are all trying to become devil king for their own glory. But, if it's Yuuto who is the devil king of love, you'll be able to rule the two worlds with love. That's what I believe. Lizel senpai. Although, senpai added with a cute wink. You will need to receive a strict training and grow strong for that. I will strongly consider it. Good grief. Her use of carrot and stick was splendid. Perhaps in the end I was only being made to dance on the palm of this beautiful devil senpai. But I also thought that such thing wouldn't be that bad. Then, let's take a look at the gym before returning to the classroom. After we turned at the corner, there was a passage that connected to the gym ahead. We walked until in front of the gym and opened the door. There was a blood-soaked man lying down in the middle of the gym. He must have been thoroughly beaten up. His uniform was torn up and even the shape of his face had changed. But, I was still barely able to recognize him. Geld? The man who was looking down on Geld lifted his face. He was a large man with a muscular build. His height was more than 190 centimeters with extremely wide shoulders width. The thickness of his neck was about the same with his face's width. In addition, he was carrying a sheathed sword in one hand. It seemed to be a Western sword with straight double edges. You're Morioka Yuuto, aren't you? It seems that Geld has been in your care yesterday, huh? Geld, yesterday you say, you are. I am a card of the world, the knight, Kilga. That means you are Geld's comrade. Just what happened here? The large man raised his right foot and stepped on Geld's chest. There was a creaking sound and fresh blood spewed from Geld's mouth. Stop. You are his comrade, aren't you? Why are you doing something like that? This guy got defeated by a mere human. He is a disgrace to the world. He has thrown mud to the face of the glorious Aspite-sama. That's an unforgivable sin. Therefore I'm here to hand down his judgment. Don't cut in unnecessarily. Kilga unsheathed his sword. The coldly glinting blade showed that it was a real sword. Stop. I immediately rushed forward. Yuuto? Senpai's anxious voice came from behind. I pointed my right hand forward to fire the figure magic. However, faster than I could activate the magic, the simple movement of swinging down a sword was overwhelmingly faster. Damn it. I got too close. If I wanted to attack with magic, I should get farther instead. It wouldn't be enough no matter how many lives I had if I only realized something like this in real battle. Something like this wouldn't happen if I had been trained by senpai. I stared helplessly at the approaching blade while holding such regret in my chest. Sparks scattered before my eyes. Exclamation mark. When I realized it, a small body had appeared in front of me. The person was blocking Kilga's sword with a katana that was longer than their own body. Yuuto-san. Yuuto-san, are you injured? Reina? Koiwai Reina. Yesterday, she said she wanted to become my card together with Lizel senpai and Miyabi. She was Koiwai Reina from the middle school section. Ha! Reina pushed back Kilga's sword. Her silver hair danced in the air. She immediately slashed at Kilga from her current stance. Nu. Kilga jumped backward and raised his sword vigilantly toward Reina. Koiwai Reina, I've heard about your considerable skill with sword even though you're still in middle school. Reina won't let you lay a single finger of Yuuto-san, desu. I stared at the small back that was trying to protect me. And then I looked at Geld's pitiful figure that was lying nearby. Because of me, everyone. Reina, wait. Yuuto-san. I moved forward. Reina looked up at me with an astonished gaze. This is a seed that I sowed myself. It would be wrong for me to make everyone fight and protect me because of that. Lizel-senpai raised her voice in surprise. What are you saying, Yuuto? You are still. How can I call myself a Devil King candidate if I can't overcome this much danger? I'll defeat him myself. Senpai gasped and opened her eyes wide. Reina's coolness just now had left her to somewhere else. She was sweating and acting all flustered while going Hoawa. Please stop. Yuuto-san's safety is important. Someone like Reina doesn't matter at all. Reina, wait. Lizel-senpai approached me. I won't stop you anymore. But, Yuuto. Lizel-senpai took my hand and guided it to her breast. My palm felt a softness and elasticity that was out of this world. Lizel-senpai. I pulled my hand back in panic, but senpai kept her hold on my hand tightly and didn't let go. She even pushed her chest further forward so that my fingers sunk into her breast. The elasticity and softness were filled with boundless kindness, affection, and motherhood. Yuuto, you had used magic today, hadn't you? Ah. Now that she mentioned it, this morning I was provoked by Sanju and used Figa. You won't be able to win against Kilga unless you used magic with all your strength. Mana was filling me from senpai's breast through my fingers. Also, kindness is taboo. If you hold back because you're worried for your opponent, you'll die. Yes. Then senpai abruptly smiled and separated my hand from her breast. Win, Yuuto. Yes. I stepped forward and Reina, who was holding Kilga in check, stepped aside. Kilga stared at me and his expression distorted. Foolish, you would be able to survive today if only you keep hiding behind girls like that. I still haven't exchanged a formal contract with everyone. There's no way I can make them fight for my sake. You're fixated with the strangest thing. Even so, I don't understand why you're taking offense. Geld is your enemy. What's more, I heard he had insulted you plenty. Why are you getting angry for someone like him? Certainly Geld's prejudice is unforgivable. But, he was trying to fight for his comrades in his own way yesterday. For him to go through something like this just because he lost, that's even more unforgivable. You can't call yourself his comrade or anything like this. Kilga pointed his sword at me angrily. Naive. Too naive. This has gone beyond being disgusting. You're just human after all. You shouldn't be allowed to even dirty the air with your presence. A magic circle formed at the tip of his sword. Fizzed. Hellflame. The magic circle was even more complex compared to Figa. It must be a higher magic that was more advanced and destructive. It was a magic that I still didn't know. I might be able to learn it if I asked my arcana. However, even if I learned a new magic, I didn't know whether I would be able to use it properly or not. That was why? Right now I only have Figa. I also pointed my right hand forward and spread out my fingers. At the same time a magic circle was formed. Kilga's face scowled seeing that magic circle. Using beginner magic like that, what a disappointment. As expected from a strong fighter. He understood what kind of magic formula it was just from a single glance. Kilga's magic circle grew brighter and he howled. Die. Morioka Yuuto. I myself also roared. I poured the mana I had received just now into the magic circle without holding anything back. My magic circle brightened even more and it enlarged drastically. It far surpassed Kilga's fizzed. Kilga's eyes widened in shock. What, this is a Figa? Unbelievable. This size is impos. Figa. Flame explosively burst out from my magic circle. Gua ah 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 ah. Kilga also tried to defend with his sword, but that only lasted for an instant. He was swallowed by flame in the blink of eye. The wall and floor of the gym were burning. And then Kilga's body crashed on the wall before he fell face first on the floor. He didn't die thanks to the defensive formula that was weaved into the uniform. However, even that uniform was already at the limit. It was scorched and smoking. Amazing. Amazing. Yuuto-san. Reina was hopping up and down in happiness. I turned around toward Lizel-senpai to observe her reaction. There I found her smiling in satisfaction. That's full point, Yuuto. Reina's excitement still hadn't cooled down. She was still hopping up and down. It was really, really amazing. It's Reina's first time seeing a figure that powerful. Is that really just a figure? Lizel-senpai answered in the place of the confused me. That's the difference between a normal devil and the king. Hoi. Reina let out a voice of admiration with her mouth staying open in diamond shape. Anyway, let's return to the palace. I'll tell the teacher that we will skip the afternoon class. Lizel-senpai's expression changed. This is... What's wrong, senpai? Chill ran through my back and my hair stood on ends. What is this? Even a human like me understood. Something, an outrageously huge existence was approaching. A terrifyingly great. And outrageously dangerous. This is surprising. The wall of the gym suddenly had a hole in it. It wasn't smashed open. It was like the wall's material suddenly turned soft like rubber and changed shape to make an entrance. It was an entrance for that man to enter from. It was a male student with grey hair and dangerous gaze. His body was emitting mana that was impossible for ordinary person. I had seen him before. A spite. The Devil King candidate who possessed the world arcana. A spite didn't even look at me and glanced at Lizel-senpai before walking toward Kilga. A spite summer. Kilga somehow raised his wound-covered body and kneeled. I came here to look because I heard you were going to punish Geld, but this is completely different from what I heard. Yes, this is. Lizel. A spite moved only his neck to look at Lizel-senpai. What is the meaning of this? Not only you refused my summon, you even laid your hand on my cards. Cold sweat trickled down Lizel-senpai's face. Was this man called a spite that strong of a devil? It wasn't me who did this, but Yuuto over there. What? For the first time a spite noticed my presence and moved his gaze toward me. And then he asked Kilga with a dubious face. Kilga, is that true? Yes. The moment Kilga answered so, a spherical magic circle instantly appeared around a spite. Just now, what was that? It wasn't just complex. The magic formula gave a terrifyingly ghastly pressure. If I had to make an example, it was like the principle of a world that was beyond the reach of human knowledge was expressed in the form of magic formula. Kilga, stand up. Yes. Kilga stood up even while sweating rivers in pain. Kilga, do you have the awareness as a knight of the world? I'm aware of it, with pride. I'm a man who is going to become the Devil King one day. Whether they are human or devil, all existences has to obey my will. It's necessary to trample my opponents with absolute power in order to realize that. Yes. And yet, you, my knight, is in this state. Can you explain it to me? The battle is still not over. I swear on this sword that I'll win without fail. How? However, what worth there is in an oath over such sword that has fallen behind a human? Rather, you don't even need to keep hold of such thing. With all due respect, this sword is my family's heirloom. A spite lightly raised his leg and casually kicked Kilga's sword. The steel sword was broken to pieces just from that. Wah! I reflexively let out my voice. Just now, what was that? Kilga was also staring at his broken pieces of sword with a disbelieving gaze. My sword, my family's sword, that should never break no matter what. Kilga, you have no qualification to be my card. Disappear. Please wait. Please give me just one more char. A spite slowly lifted his hand and pushed Kilga's chest. Kilga's body vanished in the next moment. There was a loud sound roaring like explosion. What? The wall of the gym broke and the schoolyard outside could be seen. There was Kilga's figure collapsing at the middle of the yard. Shiver, my back turned cold. Was that a spite's power? That blow possessed an outrageous destructive power. A sword was broken and that large body was blown away just from a light touch. But, was that really the case? What happened was something that was in different dimension from a mere blow or physical attack. That was the impression that I got. A spite glared at Lizel-senpai. Lizel. I'll tell you one more time. Come to me. Unfortunately, I have already decided the one who I shall serve. What did you say? You are someone who finds joy in suppressing others and making them submit with brute force. Your method is incompatible with mine. A spite moved only his black eyes to glare at me. I am always number one in the world, that is to say I am the ruler. Whether it's in the past, present, and even in the future, that fact shall never change. All existences other than me are my servant. Even if you're opposing me now, one day you will become my servant. That's the future waiting for you. Don't you understand that? Lizel-senpai answered a spite with wariness. I will place my hope in the future that we wish for. You're going to regret it. A spite turned his back toward us and walked toward the wall. And then the wall distorted by itself and a hole was opened. It became a path for a spite. Again. The wall returned to normal after a spite walked out. So that's the owner of World Arcana, a spite. Yes, he's a formidable enemy. Reina was also letting out a long sigh. Anyway, Reina is glad that it ends without any accident. Lizel-senpai, and Reina too, I have troubled the two of you, I'm sore, Rai. I had somehow kept hold of my consciousness until now because of the tension, but that too had reached the limit. My consciousness was getting further from using too much mana. My sight became pitch black. Part 5. NN. Yuuto-san is awake desu. This place is. I was lying on a bed with canopy attached. I didn't even need to ask. This was the Palace of the Lovers. Lizel-senpai was lying close at my right, while Miyabi was on my left, and Rain was lying down on me. She was so light it made me doubting whether she was really lying on top of me or not. It seemed they were doing healing lovers on me while I fainted. Everyone, sorry to trouble you. Lizel-senpai gently caressed my head. Why are you apologizing? You won against Kilga with your own strength, you know. Desu. Yuuto-san was really cool. Even though they told me that, I couldn't honestly agree with them. I fainted like an appliance that got its electricity cut off when I ran out of mana. Everyone, thank you. Even though I did that on my own accord, what's more, I challenged an opponent that was beyond me for an enemy's sake. That was stupid of me. Lizel-senpai slightly shook her head while still placing her head on the pillow. No, I think what Yuuto did was lovely. Eh? That was exactly how the Devil King candidate of Lovers Arcana, our Devil King, should be. Senpai told me with a slightly reddening cheeks and passionate gaze. It made me felt funny inside. I turned my gaze to the opposite side to avoid Lizel-senpai's pretty gaze. I thought that you are someone docile, and yet you're actually more hot-blooded than I thought. I also want to watch it. Yuuto going bam 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 and then boom at the end. Stop that, it was embarrassing. I took off my gaze from Miyabi and looked toward the ceiling. There. As expected. Yuuto-san is the Devil Kings of Love. The innocent smile of Reina was waiting there. What's this? There wasn't any place to escape at all. There was beautiful girl no matter where I looked. Or rather, shouldn't I make my decision already? Everyone. I casually asked. The burning heart inside my chest was already hiding a firm resolve. Can I become a Devil King that everyone can be proud of? The three looked at each other and chuckled. And then they separated from me to sit on the bed. I also sat up. Yuuto, do you mean that you will form a formal contract with us? That you will add this me, Himekami Lizel, as a card of the lovers? Yeah. Lizel-senpai, lend me your strength so that I can become the Devil King. Lizel-senpai's face approached. Wait, Toto close. A sweet and soft sensation spread through my lips. My first kiss. A voice came from the Arcana at that time. Himekami Lizel has become a queen. Her lips moved away. Lizel-senpai touched her own lips with her finger. And then she pledged with an intoxicated expression. I swear. Himekami Lizel shall devote her everything for Yuuto's sake. Next was Miyabi. As expected, she seemed to be embarrassed. Her face was red. I'm a bit nervous. Yeah. I too? Miyabi took me by surprise and took away my lips. Yugao's Miyabi has become a princess. Miyabi's face moved away quickly. That's, anyway, best regards. Yuuto. Yeah. My best regards too. Last was Reina. Reina is just an inexperienced person but, pull. She was shaking in nervousness. It felt like her nervousness was almost infecting even me. I took the initiative to be the one bringing my face closer and kissed the small lips of Reina, who closed her eyes tightly. Koiwai Reina has become a knight. When I moved away, Reina's face looked like it was boiling up and her body was swaying unsteadily. With this I couldn't pull back anymore. I would aim to become the next Devil King in this Devil King Academy. It was for everyone's sake, and also for my own sake. Chapter 3, First Time Lesson. Part 1. The world's palace was a very luxurious conference room. The one sitting on the king's seat was a spite. He was the son of the distinguished line house, a house of marquis. Chairs for 14 people were prepared beside the long and narrow table. 11 people were sitting inside the room. Everyone was a spite's cards, in other words his retainers. A Devil King candidate could have until 14 cards. The cards consisted of 9 suits with number from 2 until 10. Then there were the court cards, the main force that was composed of 4 people with the position of queen, princess, prince, and knight. And the last one was the literal ace, the ace card. Those were the 14 cards. Morioka Yuuto, a lowly human, has defeated Kilga. The cards who were sitting on their seats felt like the Grim Reaper was breathing on their neck. They didn't know when a spite would break in anger. If he used magic in a fit of anger, then even their life would be in danger. Amidst that grave atmosphere, there was only one person who wasn't feeling fear. Perhaps he had been paralyzed from such emotion. There was a sarcastic smile on the man's face. A spite summer, there is something that I wish to ask you. Haida, speak. The man called Haida was wearing a hooded jacket on top of his uniform. He was wearing his hood deeply, so his eyes couldn't be seen. However, the corner of his lips that were lifted up like crescent moon gave off a sense of insanity. It seems that guy has gathered 3 cards. What's more, those cards are Himekami Lizel, Yugao's Miyabi, and Koiwai Reina. A spite's face warped in annoyance when he heard the names. That foolish Lizel, you said she formed a formal contract even though she refused my invitation? Mana gushed out from a spite's body. I make others submit to me with pure strength and coerce them to obey me despite their wishes. They can cry, suffer, or resent me, but in the end they shall prostrate before me all the same. It's my joy to see such figure. I can really feel just how powerful I am by doing that. Doing that also mean that I have ruled over them in the true meaning of the word. But, that damn woman. The cards other than Haida were trembling. They couldn't stop shaking just from feeling the pulse of Mana. It was an instinctual fear that came from deep within. Their lives could vanish just because a spite was in a bad mood. He was a dangerous master to serve, but there was no doubting his strength. He was the prime candidate to be the next Devil King. Their glory and prosperity would also be assured at the dawn of Aspite's rise as the next Devil King. However, that was only if they managed to survive until then. Hey boss. Isn't it unforgivable? That guy obtaining all those delicious-looking bitches is unforgivable, isn't it? Aspite narrowed his eyes and glared at Haida. His eyes were oozing with killing intent and also insanity that surpassed Haida's. I can crush that trash anytime I wish, he himself is nothing. What's matter here is his cards. I shall make Himekami Lizel kneel before me. It's no amusing that a useful card is taken away by other Devil King candidate. Besides, Aspite let out a sadistic smile. After making Lizel into my card, I'll endlessly teach her the depth of her sin for going against me. You rock, boss. Then, if I defeat that Yuuto guy and kidnap his women, I'll give you Himekami Lizel. But give Yuugo's Miyabi to me. Yuugo's? That bitch, she is walking around in the school with that erotic body. Isn't it scandalous? Because she's making me want to rape her silly. Fiery eyes appeared from under the hood. That's why I'll educate her. I'll collar and imprison her, then thoroughly teach her that she is nothing but a female pig in the end. Kahirhai. Aspite's expression slightly frowned and he replied without any interest. Do as you like. Yosa. It's great that my boss is real understanding. In exchange, failure won't be forgiven. You are my ace. Know that failure means death. A sadistic smile formed on Haida's lips. Please leave it to me. I will kill Yuuto without fail and make Himekami Lizel into a spite summer slave. And then Yuugo's is going to be my sex slave. Hiya ha 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 ha. Part 2. Wake up, Yuuto. It's morning. Really, the Lovers Arcana is really diligent in waking me up every morning, but today its tone was a bit different from usual. Geez Tilda, you sleepyhead. If you don't wake up Shin quickly, I'll play a prank on you. Who? I sat up in a flash and saw a blonde-haired beauty beside me. What's more, she was stark naked. Her face, her breasts, her waist, all of them were glamorous. It was absolutely erotic. She grinned cheerfully while lying on her side like a gravure idol. Morning, Yuuto. Me. Miyabi? Yuugo's Miyabi, who had just become my card yesterday, was on my bed for some reason. Why are you here? What's more from the morning? Tilda, what's that? You mean if it's night you'll want to bring me to your bed, Tilda? Wrong. Or rather, you're already on my bed. Just where did you come from? Obviously I used teleportation magic. There is such convenient magic? Miyabi's small tongue slipped out from between her lips and she smiled mischievously. Sorry, I lied. That's a lie? That kind of super advanced magic is impossible for me, impossible. After all, I'm an idiot. Then, how? Floating magic. The window wasn't locked, so I got it. But Yuuto was sleeping, and I also got sleepy, so I borrowed your bed. Don't tell me both of us were sleeping together the whole night? Even so, still. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Because I'm always naked when sleeping, you know? Just because of that. There was the sound of footsteps going up the stairs at this time. Yuuto, why are you being noisy there? No good. It's Dad. Go hide somewhere. I was panicked, but Miyabi calmly responded with a smile without moving from the bed. Why? What do you mean why? No, it's obvious, right? If someone see us like this. But the door mercilessly opened up without caring of the situation. Yuuto, who are you? Dad's hand let go of his tablet and it fell on his foot. Dad, this is... Miyabi had wrapped her body with the bedsheet without me noticing to hide her important parts. Nice to meet you, dear father. Please forgive my unbecoming appearance. I am the daughter of Margrave Yuugo's Miyabi. Pleased to make your acquaintance. It was an unexpectedly proper self-introduction. However, her current get-up ruined all of that. Dad broke into cold sweat while his lips were trembling. His son, who he thought was a late bloomer, suddenly brought a girl home. Furthermore, he caught the two of them inside the room with the girl naked, looking like they had done it last night. Of course he would be shocked. Dad. I want you to listen to me calmly. This is a misunderstanding. Miyabi is Moom. This is bad. That's why I told you calm down. The young lady of Yugao's is I in our house. Huh? There was another sound of footsteps going up the stairs and Mom rushed into the room. My. Their relationship is already at this stage, what to do? Miyabi answered with a formal language when she saw Mom getting flustered. Dear mother, I and Yuto-kun has exchanged oath with each other for our future. We have also formed contract, so please don't worry. It was the promise about becoming the next Devil King, wasn't it? And the contract was about becoming my card and fighting together, wasn't it? You-kun. You two are already engaged? No. That's not true. Then you two are already married? No good, Mom was running wild. And then there was even more footsteps rushing up the stairs. Who was it this time? Bam! The door opened and a beautiful girl with glossy black hair made her entrance. Lizel senpai? Senpai looked around inside the room and her gaze stopped on my parents. Please excuse my rudeness for coming in uninvited. I am Lizel from the Marquis house of Himekami. Dad was speechless with his mouth wide open. And then he mumbled deliriously. No way, the daughter of Hangyakusha summer coming to this kind of place is. Lizel senpai bowed her head apologetically and. I understand how rude I'm being right now. However, I sense danger to your son, so I decided that this is an emergency situation. Danger? Don't tell me, there is other Devil King candidate attacking. No. Lizel senpai glared at Miyabi with a scary face. I really can't let my guard down at all. I should have told you before to refrain from doing anything rash. It's fine in it. Yuto need to recover his mana anyway. There is no need to do it now, right? We are doing that is simply for injecting mana into Yuto and only when it's necessary. You should be prudent when there isn't any necessity for that. Miyabi talked back slightly sullenly. Lizel senpai, yourself, why are you here in Yuto's house? What do you come here for? That's. Lizel senpai backed away as though she had a guilty conscience. I just thought, to take Yuto until the academy, I was only going to wake him up while I'm at it. Lizel senpai answered with an angry tone and faintly blushing face. Kya Himekami's young lady is looking shy. How cute. Mom, I'm begging you, read the mood. Dad and Mom, go down first for now. I'm already awake too, so. Suddenly 2 objects with outrageous elasticity were pressed on my arm. Miyabi? Miyabi senpai hugged me and rubbed her breast on my arm as though to show off to Lizel senpai. There was only a single sheet separating us, so if the texture was ignored, then this sensation was already her breasts in the flesh. I'll be the one to escort Yuto today, so senpai can go ahead of us. I still want to make out with Yuto more. Get away from him. Miyabi. I'll be the one sending Yuto to school with my car. The two's quarrel was heating up. And then Mom's tension was also rocketing up. My son is two-timing the young ladies of Yugao's house and Himekami house. Since when did my son grown into such a resourceful man? You're amazing, you-kun. I'm begging you, Mom, be quiet. I was helpless against the 2 girls who were stirring up a storm and my mom who was pouring oil into fire. Part 3. Today I was going to school with Lizel senpai's car along with Miyabi too. When I entered the classroom, everyone's reaction toward me was still the same. It felt like they were treating me like I was a tumor. Well, it couldn't be helped for now. The chance for us to get closer would come sooner or later. Rather than that, there was other things I had to do right now. The Devil King War to decide the next Devil King. I needed to prepare for it. I would go through special training after school from today. Lizel Senpai and Miyabi would take turn in being my instructor. The school ended while I was feeling nervous of the special training that was waiting for me. And then, let's try it one more time. Today's instructor was Lizel Senpai. She was instructing me about magic in the gym. Yes. I activated the magic circle that I had used many times and filled it with mana. The magic circle that formed ahead of my palm was the biggest that I had created until now. It was shining brightly. Figure. The flame that was spouted out would increase in power in proportion to the magic circle's workmanship. That vortex of flame hit a bull-headed devil and it was evaporated instantly. It wasn't a real devil, but a training dummy. There was also no scorch mark remaining in the gym's floor. That was because of the defensive magic that was applied on the wall, floor, and the ceiling of the gym. The students often had battle practice in the gym. Therefore the building had countermeasure applied to it. Still, it's astonishing. I never thought that the basic figure spell can exhibit that much power. Lizel Senpai said with an astonished face. I tilted my head. Is that the case? Your figure's power is as strong as the higher-ranking flame magic Fizzard, or perhaps even stronger. Fizzard was the magic that was used by Kilga. That's, if I continue training, will my magic's power increase even more? Yes. But there is a limit. Normally it won't surpass the power of higher-ranked magic. This means that Yuuto is out of the norm. Out of the norm, it was a bit embarrassing to be told that. I was just a human after all, perhaps it was just some kind of irregularity happening. Surely it's because Lizel Senpai is good at teaching. That's not true. This is because of Yuto's talent. Although she said that, but from what I saw, Lizel Senpai got into a good mood. She smiled cheerfully and spread open her hands toward me. Now, come over here. We're still going to continue the training, so you have to recover your mana. It didn't feel like too much time had passed since I received mana before this, but, well, Senpai had already offered, so I should just follow her words obediently. It would brighten Senpai's mood too. Then, excuse me. Senpai tightly hugged me without any hesitation when I approached her and started the healing lovers. There was a sweet smell that was like flower or fruit from Lizel Senpai. In addition, her body that was pressed on me was really soft and supple. It was shocking that a sensation this pleasant existed. And then mana was flowing into my body from her arms that were placed around my back, her face that was buried onto my shoulder, her breasts that were warped from being pressed on me, her tight waist, from every part of her body that was sticking close to me. But it was her breasts that were pouring the most amount of mana among all those body parts. It wasn't like I was using my mouth in this process, but it felt like I was sucking mother's milk from Senpai. Such strange thought crossed my mind. Senpai kept hugging me while whispering into my ear. Perhaps the Arcana is teaching you the magic formula. But it's important to practice the magic over and over. Using magic means constructing magic mechanism inside your body. It will function only after you pour mana into it. By using it repeatedly, that mechanism will take root in your body and the activation speed and the strength of your magic will grow. I see, so it's important to practice by repetition even in magic. Yes. But, normally doing that will consume your mana, so you can't use magic too many times in a day. That's why it takes time for people to improve. Except Yuuto, that is. Ah. I see. I was able to recover my mana with the help of Senpai and the others. I can train a lot more in one day compared to other people. In other words, my growth is faster. Lizel Senpai let go of my body. That's how it is. Then, let's resume the training. Next is finally the intermediate level magic. Intermediate level magic, in other words. I would train Fizzard next after getting used with Figa. The difficulty level is higher, so I don't think that you'll succeed right from the start. But let's give it a try. Yes. I touched the arcana and requested. Teach me the Fizzard magic. The arcana's voice resounded after a bit of pause. Fizzard magic is learned. Yosh. I pointed my fingertip toward the dummy devil that appeared 10 meters away from me. This magic was certainly more complex and advanced than Figa. However, it wasn't so difficult that it was beyond me. What's more, Lizel-senpai's mana was seething inside my body. Fizzard. Scorching flames shot out from the shining magic circle. It was a huge torrent of flame with a rank that was clearly different from Figa. The flame was so bright I couldn't open my eyes. It swallowed the dummy devil as though it was a beam. The dummy didn't even get burned or scorched. It was annihilated. When the flame vanished, even the floor that should be covered with defensive magic was slightly burning. Something like this, I guess. How is it, senpai? When I turned around, Lizel-senpai was staring at the smoking floor expressionlessly. Did I do something wrong? Senpai's silence fanned up my anxiety. Before long, Lizel-senpai muttered to herself. I never thought it will work right from the start. Besides, this power? What's with this? Senpai? Could it be the power was too weak? I'll fix my mistake. Please tell me what's the problem. Senpai came back to her senses and looked toward me. No. There is nothing to criticize about the magic's power, or rather, this is the first time I saw a Fizzard this powerful. Then do I pass? Lizel-senpai smiled kindly. You got a perfect score. That's great, eh? My legs were unsteady. Strength left my body when I relaxed. I used too much mana. I almost fell if not for Lizel-senpai, who caught me in her embrace. I'm sorry. I'm like this just after one spell. This is really no good. That's not true. After all, Yuuto's growth is abnormally quick compared to the normal devil. Is that true? Yes. Normally it's impossible to cast the magic successfully at your first try. Even just managing to form the magic circle is already a good job, you know? What's more, you cast the magic with this much power, normally that's impossible. I felt saved that senpai told Met that. However. But senpai, I didn't notice when I first saw him, but when a spite appeared before this I realized it. Just how powerful the other Devil King candidates are. Yuuto. What senpai said before wasn't a threat or exaggeration at all. I have keenly felt how the Devil King War is a war between 22 people, extraordinary monsters who are chosen from all over the devil world. That's why Senpai's breast blocked my talking mouth. Mug you? Lizel-senpai hugged my head and buried my face into her voluptuous breasts. My whole face felt senpai's softness. My chest was filled with the fragrance of senpai's breasts. It felt like my consciousness was getting further away from this sweet ecstasy. And then I felt a gentle touch on my head. Senpai was gently caressing my head that she embraced from the top until the back of my head. It'll be fine. After all, the true power of Lovers Arcana isn't just this. Before long, you will be able to obtain unlimited power. Unlimited power? But, when the Devil King War start for real, the other Devil King candidates will also attack without mercy. That's why, there is really a need for Yuuto to grow strong before that. That's why, I'll have you work hard a bit more. We will have to rely on your talent, forgive me. There wasn't the slightest need for senpai to apologize. Rather, I was the one who wanted to ask senpai to do just that, please train me even harder. So that I could get closer to the other Devil King candidates even just for a day faster. I wanted to tell senpai that, but the soft objects with a softness that was out of this world changed shape and pressed on my face. My mouth and nose were also blocked that I couldn't breathe. Even though senpai was supplying me with magic power, for some reason, my consciousness was getting further. Yuuto? Are you Yuuto? This kind of scene often appeared in manga or anime. Getting suffocated because of breasts. From this I learned that it could actually happen in reality. Part 4. My instructor at the next day was Miyabi. The location wasn't in the gym, but in a training room. It was filled with weight training machine, barbell, running machine, etc. This place was like a fitness gym. I completed a weight training menu from start to finish. I'm tired. The muscles throughout my body had been abused uniformly. I sat down on a mat that was usually used for stretching. Okay, we'll take a 5 minutes break now. Woo. You can relax there. Miyabi handed me a sports drink with a smile. Thanks. I received the drink while casually averting my gaze from Miyabi. I don't mind, Woo. You can stare GI as much as you like. But that's... Naturally I was wearing sportswear, but, for some reason Miyabi was wearing stretchy spats. Her top was also wearing sports bra that was made from the same stretch material. The lustrous pink color of her outfit was enhancing her seductiveness. She was wearing clothes after a fashion, but her body line wasn't hidden at all. Frankly speaking, it was erotic. He was thankful that she was giving him support in doing the weight training just now, but he could see her cleavage, and her breasts would shake just from a little movement, so he couldn't concentrate. Should I turn around if you're that shy? Miyabi laughed teasingly and turned her back toward him, but her behind was also dangerous. His eyes were pulled toward the faintly visible crack on her large butts. Why aren't you wearing a normal sportswear, huh? You see. Miyabi hugged him with full body contact. Ooh. This attire can help you recover more vigorously. Vroom vroom. It's effective, right? I was pushed down on the mat, and breasts with greater volume and elasticity than even Lizel senpai were pressing on my chest. It wasn't just her breasts. Why the hell this girl's body was this soft? Now, here I go. Hujk. Miyabi put her hands around my neck and hugged me strongly. Then strength seethed once more inside my exhausted body. How's that? Are you energetic now? Why, yeah, I am. Miyabi seemed to be displeased with my vague reply and frowned. She was thinking of something. Hey Yuuto, try rubbing my butt. You might recover faster that way. No way I will. I thought, but perhaps this was Miyabi's punishment for my half-hearted reply. After all, she was also a diligent person. She might be thinking seriously for a way I could recover even faster. I get it. Then, here I go. I put my hand around Miyabi's back and then moved them lower. My palms touched something with amazing volume that was like a fluffy cushion. Here. I resolutely spread out my fingers and grabbed Miyabi's bottom. Hi. Wait. Don't make that kind of strange voice. You're making me feel strange too. Wait, Yuuto, Nan. If we're going to do this, then we better do it seriously. This is research for even more effective healing, lovers. Why you don't need to go that far, Fuyuyuun. I watched Miyabi's reaction while putting more strength into my fingertips. Even so, what an unbelievable texture. A mere memory foam pillow couldn't compare with this. My fingers were sinking, but at the same time there was a force that was pushing them back. What an indescribable paradise. Above all else, I realized it for the first time after ascertaining it with my own hands. The substance of Miyabi's bottom. It was truly a wonder. Funya, why your tuo. While I was doing that, of course, something warm was permeating into my palms that were massaging Miyabi's bottoms. The warmth was spreading into my body. The flow felt even greater compared to when we were pressing our bodies close to each other. No. Miyabi's waist trembled. No more Miyabi suddenly raised her voice loudly and rolled down from above me. She kept rolling away before getting back on her feet in a flash after some distance was opened between us. Why Yuuto, you pervert? Huh? Rubbing my bottom grope like that is just not right. I thought that I was going to I thought I would lose my mind. No, but it was for researching a more effective mana recovery method, right? It was Yumiyabi who told me to touch there. There is limit to it. Touching like that, I never knew that it would feel that good to be touched by someone else. Perhaps I should hold back a bit. I unconsciously stared at my hands and moved my fingers to recall the sensation. Miyabi, who was watching me, turned bright red. Don't recall it. Forget it and do your set 3 times. Get into it. Miyabi's sweat scattered while she pointed at the training machine. Miyabi was Spartan just as expected. When I was dead tired after finishing the sets. This time Yuuto can just stand there. It's fine if I'm the one touching, but it's no good if Yuuto is the one doing it, understand? She said that while looking a bit embarrassed before pushing her lewd body on me again. Her body that was wrapped in sport bra and spats was nuzzling on me without any reservation, refilling my exhausted stamina and mana. Even without me touching her from my end, when I got hugged like this inside the training room that was empty except the 2 of us, it made me felt strange no matter what, even though I intended to train seriously. I needed to talk about something else to distract myself. If not, it felt like it would become really hard for me in various senses. Miyabi? It's not like I'm dissatisfied or anything, but will plain muscle training like this be useful even in the Devil King War? The 2 things aren't directly related though. So it's unrelated? But you're happy that you can cling all over me like this, right? No, let's be a bit more serious here. Miyabi halted my complaining. What I'm going to teach you is martial art. The muscle training is also not meaningless. Because Yuuto, you've never trained your body seriously until now, right? That was just as she said. I had no chance to move my body except in P-class or tournaments for baseball or marathon at best. Of course you're going to strengthen your body with magic when battling, but if you've never practiced moving your body, you won't be able to do anything. Let's see, to say it in simpler words, no matter how much power-up you receive, you won't be able to attack if you're bedridden. That's really easy to understand. As expected, it will be your own body that become the focal point of your attack, so no matter how strengthened your body is with magic, it won't show any effect if you can't throw a punch. That's why you have to form your body to become able to move well to a certain degree. Well, it won't matter if you can decide the battle with a single magic though. No, I get it. Then, I'll do 3 more set. Wait. We're going to train in practical skill next. Watch carefully from there. Miyabi let go of my body and glared at a corner where a sandbag for boxing was hanged. I felt mana overflowing from Miyabi's body. In the next moment, a magic circle shined below Miyabi. But it didn't stop there. Her mana was rushing through her body. What's more, there were 2 kinds. That meant she was activating 3 magics simultaneously. Miyabi's figure vanished with a shout. When I thought that, Miyabi was already in front of the sandbag. The fist she pulled back punched forward swiftly in a beautiful form. The sandbag that weighed more than 50 kilograms was punched until the ceiling. Whoa! Miyabi lightly dodged the sandbag that was swinging back down and smiled at me. She even made a double V sign with her hands. Well, something like this. Start with VRRRR, then Goshing, and finish it with Baboom. Get it? Yeah. I don't get it at all. I just told you in detail. What detail? Telling me to get it from the sound effect is too difficult for me. No, for something like this, how should I say it? Feeling? You now, don't think, feel, that kind of thing. Setting aside her strength, Miyabi's capability as an instructor was problematic. Should I try guessing it on my own? There was also the saying that in the world of craftsmen, skill wasn't something that was taught but something that you stole from others. I walked toward where Miyabi was standing while thinking. The magic circle that was formed under the feet. And then the mana flowing inside the body. No, there were two kinds, inside the body and on the surface of the body. I see. There are 3 magic formulas that you used. The first one appeared as a magic circle under your feet. And then the flow of mana inside your body is most likely for power up. But the last magic formula flowing on the surface of your skin is defensive magic. What's this? You actually understand properly. As expected from Yuuto. Miyabi is the amazing one here, right? I'm amazed you can process all 3 formulas at the same time. Miyabi puffed out her chest smugly when I praised her. Her breasts looked even bigger like that. Fufu well yeah tilde, but Yuuto need to be able to do the same. Honestly, I had no confidence I could do the same. Could I do such complicated technique? Doing them one by one isn't that hard, but doing them all at the same time is hard. Besides, depending on the situation, you will need to divide the mana Gakuen or adjust the formula's numerical value Gu and so on. The only way is to keep practicing until your body remember it. I see. As expected, I also needed to train hard in physical aspect. Miyabi, can you tell me the name of the magic you used? Let's see. The first one for acceleration is Stride Swift Demon. The power-up magic can also be used as substitution, but the effect will be higher if you use the magic that is specialized for it. And the power-up magic's name is Maximize Sorcery Power. The defensive magic is Armored Armor Demon. That was different from the defensive magic I knew. Say, isn't the defensive magic's name Barricade? That's when you use it like a shield. Armored is a magic that you wear on your body. To make it easy to understand, it's an armor of magic. No matter how much you raised your attack power, your body will break if you don't raise your endurance too. That's scary. Miyabi's index finger poked on my chest. Then, go ask Lovers Arcana already, chop chop. Got it. I followed what I was told and asked the Arcana. Then a reply immediately came back. Yosh. I now understand all the formulas, more or less. Miyabi crossed her arms with a dissatisfied face. Good grief, how can you be that quick in learning them? That's not cute at all. Did I make her angry? No, but it's another matter whether I can use them in battle or not. Honestly speaking, I don't have any confidence at all. Ain't that true? I'll lose my standing if you suddenly can do it perfectly. After all, I trained for some years to master this trick. Is that so, Miyabi? You're actually a diligent and hard-working person, huh? Wah. Miyabi's cheeks blushed red. Enough about me. Sheesh. We're going with actual combat next. Watch yourself, I'm going to beat you up black and blue. Seriously? That's just too Spartan. Thought I wanted to complain so, but Miyabi wouldn't listen. Looking at her expression, I didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. She then activated the 3 magic. This is a practice match. If you don't come at me seriously, you're going to regret it, Boa. Miyabi was doing shadow boxing full of motivation. Her fists were too fast, I couldn't follow them at all. I'm going to become a sandbag if I don't do it. First I sent mana into the magic formula of Stride. The magic mechanism that had just gotten created in my body was stimulated and a magic circle was created from that. You could also say that magic circle was a magic formula that was expressed in a shape that was visible to eye. In other words, magic formula and magic circle was almost the same. As expected from Yuuto. You can already execute Stride. But be careful. If you clash with me without activating Armored, you will end up a splatter on the ground. That's not funny at all. I maintained Stride that was already in activation while executing Maximize. I still couldn't feel it for real, but I was feeling the magic mechanism inside my body moving. This is? I tried following the flow of mana inside my body. It seemed they were passing through small parts and became a single connection. However, midway the mana got diverted into the magic mechanism of stride. I see. Until now I thought that a single formula is like a single bundle, but that's wrong. Every single magic mechanism is an assembly of many small parts. The effect of magic activated when the parts that dealt with each letters and graph of the magic formula interlaced into one. In other words, magic formula was the blueprint. And then the magic mechanism was the parts. By combining the parts, they became a single magic. The more complicated the blueprint was, and the more parts of the magic mechanism were used, the completed magic would become even grander and stronger. I understood the trick now. I also completed the magic formula of armored and magic circle flowed inside my body. Yosh, here I come. Miyabi. I kicked on the floor and instantly closed my distance to Miyabi. I stretched my palm toward the panicked Miyabi. As expected, I couldn't bring myself to punch a girl. I would make her acknowledge my victory if my palm touched her body. No way. You can do it already? Miyabi brushed away my hand with a shocked face. If armored wasn't currently working, my arm's bone would break into pieces by that attack. Yosh. I more or less could use 3 magic at the same time. But I still hadn't reached Miyabi's level. My attacks got perfectly blocked and it was my limbs that were feeling pained. However, geez. I also have my own pride here. The moment Miyabi switched into offense, an opening was created. Very easy. My palm thrust without hesitation toward the only open door. Then, I felt an elasticity that absorbed all impact and a softness that enveloped my palm. What? A buffering magic that softened enemies' attack wasn't what happened, instead it was breasts. Damn it. I didn't think as far as what would lie ahead of Miyabi's opened guard. Miyabi's punch stopped midway. Her face looked down at her breasts that was grabbed by me and her face was boiling red. Kya She jumped away and hugged her body to protect her breast from me. I already told you, so many times, that Yuuto can't touch me from your end. I've told you that, and yet. Sorry. Forgive me. That was an accident. But, after thinking carefully, wasn't it strange? But, Miyabi? It might not be my place to say this, but, you are normally pressing yourself on me without any reservation at all, so why are you getting this embarrassed now? It's fine when I'm the one taking the initiative. I can prepare myself beforehand. But being on the receiving end is embarrassing. I can't guess what'll happen then, so would feel it too much or something. I couldn't hear the end of her sentence really clearly at the end. Either way, she looked really embarrassed for real. Could it be that usually she was always forcing herself a lot when touching me? I was thinking such thing while staring at Miyabi's red face. Then her expression got filled with anger. Geez, I'll train you hard today for payback. She approached me in a large stride and grabbed my wrist. You were? My body floated in the air. I was thrown? As expected, Miyabi's technique was amazing. I still had a lot to learn. But, I would surely become strong if I kept up with this training. By accident, my foot got caught on Miyabi's leg when she threw me. Higher. You? I fell on the floor. Miyabi also followed, falling on top of me. Furthermore, the positions of our heads were reversed. Miyabi's face crashed on my crotch. And then my face also got pinned down by the crotch of her spats. New? Yeah, don't grin on that place. Sorry. Geez. You should just let yourself get thrown obediently. It was an accident. There's no way I can block Miyabi's throw at my level. You're saying that thinking in your mind that after all I'm not that big of a deal, aren't you? Nude? Miyabi had the nerve to drop her butt on my face hard. The huge butts that I had confirmed with my own hands before this were mercilessly grinding down on my face. Armored wasn't activating anymore, so honestly this was really effective. It felt like I would be unable to breathe, so I desperately justified myself. No. I respect you, Miyabi. You can do what I can't do. You're also good at teaching me. I can become strong thanks to Miyabi. Phew. I'm happy to hear that, but don't talk while your face is there. I could breathe again when Miyabi lifted up her waist. In exchange, the waist stopped getting up a few centimeters in front of my eyes where I got a close-up of that place. But, Yuuto. You're thinking that I'm a bitch or something like that, aren't you? I'm not. Although your appearance is showy, but at the inside you're different. I understand that from our conversation just now. Miyabi is really diligent and actually is a girl who is really chaste. Those who call Miyabi a bitch just because of your appearance don't have an eye for people at all. I'm not expecting you to believe me right away. But, can you stop doing something that sacrifices your body anymore? Miyabi is my important card. I don't want you to do something that you're uncomfortable with. I'm not, really. That's why, can you get off already? Please continue the training. I didn't receive any reply from Miyabi. But before long, after quite some time, she finally muttered with a small voice. No. Hair? It felt like Miyabi was burying her face onto my crotch again. And then, slower than before, Miyabi's crotch was coming down and pressed on my face. Miyabi? That's why, you don't need to do something like. Shut up. Yuuto can just keep quiet and let me do as I please with you. Yes, this is a punishment. A punishment. Besides, you can also heal with healing lovers at the same time. Is it punishment or healing, which gore? His face was pressed down strongly once more. A torture. I was finally freed 15 minutes later, and then for a full 15 minutes we alternately did fighting practice against each other and healing. Miyabi's face at that time looked strangely happy. I also got the feeling that her smile was a bit different from before. But, to be honest, it was pretty tiring. Part 5. After my training with Miyabi finished, I showered in the training room's bathroom while feeling uneasy. Could I really become strong? Would the day I could win against that spite come by continuing this training? I didn't feel that it was possible at all. Certainly I was progressing. But, exactly because of that I understood the difference between me and a spite. It wasn't something that could be closed with just 1 or 2 months of training. I wondered what Lizel-senpai and the others thought about this. Perhaps, they actually had given up on me. When I was racked by such thought, I could hear some voices talking outside. Miyabi? Who is she talking with? I kept the shower's hot water running and quietly pressed my ear on the door. And, how is Yuuto's progress? This voice, Lizel-senpai? It surpassed my imagination. It's just as expected from a Devil King candidate. In that case a sharp-sighted enemy might attack soon. Desu. Reina also sensed a strange presence when standing guard last night. Reina was also here. Wait, what did she mean by standing guard last night? Hey senpai. Won't it be better to increase Yuuto's guards from today? Perhaps, I'll dispatch my devil subordinates for now. Standing guard 2 days in a row won't be a problem for me, you know. Reina too. Don't tell me, everyone was taking turn to protect me without sleeping while I myself was sleeping? Then, Miyabi was on my bed was also, to protect me? I was shocked. While I was sleeping without care, everyone was doing that. Just how much I was being helped and protected by everyone? I'll also take that into consideration, but it'll be pointless if we can't show our strength when it's really necessary. But still, if they got Yuuto, it'll be over for us. If the lovers lose again at the next Devil King War, Reina and everyone will lose our qualification as noble, won't we? Wah, what did she say? Yes. That's the fate of the houses that are affiliated with a specific arcana. That way the stability of our status is guaranteed, but we will lose our noble status if our Devil King candidates keep losing for more than a certain time. That's the rule. If that happened, then perhaps I'll get sold to a perverted noble old man somewhere. I'm also in the same position. A noble somewhere will buy me. Reina, don't cry. It's still not decided that the result will be like that. What the hell with that, something like that, they never mentioned it. But, you two mustn't mention about this to Yuuto. It will only make him worry needlessly. Yes though. We need him focusing on getting stronger right now. Desu. I was really an idiot. I was sleeping soundly without even knowing that everyone was protecting me without sleeping. I was lamenting the gap between me and a spite without even knowing that everyone was cornered into such situation. I'm really a useless and spoiled man. I wanted to punch myself, who was doubting even once that perhaps everyone had given up on me. I wanted to open the door right now and apologized. But you know, for some reason I get the feeling that Yuuto will really become the Devil King. Oh? What's the matter? Even though you were doubting Yuuto that much that you even tried to seduce him. That was just a little bit of test, senpai said that. But what about yourself? Me? I'm confident. Lizel senpai. The next Devil King will be Yuuto. What I should do wasn't running out there or apologizing to everyone. They were being considerate to me so that I wouldn't know anything about this. So I also couldn't throw cold water on their feeling. What I should do was to become stronger than anyone. And then, I had to become the next Devil King. In order to save everyone. I quietly returned to the shower and turned off the hot water. I purposefully made some noises, wore my clothes, and then got out while acting like I hadn't heard anything. I opened the door and got outside. There I made a surprised face as though I had just noticed that they were there. Lizel senpai. Yuuto, good work today. I came to check on you for a bit. Yuuto-san. Are you tired? Is there anywhere on your body that feel painful? If so, Reina will give massage. Reina was still a worrywart and overprotective like usual. Haha, I'm fine. Thank you. So Reina also come here. Desu. Though it'll still be some time before Reina will teach Yuuto-san. Reina will also act as my instructor. Desu. Reina will teach Yuuto-san's sword. I'm looking forward to it. Reina's face turned bright red as she looked down when I told her that with a smile. That's. It's embarrassing. Miyabi's arm suddenly went around my neck and pulled me into a headlock. Oi Yuuto. So you're looking forward to being healed by Reina's lowly body, are you? Why you misunderstand, Reina. That's not what I meant. Miyabi too, let go. Your huge breast is touching my face. After that, Lizel senpai and Miyabi got into an argument and Reina was also getting all flustered like usual. This was my daily life right now. I renewed my determination while being choked by Miyabi. I would become someone who could protect everyone, just like how they were also protecting me. And then, in the Devil King War I would win. Part 6. The next day, I was sent to school with Lizel senpai's car again, and there I entered the classroom. The seat that was empty until now had a male student wrapped in bandages sitting on it. When the student noticed me, he averted his eyes in annoyance. I walked toward the student and greeted him. Gelt. You're fine already. Shut up. Well, of course he would be like this. Surely he was irritated that I would talk to him. It would be better to leave him alone. Thinking that I turned toward my seat, but then. Why, did you do something so stupid like helping me, huh? Geld kept his gaze averted while muttering with a small voice. I also kept my back facing him and spoke toward empty air. No particular reason. You must want to be of help for your lord and have him recognize you, right? And yet, those guys trample on that feeling. Far from helping their defeated comrade, they lynched him instead. That was unforgivable. That's all there is to it. Geld spat out a reply. Pretty words. When I turned around, I found Geld glaring at me. I've already said some pretty words, so I guess I'll say this too. When the battle is over, how about we put everything behind us? We're in the same class after all, it also won't be any problem even if we become friends, isn't it? What the hell did you say? No, look, it's common, isn't it? A development of two people becoming friends after talking with their fists and understanding each other. What old shonen manga are you talking about? Find someone else if you want to have someone to get buddy-buddy with. As expected, it couldn't be that simple. This stupid human, damn it, doing unnecessary thing like that. Geld muttered that and turned his gaze away to ignore me. I shrugged and sat on my seat. Behind me. What friend? Don't bullshit me. I caught that voice faintly. Part 7. After that, Geld participated in the class quietly, but when the third period was over he took his bag and got out of the classroom brazenly. It was strangely impressive when someone was skipping class so brazenly like that. As for me, I took the classes normally and then trained with Lizel senpai after school. Thankfully she then sent me back home in her car. Sorry to trouble senpai every time. Don't mind it, take a good rest. Also remember to not walk outside at night, because it's dangerous. You understand? Normally I would just think that I wasn't a child who needed to be talked like that, but most likely senpai was wary of other Devil King candidates attacking me. I obediently nodded and entered inside my house. Oh, welcome back. You've good timing, Mom just finished making dinner. Dad was there when I looked at the living room. It seemed he had gone home early today. I quickly changed my clothes and went up into my room at the second floor. I was feeling hungry, so I was feeling curiously impatient. I took off my uniform's blazer in a hurry and turned toward the door. At that time, the situation outside the window entered my sight. The outside was pitch black. The sun had gone down faster than I thought at first. I thought that. However, I noticed the abnormality at the next moment. The outside of the window was really black. It was though the window was covered with ink. What's this? I tried opening the window, but it didn't even twitch. Warning. The Lovers Arcana's voice suddenly echoed inside my head. Threat is approaching. Danger level 4. Recommending swift evacuation. Don't tell me. An attack from other Devil King candidate. Mom. Dad. I ran down the stairs and rushed into the living room. There I found a man eating the karaga for dinner in front of Mom and Dad, who collapsed on the floor. You shitty human, stop crying, Moon, Dad at your age. You bastard. The man was wearing the uniform of Devil King Academy and a hoodie. He was wearing the hood deeply, so I couldn't really see his face. However, this man looked eerie with his somewhat sickly grin that was wide like crescent moon. What are you doing here? If you have business with me, then come straight at me. Don't drag my family into this. That man spat the karaga that he ate and threw the plate of side dish to the wall. The sound of plate breaking resounded and the fragments and karaga were scattered around. Don't act cocky, you trash. I've been watching you these few days, but this talk about you being a Devil King candidate is just bullshit, right? You only look like a human. So you're putting a mere human under your watch for so many days. Aren't you a wary sort? You trash doesn't worth anything. Both Geld and Kilga are really useless shitty bastards. Why did they lose against this kind of trash? That meant. So you're a spite's underling. The guy put his hand on the edge of the table and flipped it violently. The dinner that Mom cooked was thrown on the floor. Your mouth got no manner at all, Put summer when mentioning your better. Eyes that were warped in insanity peeked out from under the hood. This great me is the ace of the world, Hangyakusha. An ace? That means he was the number 2 of the world arcana. Fear and anxiety welled up inside me. Cold sweat was trickling down. So a big shot like that is coming here personally for so many days, huh? Triple A? Don't act smart. There aren't that many people who can set up magic formula in this house without Lizel and the other noticing after all. Magic formula in the house? So the outside is pitch black and the window cannot be opened because of that. Obviously. This house is in a different space now. You can enter from outside, but you can't get out from inside. I see, so the strange presence that Raina sensed was this guy. This house is a trap. You trash is the bait. You're just a shitty bait, but that's enough to lure those bitches here. What? This guy's aim wasn't me. It was Lizel senpai and others. The door at the entrance was loudly opened at that timing. Yuuto. Are you all right? Yuuto. Don't come. Senpai. Miyabi. When I rushed toward the corridor while yelling that, Lizel senpai and Miyabi were already entering the house. Kawai, 2 customers coming in. In response to Haida's voice, there was a heavy sound like a steel door closing and the door at the house entrance closed. Senpai. Miyabi. Lizel senpai ran in and smiled in relief when she saw me. Yuuto, I'm glad, you're safe. It'll be bad if senpai is here. The enemy's magic formula turned the whole house into a trap. Suddenly Lizel senpai and Miyabi fell on their knee as though strength had left their body. What's wrong? I don't know, my mana is being sucked out. Me too, I can't put strength into my body, we have to quickly get out. The 2's voices were losing strength even while saying that. Hiya ha 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 ha. You see, this magic formula is set up to absorb those 2's mana. Haida showed himself at the corridor. Lizel senpai had completely fallen on the floor right now. She looked up at Haida with a grave face. Haida, so this is a Spite's doing just as I thought. Hiya, I'll present you to a Spite summer, but Miyabi, you're mine. Hiya? On the floor Miyabi's face walked in fear for an instant. You bitch, tempting me with that shitty erotic body. Just as you wish, I'll break you in thoroughly. What, there is no way I'm wishing for something like that. Are you stupid? Shit. What should I do? I was the only one who could move right now. I had to do something. No way in hell I would let this bastard took away the 2 of them. Think. How to save the 2 of them. Yuuto. Lizel senpai called my name with a weak voice. Senpai? This magic is brittle from outside, get out from here, and destroy a part of the house, everyone will be saved if you do that. But, we're completely locked inside. Hiya ha 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 ha. It's just as that trash said. The space here is a one-way road. It's impossible, totally impossible unless you teleport. Teleport? Come to think of it, Miyabi mentioned it when she sneaked into my bed. Obviously I used teleportation magic. If I remembered right, it was a super advanced magic that was impossible even for Miyabi, there was no way I could do something like that. But, I had to do it no matter what. I touched the arcana on my chest. Lovers Arcana. Teach me how to do teleportation magic. Haida sent me a ridiculing gaze. Huh? There ain't no way the arcana gonna teach you something like that. The arcana's voice resounded in my ears. Transit, space teleportation is learned. But Haida couldn't hear that voice. In the first place you won't be able to use it even if you learn it. That magic also needs tons of mana to use. Ha 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 ha. Yuuto. Lizel senpai and Miyabi desperately lifted up their body and clung on my right and left legs. The texture of their breasts were pressed on my thighs. Warm power was flowing through into me from that softness. They were sending me their few remaining mana. I believe in you. You can do it, if it's you, Yuuto. Strength left the two's bodies. Their arms let go of me and they collapsed unconscious at the corridor. Senpai, Miyabi. They gave their very little amount of mana to me. Ku. I gritted my teeth and poured their mana into the magic formula that I had just learned. Just as Miyabi said, it was a complex and huge magic formula. As to be expected from a magic that violated the providence of this world. But I could do it. Because everyone was supporting me. The instant mana spread to every corner of the formula. I was standing at the garden. Ku. I used up too much mana and felt dizzy. Not yet. Everything will be wasted if I faint here. The power didn't need to be that strong. I needed magic to explode instead of burning. Detonate. Explosion is learned. I scraped up my remaining mana and created the magic formula. I spread my hands toward the entrance. Detonate. The magic circle shined at the entrance, then the light burst at the next moment. A sound of explosion thundered and the entrance was blown away. I did it. With this, Haida's spell formula should be broken. Senpai. Miyabi. The roof of the second floor was blown up at the same time with my yell, and then two silhouettes danced at the night sky. It was Haida, while the other one was a sexy silhouette. How dare you go against me? Miyabi. It's disgusting to have the like of you calling my name like that. Their fists crossed and sparks scattered. The two silhouettes were repelled from each other and landed on the rooftop of different houses. I'll make you mine for sure next time. Wash your body and wait for me. You shitty bitch. What? Haida's body vanished before Miyabi's rage could explode. Yuuto. Lizel senpai rushed out from the smoking entrance. Senpai. I'm glad, you're safe. Yes, you too, Yuuto, thank you. You saved us. I'm the one who should say thanks. Sheesh. Sorry. He got away. Miyabi landed on the garden. Either way, I'm glad both of you are safe. My sight suddenly tilted. I used up too much mana. I readied myself to crash on the ground, but a soft texture caught me instead. Senpai, Miyabi. The two of them were supporting my body from left and right. Good job. You did great, Yuuto. I give you a perfect score with nothing to criticize. It's true. To think that you can even use transit. Haha, it was thanks to both of you. But, I never thought they will attack my home. Lizel senpai stared at the destroyed entrance of my house with a stern gaze. The unveiling is close, that must be why they tried to take measures before that. Unveiling? Yes. It's an event to make the other Devil King candidates formally recognize Yuuto as a Devil King candidate. There is that kind of event? It's the direction of the headmaster. This is the first time a human participate in the Devil King War, so he judged that it'll be better to obtain the recognition of the other participants right from the beginning so that there won't be any complaint later. That meant, I would have to show myself in front of the other candidates and receive their scrutinizes. In front of those 21 monsters? It makes me nervous somehow. I couldn't put strength into my legs and fell on my knee. Let's talk about the detail later. Right now we need to heal you first. Lizel senpai's body pressed on me. Miyabi was also clinging close to me similarly. I was on my knee, so my height made my face to be sandwiched between their breasts. An enchantingly sweet fragrance came from the four breasts. What a supreme bliss! What a pleasure! My body and heart were healed. Furthermore, senpai was caressing my head gently. To put it mildly, it was the best. Soft objects that were like marshmallow were pressed on my face from both sides with volume and pressure that were unexpected from such soft things. Senpai, don't push your breast so insistently like that. It reduces my area. Miyabi, it's you who need to restrain yourself. After all, your breasts will spread wider if you are pushing them like me. For some reason they were starting to argue. The breast sumo that was using my face as the arena was continuing until the neighbors reported the accident and the fire brigade rushed here. Chapter 4, First Time Unveiling. Part 1. A week later, the night of unveiling finally arrived. The place was the Devil King Academy's gym. I was standing in front of the entrance being a complete wreck from nervousness. You okay? You're shaking all over. Miyabi massaged my shoulders from behind to unravel my tension. Thanks, to be honest, I'm pretty nervous. PPL please, do, why your best, desu. Reina was also cheering me on admirably. But for some reason she looked even more nervous than me. Then everyone, let's go. Lizel senpai opened the door and urged me to enter. I suppressed my loudly pounding heart while stepping inside the gym. It was dark. The gym at night with its light turned off was totally dark. There was a turquoise light stretching straight ahead. That seemed to be the path that I must follow. I resolved myself and started walking. They are certainly there. There was a faint light inside the dark gym. It was from the crests that were floating on the floor. The crests that were unique to each arcana were shining faintly, slightly illuminating the silhouettes that were standing on them. I couldn't see their face with just that little light, but there was no doubt that they were the other Devil King candidates. The number of Devil King's arcana was 22 in total. However, the number of people here was less than half of that. I didn't know what happened with the other candidates. Perhaps they thought that it would be pointless to come here watching a human like me. I walked following the line of light. At the end there was a spot with a shining crest. That was the crest of Lovers. I walked until above that crest and stopped there. I guessed that my current position was at the middle of the gym. Lizel senpai, Miyabi, and Reina were lining up behind me. Yuuto, your speech. Urged by Lizel senpai, I fired up myself so that my voice wouldn't tremble and let out a voice from my stomach. I am Morioka Yuuto, the one who become a Devil King candidate under the guidance of Lovers Arcana. I shall have no regret even if this body perish, no sorrow even if this heart break. My desire is to enter the Devil King war and obtain the throne. If you fear me not, then recognize my participation. Silence. And then? Is it just my imagination? Perhaps I wasn't listening when he mentioned his status? A beautiful voice echoed from I didn't know where. I have no status. If forced to say, then I'm a human. Another silence. However, this time I could feel the ripple in the atmosphere. What would I do if they said that they wouldn't recognize a human being a Devil King's candidate? When I thought that, Lizel senpai's pleasant voice resounded. My lord, Yuuto is without a doubt chosen by Lovers Arcana. He possessed the qualification to participate in the Devil King War. To voice your complaint toward that choice is to cast doubt toward the Devil King's Arcana and also toward the Devil King War itself. He, Himekami Lizel of all people, is evaluating that human really highly. The radiance of one of the crests brightened, bringing the appearance of the owner of the pretty voice to the surface. She was a girl who seemed to be my age. She had a light brown long hair that was close to be platinum blonde. Her determined green eyes shined within the darkness. Her standing posture was overflowing with confidence. She was a beautiful girl that was pretty like a flower. It felt like there were stars shining around her. Recently my chance to come into contact with beautiful girls like Lizel senpai and the others had increased a lot, so my resistance toward girl had increased considerably, but this girl had a different aura. She was overflowing with mysterious charm that could attract others. But it felt like I had seen her from somewhere. Lizel senpai, that person? Tension ran through Senpai's face. Just from that I understood that this girl wasn't an ordinary person. The candidate who possessed the Star Arcana, she is a genuine monster. A chill ran through my back. Being called a monster is a lovely praise for me. The girl said that and brushed away her long hair before giving her greeting. I am Hangyakusha Stella, the Devil King candidate who is in the possession of Star Arcana. Nice to meet you, Lovers candidate. She had white skin that looked transparent. Her inhuman beauty and the faint coloring of her skin were familiar to me. Hangyakusha Stella? Wait, don't tell me. Oh, you know me just as expected? That face that was winking at me was undoubtedly. Know you? Aren't you the idol Hangyakusha Stella? Eh? Why are you at this kind of place? She was the most popular idol right now. There was never a day that I didn't see her in TV or internet through the program or commercial that she starred in. When she released a song, it would take first place in the Oricon chart. If she starred in a movie, it would become #1 in box office. She was undisputedly one of the national idol. Why was someone like her in the Devil King Academy? Hangyakusha Stella laughed, seeing me flustered. Ah ha 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 ha, thank you for the nice reaction. You're funny, I think I like you a little. Hangyakusha Stella laughed too much that tears came out from her eyes. She wiped it with her fingertip while replying. Why I am here, you ask? Obviously that's because I'm a Devil King candidate. That was the natural answer. But that was the most shocking fact for me. Unbelievable, to think that Hangyakusha Stella is a devil.
But this is off the record, okay?
If you leak this in SNS or other place. She suddenly put on an idle smile. However, a star of death was shining in her eyes. I'll kill you, Sue. A great fear pierced my body. A killing intent was cutting into me like a knife. Lizel senpai immediately stood in front of me. Hangyakusha Stella shrugged, seeing that. It's all right, Lizel. I don't feel like having a fight here. Also, you can just call me Stella. It's a bit tiring to be called with my full name every single time. All right. The killing intent just now vanished like it was never there. Now Stella was all smile, just like in her advertisement or TV program. Her radiance was truly that of a celebrity. Stella looked around at the darkness. I approve of him. Because there isn't any need to deny him. There was no reaction from the darkness. Everyone also agree, right? Because having a human participating is just convenient. It's like our rival has automatically decreased by 1. What? Stella winked at my surprised face. Certainly, it was just as she said. I was greatly inferior compared to the other devils. That was why it couldn't be helped even if they thought me as an easy target. Rather, this situation was just welcome for me. If the other candidates underestimated me, I would be able to stand on the start line. What Stella said was a fact. The other candidates and I myself had no need to oppose it. Hangyakusha Stella, she was sharp. I couldn't see the bottom of her strength. I consent. It was a very reserved voice. Look, even Nath is consenting. Is everyone else fine falling behind like this? Nath, was that the name of the devil just now? It seemed she was an acquaintance of Stella. I wonder what kind of person she was. I would be able to see her appearance if the crest was a bit brighter, but, while I was thinking that, I consent. But Lovers is the weakest among all the arcana. He is free to participate, but I recommend him to surrender quickly. That voice came from the darkness before one crest vanished. Was someone going home? Even so, my arcana was called the weakest, seriously? Consent. I consent. Even so, a human, if only his arcana is a strong one, then he will be able to fight at least. No matter what arcana he has, if it's a human that has it, consent. Voices came one after another, followed by the disappearance of the crests. Then the remaining crest was. I don't mind recognizing him, but I have a condition. The crest shined brighter and a spite of the world came to the surface. My card want to have a bout with him no matter what. If he can't even overcome a single card, then it'll be impossible for him to join something like the Devil King War. If he can win, then I shall recognize his entry. All the other Devil King candidates has given their agreement. There is no way our side will accept such condition just because of a single person's objection. I stopped Lizel Senpai's objection. Got it. Yuuto? Lizel Senpai, Miyabi, and Reina looked shocked, but I had no intention of withdrawing. After all, I also wanted to fight with that guy. And when will the bout take place? Obviously right now. Exclamation mark. Haida attacked from the ceiling. Everyone get down. Lizel Senpai reflexively lifted up her hand. She formed the defensive magic barricade instantly. Too easy. The barricade warped when Haida yelled. Haida's body was floating in the air because of the magic's backlash. Chills ran through my body. The state of the surrounding was strange. It felt like we were surrounded by a strange magic power that made me felt cornered. Lizel Senpai's expression changed. Exclamation mark Miyabi. Cover Yuuto. Roger. Ooh. Miyabi grabbed my collar and dragged me. I felt a staggering sense of acceleration for an instant. When I noticed, I was already moved for more than 10 meters from my original place. Reina was also nearby. Lizel Senpai leapt to the side after confirming that. In the next moment, the floor where we were standing until just now got entirely scraped off. What is that? The floor was like an ice cream that just got gouged by a huge spoon. That was the impression that I got. The floor that was gouged into hemisphere shape floated in the air. Haida was standing on top of it. Hiya ha 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 ha. Surprised? Surprised, aren't you? This is my unique ability, keep out prohibition barrier. Miyabi raised her fists and took a stance toward Haida. That guy, he's using barrier as weapon. Barrier? That thing? Lizel Senpai came toward us without taking off her gaze from Haida. Yes, that's a terrifyingly powerful barrier. It has the power to forcefully divide the inside and outside of the barrier. If that barrier is made to envelop only half of your body. Reina was trembling. Then, our body will be halved. The gouged floor fell and caused a tremor. Ha 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 ha. Exactly ye. I can gouge anywhere on your body, yeah. How is it, Miyabi? Should I gouge out that huge breasts for you? Hiya ha ha ha. Coo, no way I'll let you do something like that. I can do it, you know. Geez, this damn bitch, always showing off your lewd body like that. I'll be affectionate with you if you obediently become mine, but if you oppose me, I'll gouge out only your lewd parts so that you can tempt man anymore. Cold sweat trickled down Miyabi's sweat. You're the worst. Say whatever you want. You bitch are gonna be my sex slave in 1 more hour. Either way you're going to get sold when this human lose. It's only a matter of time for you. Miyabi gritted her teeth. The fists that she held up were trembling. Miyabi was certainly strong. But, no matter how strong she was, there was no way she wasn't feeling scared. A clear expression of anger formed on Lizel Senpai's face. Prepare yourself, Haida, you're the only one who I won't forgive. I'll make you regret ever being born. Lizel Senpai's eyes shined blue. That killing intent and pressure honestly made me shaking on my feet. But. Please wait, Lizel Senpai. Yuuto? They asked for me, so I'll take this one. There isn't any need to listen to what a spite said. Desu. Even if we're going to fight, Reina and others will also fight together as Yuuto-san's cards. But, I stepped forward alone. Haida, how dare you attack my home? You even dragged mom and dad who are unrelated. Dragged? Oi trash, When walking, are you gonna pay attention to the insect and germ under your feet, huh? This asshole. I was constructing magic formula inside my body. 1, 2, and then 3. In the next instant, I was right in front of Haida. Hair. I smashed my fist into Haida's face with all my strength. Yow orr. Haida's body made a strange rotation in the air before crashing on the gym's wall. Yuuto. Woohoo! You got him good, smash. Amazing, amazing. Yuuto-san. Everyone cheered joyfully. However, it was still too early to let my guard down. You trash, shit. Haida stood up. He wiped the blood oozing at the corner of his lips and glared at me with his insane gaze. This shitty bastard. Haida thrust his right hand forward and formed a magic circle. I also swiftly pointed my hand forward. Fizzed. Barricade. Haida's flame was blocked by my barrier. It was a terrific amount of flame. Although it was blocked by my defensive magic, the flame was passing through the area beside and above me for around a meter. I would be roasted alive like this. Yuuto. I'll save. Wait. Lizel-senpai. I want to win with my own strength. Wah, what are you saying? This isn't the time to be obstinate like that. That's right, Yuuto. Yuuto-san. However, I couldn't agree with them. I activated stride in exchange of replying and kicked on the floor. Haida lost sight of me. I launched a punch at him from the ground. Damn it. As expected this time, I couldn't hit him directly. However, I managed to stop Haida's fizzard. Haida took a lot of distance to get away from me. I didn't take off my eyes from Haida and talked toward everyone behind me. Everyone, believe in me. Certainly it's just as a spite said, if I can't win against this kind of bastard, winning against other candidates will be just a dream within a dream. I understand. Wait. Even senpai? Miyabi snapped at Lizel-senpai, but she held her back with her hand. But, we will move if you're in danger. Is that all right with you? Yeah. At that time, that means that is as far as you go.
That means you don't have any qualification to become everyone's king. Are you okay with that?
That's fine. What are you saying? Senpai and also Yuuto. Desu. Reina can't agree with that. I apologized inside my heart at Reina, who was in tears. But, Yuuto. Lizel-senpai's hand touched my back. Her passionate feeling entered along with mana. Win. No matter what. Yes. Lizel-senpai's strong will filled me with fighting spirit. I simultaneously used stride, armored, and maximized that Miyabi taught me and rushed at Haida. However. What? My fist punched empty air. And then a voice came from behind. Damn it. Anyone can do something like that. Qua. An impact landed on my back. My body was blown forward and I rolled on the floor. Yuuto-san. I immediately stood up in response to Reina's worried yell. My spine would have been snapped without armored. Here I come, Aurea. Show me what a lowly human can do. Haida approached with an unbelievable speed and rained down punches and kicks senselessly on me. There wasn't any particular martial art in his movement, but his speed and power were simply great. As expected from the world's ace, even though his personality was the worst, his strength was really something. Gah! I couldn't block them all and got hit by a punch. Ha. You get it now. You trash is only at this level. The techniques that Miyabi taught me were used by Haida so easily and with even more mana than me. Even something that was difficult for the average student was just a basic technique for Devil King candidates and their cards. You bastard, Lizel and Miyabi who are backing you, all of you are useless. All of you participating in Devil King War itself is also pointless, you shitty human. I swung my arms and desperately blocked Haida's fists. Whether it's useless or not, you won't know until you try it. There isn't any need to try, you idiot. Lovers Arcana is the weakest. It never left behind any proper result until now. You completely pulled the short straw. What? You're just tricked by those bitches. Both you and Lovers Arcana don't have any caliber of king. Even those bitches should know that you've no chance to win at all. That's why they also have no intention to make you trash win. They're doing this just to kill time and spite us. I caught Haida's punch with my palm and grabbed it. Wrong. Everyone is serious. If not, they won't desperately persuade me, train me every day, and protect me without sleeping. I put strength into my fingers that were grabbing Haida's fist. There was a dry sound and Haida's fist was crushed. When I let go of his hand, Haida stared at his broken hand with disbelieving gaze. Wah, what, you bastard, this power, what? How dare you make fun of everyone who has supported me that wholeheartedly, unforgivable. I stepped forward once more and punched Haida. He raised his guard, but his arms snapped. My Maximize's power was clearly increasing dramatically. The mana inside me was obviously transforming. Just a single drop of mana that was originally like a small flame was changing into a bomb that could destroy a city. I didn't understand the reason. But it wasn't the time to worry about it right now. Right now I had to beat up the man in front of me, nothing else matters. Don't get carried away. Damn it. Haida created magic circle on his broken hands. As expected from him, it was an amazing willpower. His title as ace wasn't just for show. Be careful, Yuuto. The keep out is coming. Too slow. This is? Several keep outs were floating in front of Haida. Just how many were they? 5, no 10. When did he have the time to prepare this many barriers? If they surrounded me, I wouldn't be able to escape. I can't use other magic to process this in the background. You bastard messed up my arms like this. I'll pay you back 100 times over. There was a buzzing in my ears, perhaps because of the distortion in space. My back felt cold and I broke into cold sweat. An unseen fire was gradually closing into me. I'll pay back this wound on my body to Miyabi's body. I'll thoroughly train that loose bitch into my sex doll. Shut the fuck up. Miyabi isn't loose and also isn't a bitch. Don't talk about other people like you know them when you know nothing at all. Miyabi is a good girl who can work hard and seriously think about other people. When I looked at Miyabi, she was staring at me with moistened eyes. Yuuto. Who the hell care? You're dead already anyway. I already got the measure of your strength from the fight before. Whether it's your mana and magic, I've seen through them all. The keep-outs surrounded me. There wasn't any place to run anymore. But that's the me from a week ago, right? What? I sent mana into the magic formula that I had learned in this 1 week. Now its destructive power had also increased after repeatedly training many times. I'll teach you. Human is always growing. A magic circle expanded below my feet. It expanded to a size that was bigger than any magic that I had used until now. What? What are you planning? Haida focused his eyes to the ground below me in panic. And then he laughed mockingly with a relieved expression. You idiot. This is the magic circle of detonation roaring blast. No way something like that will work against keep out. You can't understand what it means for the space to be cut off into another space, huh? As I thought human is no different from a monkey. You're right. But there is no problem if I blow up everything along with you. What? The magic circle spread until the edge of the gym in that instant. Naturally, the floor under Haida's feet was also included. I am possible. There is no way detonation this big can activate. Intense light ran through the magic circle below. And then shockwave rushed up from it. Nyag. A tremendous explosion blew up Keep Out along with Haida's body until the ceiling. The pressure bearing down on Haida's body was beyond the imagination. And then the barrier that was applied on the ceiling was broken through and the shockwave gouged a large hole into the roof. It was truly an immense explosion that was limited to within its range. Moonlight shined in from the round hole on the roof and illuminated the inside of the gym with silver light. Yuuto. Lizel senpai was staring at me. Senpai, the result of the intensive training, how is it? Senpai smiled and slightly tilted her head. Perfect score. You're too uo. Miyabi ran and jumped toward me without breaking. You are? I was unsteady of my feet after using up my mana. Miyabi's momentum pushed me down on the floor. Yuuto. Yuuto. You're too uo. See, calm down. Why Yuuto, you told off that creep Gatsun, then Funya, and Kuan, after that you went dogaga bam bam on him. As always, my lack of vocabulary is serious. But her feeling was somehow conveyed to me. I kindly patted the back of Miyabi, who was burying her face on my chest, to calm her down. Yuuto-san. Reina also sat beside me, took my hand, and hugged it on her chest. Thank you very much. Very much. Reina is happy. Reina will serve Yuuto-san for her whole life. Everyone. Humph, I see. So this is the new Lovers' Devil King candidate, furthermore he is a human. Hoshigaoka Stella was staring at me grinningly with her arms folded. Stella. I was desperate in my battle just now and didn't look around. You didn't get dragged into the explosion, right? Eh? Yeah, I was dragged into it. Sorry. I was. I tried to make an excuse, but Stella waved her hand without care. Don't worry about that. Or rather, there's no way you can do anything to this me with just that. Right, Nath? Nath? The voice that I heard just now, was it that person? Nath showed herself under the moonlight. She was a beauty with brown skin and blonde hair. She had a vaguely oriental atmosphere. Why yes, I'm fine. Completely. As expected from the two Devil King candidates. However, I also felt a bit hurt that they could state that so clearly, but either way, I was glad. I am Nath Karnak, the Devil King candidate of Chariot, with best regards. What a very reserved Chariot. She was fidgeting shyly when I stared at her. In contrast, Stella was approaching me without even hiding her curiosity. You're interesting. A devil candidate who never existed until now. Come with me for a bit. A star was shining in her eyes. Coupled with her furred uniform, she reminded me of a star shining in the north sky. But Lizel senpai stood on the way of Stella. No. Yuuto is tired. Please ask another time. Oh, Lizel. You want to monopolize him? What? Lizel senpai's cheeks blushed red. That's not true. I'm simply maintain Yuuto's health. Stella made a teasing smile and poked on my cheek with her index finger. Looking from close like this, he is quite a cutie. Don't touch him. Lizel senpai sounded like a kid. I harbored such an impression that I absolutely couldn't say out loud to her while my consciousness was gradually disappearing. Part 2. When I opened my eyes, I was in a bathroom. Wait, where is this? We're in the palace. Lizel senpai was hugging me from behind. I was lying in a bathtub while reclining on senpai. What a super gorgeous cushion. Or rather, this posture was impolite towards senpai, wasn't it? I tried to lift up my body, but Lizel senpai strengthened her hold to stop me. You shouldn't. We're still in the middle of refilling your mana. Let your body and mana recover slowly. I'm sorry, I fainted again. Yes. But, not even 30 minutes has passed since you defeated Haida. Is that so? What about Stella and Nath? I thought I remembered them having some kind of argument within my fading consciousness. The two of them doesn't matter, right? Senpai's mood seemed to be a bit sour. Her hands that were placed around my chest tightened their embrace on me. I was feeling the softness of Senpai's body with my whole body. The elasticity of her breasts was especially amazing. The smoothness of her skin too. It seemed that Senpai was at least wearing a swimsuit, but I got the feeling that its skin exposure was excessive. Anyway, I have obtained the qualification to participate in the Devil King War. With this I can stand on the start line. Yes. Senpai's voice sounded down. Is something the matter? I'm sorry. Why is Senpai apologizing? In reality, the safest thing for you to do is to withdraw from this war. And yet you are being forced into danger for our own convenience. That's why, I'm sorry. Senpai. It's still not too late right now. If Yuuto want to surrender in the Devil King War, then we. No. I said clearly with a strong will. I want to win the Devil King War. Together with everyone. And then we will be able to obtain it. A new future, a new possibility. I don't want a future where I and my parents are treated as livestock while Senpai and the others get turned into slave. I want to obtain my future with my own hand. Yuuto. Senpai's forehead bumped on the back of my head. Is it really?
Okay?
Lizel Senpai. What do you think about my battle just now? Is there no hope for me? That battle was really magnificent. A hot breath touched my neck. Whether as a Devil King candidate or as a single boy, even if I don't belong to a house that is a subordinate of Lovers Arcana, I will, surely. Senpai's arms loosened. I turned around inside the bathtub and the two of us stared at each other. Senpai's cheeks were blushing, perhaps because of the warm water or because of other reason. Her eyes were moist. Her spellbound expression looked like a girl in love. Her black hair that was stuck on her cheek made her look really erotic. Her face that was a mix of tidiness and sexiness placed me under a spell. Senpai. Yuuto. Our faces naturally approached each other. Our lips would touch each other with just a bit more. Sorry to make you wait. Hey, is Yuuto awake already? Sorry for being late. The door was opened loudly and Miyabi and Reina's voices rushed in. I reflexively turned toward the door while standing up. Hiya? Miyabi averted her face in a hurry when she saw me. Reina covered her face with her hands. But it should be me who had to avert his gaze here. The two of them were wearing micro-bikini that was only barely safe. Miyabi's huge breasts couldn't be supported at all with a micro-bikini that was more like a string. When they jiggled, it gave me anxiety because it felt like her nipples would come into view. In addition, her breasts were fully exposed other than the tips. Her under boob, her upper boob and her side boob were all laid bare. Naturally, her lower body was also only covered with only a poor excuse of swimsuit. I could see almost everything with just a bit more. In addition, her bottoms most likely would be in full view if she turned around. Reina was also wearing a bikini with the same design but in different size. Therefore she was also too dangerous, albeit in a different sense from Miyabi. Her slightly protruding small breasts only had their tips hidden. Her lower body also only had the center of her crotch hidden and only just barely. Wait, don't tell me that Lizel Senpai was also wearing the same thing? I turned to look at Senpai faster than my brain could think. Lizel Senpai's eyes opened wide and she turned stiff. Senpai's breasts that were swaying inside the water were undoubtedly covered with bikini of the same design. Wait, I mustn't. I accidentally saw it because I followed my instinct. I'm sorry. Lizel Senpai, I accidentally. No. Senpai answered somewhat absent-mindedly while her gaze couldn't leave my crotch. Miyabi and Reina were also the same, their reaction was a bit strange. When I looked down, I was the only one who wasn't wearing a swimsuit. Thinking carefully, of course I wasn't. I didn't leave any swimsuit in the academy. and normally I would enter the bath naked. And then, perhaps because I had just woken up, my lower body was also in the shape that was faithful to its instinct. That was why Miyabi and Reina also acted strange? When I turned around, Miyabi was looking aside, but her eyes were still staring fixedly to here. Amazing, what's with that? And then Reina. She was covering her face with her hands, but she was looking at me without even blinking from between her fingers. Hiya. You are. I covered my crotch even though it was already too late and submerged myself into the bathtub. I was seen? My bad. I showed everyone something strange. Miyabi approached near with red cheeks while rubbing her thighs together. I was just thinking, that's an amazing design, isn't it? A little, ha. Reina was also approaching timidly while it looked like steam was rising from her head. But, that, it might, look cool, Reina think, desu. Lizel senpai kindly placed her hand on my shoulder from behind. I'm sorry. I undressed you without permission. Your mana consumption was too drastic that it didn't feel like you could recover with the normal method, so. No. It's not senpai's fault. Right, that's why Yuuto, I mean, it's fine even if you showed off more, you know? Reina too, doesn't dislike it, desu. The two of them excitedly entered the bathtub. Everyone is entering? Certainly it was a big bathtub, so 4 people could enter no problem. Yep. If my memory serves me right, by increasing the size of the skin area that are touching directly and using water as intermediary, geez whatever, who cares about it? Miyabi submerged her body into the bathtub vigorously. Kya. Because of that she made a splash. Lizel senpai frowned. I had my eyes stolen by the small bikini bra that was floating on the water. It was liberated from its roll and floated on the hot water freely. Therefore, Miyabi's breasts that lost their protection were floating in the hot water in its raw appearance. The white and smooth skin. The alluring beautiful curve. And then the nipples that were colored faint pink. I see, so breasts would float in water. I thought of such thing while unconsciously staring. Miyabi hid her breasts in panic. I also showed mine. With this, we're even, I think. Miyabi stared at me with an upward gaze and smiled coquettishly.
I'm already like this, so I'll heal you Yuuto just like this, okay?
No, that's overdoing it. Then, Reina too. Even Reina reached toward her back to take off her bra. I turned toward Lizel senpai for help. Senpai, please say something to them. Everyone. Then, my hands are forced. Even Lizel senpai was moving to take off her bra. You too senpai. And then after that, a supreme healing that I still had never experienced before was waiting for me. Chapter 5, First Time Shopping. Part 1. Today was Sunday. Even the Devil King Academy, a school for the devils, was in holiday today just like human. Therefore I wouldn't be able to meet Lizel senpai today. That was what I thought, but, Reina just called. It seems she will arrive soon. Lizel senpai put away her smartphone and took a sip of her coffee. We were in a cafe with a stylish and peaceful atmosphere that was located near the main street. There was a shopping mall nearby. Our purpose today was for shopping. We would go to sea at summer vacation for a training camp, so we wanted to buy swimsuit. I was notified about this plan the day before yesterday. When a junior was invited by their senior, it was only good manner to accept without hesitation. Thanks to that I could see senpai's appearance in plain clothes like this. Her attire had monotone coloring as the basic tone and coordinated to have a chic look. And yet mysteriously there was this brilliance air coming from her. As expected from Lizel senpai. Sitting beside her was Yugao's Miyabi. I see. As I thought, perhaps it would be better if we directly go pick up Reina at her room. This one was wearing a damaged jeans as hot pants and a jacket that exposed her cleavage and stomach. Even though we were going to buy swimsuit, her appearance was already like a swimsuit. In such attire, Miyabi ordered a large parfait without hesitation even though it would be time for lunch soon. She was in the middle of making a dent on a tower of fresh cream and ice cream and strawberry right now. Miyabi, this isn't my place to say it, but is it all right for you to eat that much? It's fine. Sweet things are stored in a different stomach, so I'll also eat lunch with gusto later. Lizel-senpai made a deep scowl. You'll get far, you know? Certainly, I'm a bit worried about that. Listen well. Having excess flab is the same as losing the trust of others. Gaining excess flab and losing trust are something that is easy to happen. But, scraping off the excess flab and distrust that have stuck on you is very hard to do. Lizel-senpai was strangely passionate in her speech. I get that. Miyabi put down her spoon and lifted up her breasts from below. It's only my breasts and butts that keep getting fatter, but even if I go dieting, my face will be the place that start getting thinner first. It's really difficult, isn't it? Gakuen. Lizel-senpai put down her coffee cup loudly on the saucer. Oh, forgive me. I accidentally placed down the cup too strongly. Lizel-senpai brushed up her hair to hide her agitation. Somehow I felt an irritated aura from Lizel-senpai, but Miyabi didn't seem like she noticed anything. She took her spoon once more and started making it went back and forth between her parfait and her lips. What about senpai? Which part of your body that usually get fatter first? I thought that I heard the sound of senpai grinding her teeth. I hate this upper arm and calf. I thought I heard a voice of resentment, but let's pretend that I didn't hear anything. Yuuto? Just so we're clear, I'm not dieting or anything. It's not like I'm particularly concerned with my figure or anything. Even though I had decided to pretend to not hear anything. Oh, of course it is. I think that senpai has a perfect style. Senpai can easily become a model or actress or anything as you are. My, fufufu. Senpai took a sip of her coffee in a good mood. It would be rude for me to say this, but senpai was unexpectedly an easy, not that, I meant a honest person. But you see, senpai also has a hopeless side to her, you know? Wait, Miyabi. Even though the mood had finally returned to peace, why were you trying to smash it to pieces again? I can't pretend to not hear that. What is hopeless from me? Are you saying that there is a problem with me? Because senpai, you're not good with scary things, right? Like haunted house, for example. You almost cried when we watched a horror movie last time. That's a lie, right? However, Lizel-senpai had gone stiff while her face was twitching. Seriously? Besides, senpai isn't good with dark place. I was even worried at the unveiling before this that senpai might break out crying there. There is no way I'll do that. Besides, that's a false accusation. Something like a dark place isn't a big deal at all for me. But when senpai go to sleep, you said that you always have a small light turned on. That's it, so that when I wake up at night, I won't be troubled for things like going to toilet or something. If my memory served me right, senpai was a devil, right? I didn't understand how she could be scared by dark place or horror. Yuuto. Why, yes. You mustn't believe the words of this useless meat. She will spoil your brain. What's that? Isn't that horrible? Sheesh, if senpai is like that, then I'll also expose other things. Listen to me, Yuuto. In the past, senpai. No. Lies. She is speaking nonsense. Fake news. You absolutely mustn't believe her. What should I do? There an angel of salvation ran past the window outside. Reina. She was wearing an adorable dress and a huge katana diagonally on her back. Wait, Reina opened the door of the cafe and ran inside. Reina is sorry she's late, desudo or? The katana on her back got completely caught on the entrance. Reina's small body tried to rush forward with her limbs stretching forward. And then she got pulled backward and fell down on her back. I stood up from my chair and ran toward Reina. Reina? Are you all right? Why, yes. Reina stood up with her eyes swirling. I looked up at the katana that stood tall on Reina's back while releasing a strange presence. You have been carrying that from your home? Desu. She replied with a really bright smile. That must be really hard for you. Or rather, I was amazed she didn't get questioned by police. No, Reina is fine, but Reina also got caught at the home's entrance and the ticket gate like just now. She laughed. Her gesture was that of a girl with childishness still remaining in her. It made protective desire to well up inside those who saw her whether they wanted it or not. Well, she was actually absurdly strong though. Anyway, I guided Reina to our seats and she sat down snugly beside me. She put down the dangerous thing on her back against the wall. There was nothing more ill-matched with this stylish cafe than this. Say, Reina, why did you come carrying that on your back? You can carry it secretly, right? I was told before that each devil had their own dimensional space. They were able to keep their weapon and other things there. Usually Reina was also empty-handed. At that kind of time her long katana was stored in that dimensional space. But, it will make Reina slower to withdraw her katana like that. Today we have an outing, the surrounding is different from the familiar academy, it will be dangerous if Reina's reaction is slowed because of that when danger approached Yuuto-san. Reina was in high spirit, she clenched both her fists in front of her chest while huffing. That's a great readiness, but you're a bit too conspicuous like this, you know? Lizel-senpai chided gently, but Reina's expression didn't look convinced. But, if something happened because of Reina's fault? Thank you, Reina. I patted Reina's head. Fewer. Reina's back straightened like a loaded spring that was let go. Even her hair that was tied to the sides looked like they were standing on ends. Funya, that feels good, desu. Reina's silver hair was soft to the touch. Caressing it also felt good for me. Mew. Miyabi growled with her lips pressed tightly into a pout. She looked like she wanted to say something. What's with her? Lizel-senpai folded her arms with her eyebrows shaking. We should go soon. Also, Reina. I understand your feeling. But, pay a careful attention in handling your katana. The next time it crashed on something again, store it into your dimensional space obediently. Understand? Understood. It was a really good reply. And then a minute later, when we got out of the cafe. Her katana got caught at the entrance exactly the same like when she entered the cafe. Part 2. The four of us arrived at the shopping mall that was our destination. We were heading toward a store that specialized in swimsuit. Lizel-senpai was heading straight toward the destination without taking any detour. Reina was restlessly looking around like a small animal while going wah in admiration at every single store or facility. As for Miyabi, she would comment about every single store that we passed. This pasta restaurant looked delicious. An original sweets that is the pride of this patissier. However, the ratio of her comments leaned greatly toward food. Well, she only commented about feminine menu though. A tonkatsu store. The tonkatsu, they looks good. Tonkatsu equals breaded pork cutlet. Let me correct myself. It didn't matter whether it was feminine restaurant or heavy eater restaurant, it was all the same for her. Finally, even Lizel-senpai stopped walking and turned around. Now look here, Miyabi. Please think carefully. What are we going to do after this? Buying swimsuit. Naturally we're going to try them, aren't we? I'm thinking to ask for Yuto's opinion there. Miyabi immediately pressed her stomach. I see, I didn't think about it. The courage to expose your bloating stomach from overeating, I have no such courage, but if Miyabi is all right with it, then you can have lunch first. But remember to not eat until you're full. I'll do that later. I'll endure it. Lizel-senpai nodded in satisfaction and started walking once more. Suddenly I noticed. The other visitors kept sending glances at us. There were even some of them who were staring unabashedly at us. Just what was going on? But when I tried thinking carefully, these three were also gathering attention in the academy. The reason was the same. Even if these people didn't know that these three were noble devils, they were still captivated by their beauty. Whether it was Lizel-senpai, or Miyabi, or Reina, they were beautiful girls who would make anyone's gaze fixed on them if you encountered them normally in the street. After realizing that, it wasn't strange at all that something like this happened. But now I was losing my nerve. These people must be wondering who was the man who got mixed in the group of such beauties. I brushed away such feeling and talked to Lizel-senpai, who walked diagonally in front of me. Has everything been arranged for the training camp? In general. We will adjust the detail later. After all, our destination will change depending on Yuuto's growth. Is that so? Then I want to go to Hawaii. Why? Miyabi approached me with sparkling eyes. Even if you ask me that, I don't know at all what is the condition to change the destination though. Hawaii, Reina, has no money for that desu. Reina was shaking fiercely in fear. It's fine. I will pay for the travel expenses no matter where we're going. Reina sighed in relief at Lizel-senpai's words, but she immediately frowned with a troubled look. But, that's not good. Don't mind it. You too, Yuuto. Yes, still I'm sorry. Even so, Reina too should be a noble, but did her family have no leeway financially? I was a bit concerned, but it was also rude to ask about the financial situation of other people's family. We're here. When we arrived at our destination, I followed behind Lizel-senpai and entered inside. The inside of the shop was overflowing with swimsuits for women. The inside of the shop was clean and painted white with colorful swimsuits on display. It reminded me of a candy store for some reason. However, I couldn't bear walking inside with female swimsuits surrounding me like this. Then I'll go to the man's section. I tried to change direction, but Lizel-senpai immediately grabbed my arm. My arm was enveloped in a softness that couldn't be described. The nicely shaped breasts that were covered by Lizel-senpai's plain clothes were softly changing shape because of the shape of my arm. That view was strangely lewd. Don't leave. Come together with us. No, but a man staying at a place that sells female swimsuit feels like a crime somehow. What are you saying? How can it be a crime for a king to decide his retainer's outfit? I still haven't become a king though. Wait, Decide? I asked in surprise. Then this time Miyabi hugged my other arm. The volume surpassed even Lizel-senpai. An overwhelming pressure was pressed on my arm. My arm was completely sandwiched in the middle of her cleavage. I even delayed my lunch to come here, so I'll have you Yuuto choosing the swimsuit for me no matter what. Decide it with a wham. Since when such important responsibility is pushed on me? I was feeling the sensation of the two's breasts from left and right while being force-marched. And then it began, the shopping time that was like heaven or like torture. I was waiting in front of 3 dressing rooms that stood side by side. I couldn't help but felt concerned at the gazes from other customers and the staffs. Hey, Yuuto. The door of one of the dressing rooms opened and Miyabi beckoned me. What apostrophe S? My wrist got grabbed and I got dragged into the dressing room in the blink of eye. And then the door was closed. Oh oi. What are you doing? I wanted to ask, but Miyabi placed her index finger on my mouth to tell me to be quiet. The dressing room was unexpectedly spacious. There was space for nearly 4.5 tatami here. This room wasn't a makeshift room with only curtains separating it from outside, but a proper room.
Both Senpai and Reina are in the rooms next to us, so SHH, okay.
Why are you dragging me? I unconsciously gulped when seeing Miyabi's appearance. Hee, what do you think? It was a showy pink bikini. More than half of her breasts were exposed. Below, most of her abdomen was also visible. But the clincher is the back. Miyabi twirled and showed me her butts. Ooh. The exposure rate was amazing that I reflexively made a strange noise. Miyabi's butts that possessed both softness and voluptuousness were practically naked. They called this Brazilian bikini. It'd make your legs look long and tight, canyon, and my butts too. Mine is smooth and sleek, so they look really pretty like this, you know. She said that while bending her upper body slightly and thrusting her butts toward me. Certainly her skin was beautiful without a single stain on it. And then this overwhelming voluptuousness, even so, wasn't this bikini exposed too much? This was almost the same like being naked. When it came to her upper body, the micro bikini from before this was still better. However, her lower body was even more stimulating and dangerous. In the first place, this wouldn't be like entering the bathroom in the palace. I'll ask just in case, but you're going to wear this to go to the beach, to a place where other people can see? Yep. That's right. I unconsciously folded my arms and groaned. This swimsuit isn't that good? No, it's good, but I'm a bit reluctant that a lot of other people will also be able to see this. You means, you don't want to show this to people other than you, Yuuto? Miyabi turned to face me and took a step closer. Well, yes, I think. That's uncool of me. It's like I'm exposing my monopolizing desire. Like, my opinion shouldn't really matter to you, right? If you took offense by my opinion. Miyabi approached me silently. The tips of her breasts that were wrapped in the swimsuit touched my chest. No. You don't offend me, I think. Or rather. Miyabi's cheeks blushed red. I'm happy to hear you say that, you know? Miyabi brought her face even closer toward me. I backed away as though I got sent flying by her breasts. My back hit the wall, but Miyabi kept pressing her breasts on me even then. That's why, if Yuuto want to see it, then I'll wear anything you want. If you dislike it, I won't show anything to other people. Miyabi. My swimsuit, what do you think about it? Why, yeah, it's nice, I think. As I thought, is it because of the butts? I guess. Miyabi smiled happily and separated herself from me. I sighed in relief. But it only lasted briefly. Next she turned her back toward me and approached once more. And then she pressed her butts on my crotch. Wait. That place is no good. Why? You like my butts, right? Hey, let's resupply your mana secretly here, heart. Here? Miyabi's smile turned even more mischievous seeing me panicking. Her face looked exactly like an imp. It was truly an obscene expression. Then, here I go. She leaned forward and thrust her butts backward. It was soft when it hit me, but the pressure was intense. She rotated her large butts to draw a circle. That waist movement that I was watching from above was unbelievably lewd. No, more importantly, this situation was too bad if seen from the outside. How should I say it? It only looked like we were doing it. I get it, Miyabi. So stop doing this already. If someone else saw us doing this. Click, the door opened. Exclamation mark. Lizel senpai wearing a black bikini was stoically glaring this way. Lizel senpai's swimsuit was also really sexy. It sent shivers through my back. The black swimsuit gave a really good contrast with her pure white skin. It had bewitching sexiness that was strangely captivating. No. This wasn't the time for that. Lizel senpai, this is? Good grief, I really mustn't let my guard down at all. She entered inside the dressing room while emitting a very displeased aura. As expected, even Miyabi let go of me and laughed haha to gloss over what just happened. Miyabi, stop getting horny without caring where you are. Horny? An amazing word suddenly came out. The act of healing lovers is something that is the concern of us, the cards of lovers. But we must not forget that it's a right that is based on a relationship of trust. You will receive unneeded misunderstanding if you don't act with a bit more sense and dignity. Miyabi's face turned slightly sullen and she hugged my arm. It's not like I have that kind of intention. I'm just becoming honest to my own feeling. Senpai actually don't wanna to do this kind of thing, right? Then it's fine even if you don't do it. But I want to do it, so there's no problem. What? Lizel senpai stiffened with a surprised expression and her mouth opened. However, she immediately approached me and hugged my other arm. When did I ever say that I don't want to do it? Miyabi, do you understand just how much I've been holding back myself? There is no way I know anything about that. Both of you, calm down. However, the two wouldn't listen to my words. I myself was being hugged from both sides by two extremely amazing bodies, so my head didn't really work well. I'm prioritizing how to make Yuuto win in the Devil King War. For that I'm holding myself back from doing various things. And yet, why is Miyabi doing whatever she pleases like this? Even I'm thinking seriously how to make Yuuto win. But it's also impossible for me to lie to my own feeling. Yuuto is fighting for the sake of our future and for the sake of the world, you know? How about you learn to hold yourself back slightly? Senpai isn't interested to lewd things anyway, so it's not really any problem. Lizel senpai bit her lips. And then it was like the things that she had been holding back burst out into a yell. Lewd things, of course I also want to do them. Lizel senpai gasped and turned stiff. It seemed that senpai herself was surprised by the words that inadvertently slipped out from her mouth. She slowly lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Her ears that were peeking out from her long black hair were bright red. Her fingertips kept moving, perhaps to hide her embarrassment or because she was losing composure. Either way, they were rubbing my arm, so it was ticklish. Miyabi was also looking shocked and she was staring at the hair of senpai, who was hanging her head down. What should be done about this awkwardness that was filling the dressing room? I broke into cold sweat, unable to find any way to solve this. It was then the door was opened vigorously. Fighting is a no-no. Reina, who was wearing a white racing swimsuit, rushed in. Everyone, get along with each other. She was pleading with tears gathering in her eyes while her body was trembling. Senpai and Miyabi averted their gaze awkwardly before letting go of my arms. Then, at least, decide which is better, my swimsuit or senpai's. Now you're going with that? Shit, damn you Miyabi, making unreasonable request like this. After hesitating for a bit, I walked straight forward and grabbed Reina's slender wrist. Then I lifted her arm as though she was a boxing victor. It's Reina's win. Huh? Reina tilted her head with an astonished face. Well, can't be helped, I guess. That's unavoidable. The champ was acting all flustered in front of the sullen-looking duo. Is Reina's swimsuit really that good? She didn't get it. However, the thin racing swimsuit was making the detail of Reina's immature body to stand out clearly. That was also a fact. Frankly speaking, the swimsuit looked transparent. It was giving off a very immoral seductiveness. Bluntly speaking, it was a criminal scent. Like the shape of the tip of the little bulges of her breasts, or the depression of her navel, or the area below it. I swore in my heart to teach her about the existence of supporter later. Part 3. This was a good chance, so after that we also went shopping for other things. Although we were mostly just going around doing window shipping. I thought of carrying the girls' things for them, but there wasn't a chance for me to be particularly useful, but it was fun. We broke up when the sun was about to set. Lizel senpai told me I'll send you home, so I gratefully accepted senpai's kind offer to be sent home in her car. Lizel senpai stared at the display of her smartphone before she looked at me apologetically. I'm sorry. There is a call for me, so can you wait for me here for a bit? Of course I didn't mind. After I told her that, I went to a nearby bookstore to kill time. Oh. There was a familiar face lined up at the store front. Hoshigaoka, Stella. It seemed that a new photo album of hers was just released. It was being advertised grandly. I had been following her career somewhat from before as a popular idol, and of course I thought she was cute. However, now that I had learned she was actually a devil, the impression I got was completely different. When my hand casually reached out toward one of the albums. You there, can I bother you for a bit? Eh? When I turned toward the voice, I found a blatantly suspicious person there. The person was wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask over her mouth. She could be mistaken as a degenerate like that. It's me. The person shifted her mask and pulled down her sunglasses. That face was. Ho? Hoshigaoka Stella? Shh. You're loud. I looked around in panic, but fortunately it didn't seem like anyone heard me. I never thought that the actual person would make her entrance while I was watching her photo album. I covered my mouth with my hands and asked with a whisper. I thought you leapt out from the photo album. What is a big star doing in this kind of place? Stella smiled in satisfaction. Big star, that has a nice ring. You can call me that more, you know. I involuntarily smiled wryly. Then Stella fixed her sunglasses and mask before grabbing my wrist. Come over here for a bit. Huh? No, right now I'm. The corner over there. I just want to talk where there is nobody else. I was forcefully pulled toward an entrance to a storage room. Certainly this was a place where there would be no one else. Stella took off her hat and her long hair flowed down smoothly. When she took off her sunglasses and mask, the national big star Morioka Stella appeared there. Why are you in this kind of place? You are in the middle of a break. I came to meet you. Meet me? Yes. As a fellow Devil King candidate. Her green eyes shined. Could it be, Stella wanted to? I'm not coming here to kill you. I just have something I want to ask you. I didn't know whether it was all right to trust her words unconditionally, but right now I had no choice. I don't think there is anything that I can tell Stella though. Don't say that. Isn't it a benefit for you if you think of this as being able to enjoy a talk with a hit idol? That's if I'm talking to the hit idol Hoshigaoka Stella, but you're talking with me now as a Devil King candidate, right? Stella chuckled Fufu with a condescending gaze. And then she stared at me appraisingly. Most of the candidates weren't attending at the unveiling. The information that you're a human had circulated beforehand, so they thought it wasn't worth it to go and have a look at you. But you see, I'm interested with you. I'm honored, but why? Because you're a man who Himekami Lizel is counting on. So, it's because of Lizel senpai. Does that mean, Stella, you're rating Lizel senpai highly? Of course I am. You might not know, but Lizel's actual strength can't be underestimated, you know? It was rumored that she herself might get chosen as a Devil King candidate. Even I also thought so. Is that so? Of course I also thought that senpai was amazing. However, this was the first time I realized that even the other Devil King candidates were holding her in high regard. And yet it's actually a human who become a candidate. Then when I thought that she would change side to other candidate, she instead became that human's card. It was really shocking. Change side? Yes, you know that Lizel's house has served Lovers Arcana for generations, but it's not like she isn't permitted to change side. Is that true? Stella looked up at me dubiously. Sorry if this hurt you, but honestly I think that the risk of her peerage getting stripped from her would decrease if she changed side to other candidate. What's with that? So everyone actually had a way with better probability of getting saved. And yet, they never even mentioned it. And believed in me. The corner of my eyes felt hot. NN? What? Are you crying? I hurriedly closed my eyes and looked down. No. It looks like there is a bit of dust entering my eyes. I hurriedly rubbed my eyes. Shit, it was embarrassing to be seen like this, but fortunately Stella didn't look really concerned about my episode just now and continued her talk. Hey, to begin with, how did you get your hand on an arcana? I don't really know how myself, but it was suddenly beside my pillow when I woke up in the morning. Stella suddenly burst out laughing when I answered like that. Ha ha, what's that? Are you saying that Santa Claus left it there for your present? Stella was laughing cheerfully, but it was scary how her eyes weren't laughing. I'm saying the truth. To be honest, I'm the one who want to know why it was beside my pillow. Well, fine I guess. But for a human, you're learning magic quickly, and your mana is also strong. That's thanks to Lovers Arcana and my cards. I myself am just a normal human. Stella brought her face closer to mine and her nose sniffed as though to smell my scent. Certainly you smell completely like a human. You understood that from my smell? Still, she was really beautiful seeing her from this near. Stella didn't give me any time to appreciate her beauty leisurely and moved away from me. You said that it was thanks to Lizel. Is she the one who teach you magic? Yeah, she is giving me intensive training, but the magic itself is taught to me by the arcana. Stella's pretty eyes opened wide in shock. What do you mean? What I mean, there is no other meaning. The arcana talked and taught me. Talked? Stella's widely opened eyes narrowed sharply. Are you expecting me to believe that? Come to think of it. Lizel-senpai said it before. Even a Devil King candidate couldn't hear their arcana's voice. So it was true. Hey, I also have something that I want to ask. Can I? If it's a lover then I don't have one. It's not something like that. Stella is a devil and what's more a noble, right? You're also a Devil King candidate. And yet, why are you pretending to be a human and become an idol? Stella scoffed and twirled on the spot. It felt like my heart was going to be drawn in just from that. I'm absorbing people's energy by moving their emotion with song, dance, and acting. I'm doing it to a lot of humans. I see, with that. Stella grinned and made a pose. I want to become the greatest star that ever exist. I want all living creatures to kneel before my charm. I will capture the hearts of all devils and humans. Don't you think that's the same as being the ruler of everything? I see, that sounds really close to a Devil King. Right? That's why Oi! Look there, that's Hangyakusha Stella. Several guests were pointing at us ahead of the passage. It's true. Crap. I need to take a photo quick. I'm gonna ask for photo too. TSK Stella clicked her tongue and rushed into the storage room's door. She ran. Let's chase her. 5, 6 men followed after her into the storage room. The other customers also heard the commotion and started making a ruckus. The surrounding became noisy. So this was Hangyakusha Stella's influence. She was obtaining energy from her fans' heats through live show or acting. There was also a Devil King candidate like this. It felt like scales had fallen from my eyes. I wondered what kind of personality and peculiarity other candidates had. Come to think of it, the brown-skinned and blonde-haired girl who I met at the unveiling, Nath Karnak, she looked really shy and reserved. It was a bit interesting how she didn't look like Devil King candidate at all. However, that was nothing more than a single side of her. If their surface layer was peeled, all of them were monster. The strongest devils who aimed to become the next Devil King. I had to win against such monsters. I didn't have any confidence at all. But, for the sake of Lizel-senpai and others who believed in me and intentionally picked the thorny path, I had to do it no matter what. I was waiting for Lizel-senpai while thinking such thing. However, after that, senpai didn't come back no matter how long I waited. Chapter 6, First Time Deathly Situation. Part 1. This place. When Himekami Lizel opened her eyes, she was inside a mansion that she had never seen before. She was lying down on a red velvet sofa. There was a large chandelier above her. The faint light of the candles wavered inside the dark room. The classical interior design created an atmosphere as though this was a residence of a French noble. You woke up. The grey hair and white uniform stood out inside the dark room. There was depression around the figure's eyes as though he didn't have enough sleep. There was also the smile that was looking down on the whole world. A spite, so this is your doing? Lizel tried to sit up, but her head was still hazy. When she moved her hand to her head, there was a rattling sound of chain. Her wrists were shackled by a metal handcuff that was connected to a chain. You really have a bad taste in accessory. Is this the custom of Line House? A savage stray dog need to be chained and disciplined. It's only natural. I don't remember ever agreeing to accept this treatment or even visiting your house though. Only my will matters here. The opinion of others is inconsequential. You're as arrogant as usual. But it shall be permitted. A spite put his foot on the armrest of the sofa where Lizel was sitting. You are mine. Become my card. You already saw at the unveiling, right? I'm already the lover's card. I belong to Yuuto. Lizel looked up at a spite challengingly and swiftly thrust her hand. Ha! An attack magic should be activated, but nothing happened. This is... A chill ran through her whole body. A spite looked down at Lizel with a triumphant smile. World revision, this is the world's unique magic. A sphere with a diameter of 5 meters appeared around a spite. It looked like a sphere, but it was made from geometrical graphs and magical letters. It was a 3-dimensional magic circle. Lizel looked around the 3-dimensional magic circle that was formed around her. I see, I can't even use magic inside this sphere. It's not just you, no one can use magic here. This is my world, the world that I rule. A world where I am the absolute one. Lizel scoffed. What a small world. It's just the right size for you to be a shut-in by yourself. A spite's eyes twisted in rage. He put strength into the foot he put on the armrest and kicked it with all his strength. Ah? The sofa was toppled and Lizel fell on the floor. And then a spite pointed his palm toward Lizel. Even though Lizel's magic didn't activate, a magic circle was formed this time for some reason. Kya A spite's lightning magic assaulted Lizel's body. An incredible impact and pain made Lizel's body convulsed. And then a few seconds later, the lightning stopped and Lizel became unmoving. Her clothes were scorched and smoking. Some places on it were torn. A spite looked down at Lizel, who couldn't even talk, and smiled sadistically. The world arcana is the strongest. I'm already the Devil King. You are mine regardless of what you think. The like of lovers can't even be my opponent. A spite lightly kicked Lizel's body with his toes. Lizel's body floated up as though she was weightless from the kick. Indeed, your power is amazing, but I will never become yours. I see. But if the Devil King candidate of lovers is gone, you can only obey me then. If you decide to submit to me, do a dojiza and beg that you want to become my card. If you do that, I shall promise the continuation of Himekami House when I become the Devil King. Lizel's body fell on the floor the instant the magic circle vanished. A spite then mercilessly stepped on her body. I'm going to plan a party for your sake. I shall welcome that human with all the members of the world. I'll show you his unsightly figure when he is begging for his life. ! Stop it. Think carefully about who will become the next Devil King, and whose card you should become. A spite turned his back on Lizel and exited the room. Lizel was watching that back blurrily with her fading consciousness. Part 2. Just where has Lizel senpai gone to? I became suspicious because Lizel-senpai wouldn't come back no matter how much time passed and called back Miyabi and Reina. We then searched the mall and the surrounding area. Himekami House also used their subordinate devils to search, but not a clue about Lizel-senpai's whereabouts was found. We took a nap in the palace when dawn was approaching and welcomed the morning of Monday while clinging on a single ray of hope. As expected, Lizel-senpai, she doesn't come. Miyabi muttered listlessly. We were waiting in front of Lizel-senpai's classroom, but the corridor was turning empty and the chime that signaled the start of the class rang out heartlessly. We had no more prospects of where to search her. After this, what should we do? Miyabi and Reina looked up at me with an imploring gaze. But I was also asking myself the same question. But I didn't have the answer. Reina is worried, about Senpai Desu. I put my hand on Reina's small head and gently caressed to console Reina, who was becoming tearful. It'll be fine. This is Lizel-senpai we're talking about. Surely she will return soon as though nothing has happened. That's just a wishful thinking, yeah. A male student was walking in the empty corridor. Geld appeared in front of us, still wrapped in bandages and band-aids. Himekami Lizel isn't gonna come back if you do nothing like this. I reflexively grabbed Geld's collar and slammed him on the wall. What are you saying? Geld made a pained expression and replied with a hoarse voice. It's a spite, he kidnapped Himekami Lizel. Sue. I let Geld go. A spite, that guy. Geld coughed and rubbed his neck with his hand. Cough, sheesh, listen well. A spite wants to make Himekami Lizel to be his card. He gonna do that by killing you. So, his aim is me. Yeah. Right now he's preparing to lead you guys into a trap. What? Geld paid no mind at our doubtful look and continued talking. Tomorrow you should receive an invitation. The gist of it will be a call for you guys to show up at the Academy Stadium where he will kill you right in front of Himekami Lizel. He wants to break Himekami Lizel's heart and make her submit with that.
Is it okay for you to tell us that?
Geld made a self-depreciating smile. That's not all I'm telling you, take this location of a spite's hideout too. Geld said that while taking out a memo from his pocket and held it out toward me.
Himekami Lizel is confined here. Geld, is this okay?
If you do this, you will. Can't be helped. Because, you know. He averted his face, looking a bit embarrassed at what he was about to say. We're friends, right? Geld, you. Miyabi raised her voice in surprise. A tsundere. Reina was also looking alternately between me and Geld with sparkling eyes. Amazing, amazing. Is this what they called men's friendship? Geld's face turned bright red and he yelled. Shut up. Shit. Just take the damn thing already. Geld pushed the memo on me. You took it and... I'm in your debt, Geld. Forget about it, just think about a way to sneak in. The place will be at its emptiest at midnight until before dawn. Watch yourself there. Geld was unexpectedly considerate even with the small details. It felt funny for some reason. This ain't the time to grin like a fool. Do you understand? A spite is a monster. A monster, huh? Yeah. His mana is also not a joke, the precision of his magic formula is absurdly high too. Just those things already made him a monster, and yet that unique magic of high, the world revision is just insane. World revision? That magic, what kind of magic is it? It's a type of barrier magic, or so it seems. That's vague. Speaking of barrier, is it something like hiders keep out? It ain't anything like that. Though, I myself isn't really clear just what is a spite doing, but a spite is invincible inside that barrier. In there he is a devil king, or perhaps even god. A devil king, or even a god. This is all I can do. Well, I wish you luck. If not, it's gonna be who get killed next after you. Geld left those remarks as his parting words. I watched his back and... Yeah. We'll rescue Lizel senpai without fail. I also won't let you get killed. Threw those words toward him. In response, Geld raised his fist and made a thumb up without turning back. Part 3. The date changed and it was finally time for us to head out for the rescue mission. Aspite's mansion was located 3 kilometers away from the academy. We asked a car of Yu Gao's house to take us until nearby, and right now we were walking toward our destination. We'll arrive soon. Geld's memo was filled with a simple layout of the mansion and the position of the rooms that weren't usually used. Thanks to this, I didn't think there would be any problem with the infiltration itself. It'll be best if we can rescue Lizel senpai without fighting. Desu. But if Aspite find us, Yuan, if that happen, we can only run away, swish or push to break through. Yeah, but... Although I said all those things to Geld, our opponent was a noble. Furthermore, it was the man who possessed the world arcana. He could even be said as the top contender. He wasn't an opponent that a human and furthermore a beginner like me could match. In the end, could we win with just the 3 of us? I walked through the path with few lighting while under the heavy pressure of such anxiety. Before long the wall of Aspite's mansion came into view. There was the silhouette of someone crossing their arms in front of the wall. No way, an ambush? That silhouette slowly started walking toward us. The figure that finally appeared under the street lamp was... Are you 3 having a night stroll together? Hoshigaoka Stella? Stella yourself, why are you here? Then the Devil King candidate of Star, Stella smiled as though she had seen through us. You come to take back Lizel from Aspite, aren't you? Sue. How do you know that? Stella shrugged in exasperation. It'll be annoying if you underestimate me. I am also a Devil King candidate, you know. I can learn at least this much. And, do you have any prospect of victory? Stella frowned when I was at a loss of how to answer. The world arcana is powerful. After all, it can even be called as the top contender to be the next Devil King. It was that powerful. My back became damp from cold sweat. I'll ask you again. Do you have any chance of victory? Honestly speaking, I had no chance at all. But I have to go no matter what. Stella let out a chuckle at my answer. I see, so you're prepared to die. She came to my side with light footsteps, as though she was dancing. Then she intimately placed her hand on my shoulder. You see, about Aspite. Her green eyes shined mysteriously. Should I beat him to death for you? Eh? Beating Aspite? Stella will? In other words, she would cooperate with us. When I looked at Miyabi and Reina, the 2 of them were making joyful expressions as though we had just obtained 100,000 allies. Are you serious? Desu? I stared at Stella's confident smile one more time. I didn't really understand, but Stella had a way to win against Aspite. I recalled when Lizel senpai called Stella a monster before this. My voice was naturally getting excited too. Thank you. That's a big help. Surely we'll be able to rescue Lizel senpai if Stella lends us your strength. Stella cracked a smile and raised her index finger. However, I have a condition. What? If it's something that I can do, then give me Lizel. Give Lizel senpai. Wait, eh? Wait a second. What do you mean by that? I'm telling you, in exchange of defeating Aspite for you, I'll have Lizel become my card. That's my condition. Such thing. I want to save Lizel senpai. That's why I'll save her for you. No, that's not what I... You know how is Aspite's personality, right? He won't forgive anyone who goes against him. Besides, he is really fixated to Lizel. Surely he will discipline Lizel and treat her like a sex salve. Are you all right with that, Sue? If it's me, then I'll treat Lizel well. I promise. What should I do? Certainly asking for Stella's help would be the best in order to rescue Lizel-senpai from a spite. But, if I did that, I would lose Lizel-senpai. But if I was unable to rescue Lizel-senpai because I was fixated with that, it wouldn't end with just her, if even Miyabi and Reina fell into a spite's hand. Fufu, looks like you understand. Then, let's seal the deal with a handshake. Stella gave me a business smile and held out her right hand. You even get a handshake from a celebrity like me, isn't this a great bargain? That's right. Lizel-senpai's safety was the most important thing. I raised my right hand. No. I clenched my fist to grab empty air. Thank you for your offer, but I'll do something about this by myself. Stella half closed her eyes unamused. I stared back straight toward her eyes. Lizel-senpai told me that I can become the Devil King. She also said that she is betting her everything on me, a mere human, when this is Lizel-senpai we're talking about, a noble devil and also someone with a capability that can even become a Devil King candidate herself. To rely on other people in order to save her and handing her over as the price, such thing will be a betrayal toward Lizel-senpai. I can't do that. Stella sighed and placed her hand on her waist. Then let's see what you got. I turned my back towards Stella and held out my hand toward Miyabi and Reina. I'm sorry. I selfishly decided that. Nope. It's good that you're decisively smack. Desu. Reina think Lizel-senpai will be angry if we rely on Stella-san. I smiled to the two of them. And then the two of them grabbed my hand. I formed a magic circle under my feet just as planned. I activated transit. In the next moment we teleported inside a spite's mansion. Part 4. We teleported into what seemed to be an empty room. There wasn't any human presence or even any furniture. The room was completely empty. Its size was around 10 tatami mats. As expected, it was tough to teleport 3 people together. I staggered in spite of myself and fell on my knee. Are you alright, Yuuto-san? Do you feel pain anywhere? Do you want to drink water? Reina rubbed my body in a panic. She placed her hand on my forehead to check if I had fever. Her usual overprotective gesture softened my tension in a nice way. I just used up my mana. I'm sorry, but can I ask you for resupply? Oh, of course, Desu. Although Reina was a middle schooler with childish figure. Was I asking something unreasonable from her? I got a bit worried. Reina sat in Caesar posture and pulled my head. Please lie down. This is lap pillow. So there was also a method like this. Reina's legs were slender. But the softness and frailness that were characteristic of a child brought me an indescribable serenity. A gentle mana was filling me at the inside. Furthermore, her small hand was softly caressing my head. Concern and affection toward me were transmitted from that palm. No good, it felt like I was going to fall asleep even in this situation from how serene this was. Geez, really Yuuto, you're making a slovenly face. Miyabi kneeled beside me and guided my hand to her breast. The cleavage of her breasts that she had exposed sandwiched my hand. Her smooth bare skin was stuck on my hand. It felt abnormally good. Oh oi, Miyabi. The recovery is faster with the two of us attacking simultaneously, right? Oi, did you say attacking just now? We have no time, so I'll speed out Gyaru now. Miyabi pressed on her breasts with her hands from left and right. It pressured my hands softly. This high pressure despite the softness. I didn't know how to define this sensation, but it was just amazing. I was healed by thighs and breasts while my mana was recovering in the blink of eye. Part 5. The inside of the mansion was dark. There was no sign of people. Had everyone gone to sleep? I headed toward the biggest hall while stifling the sound of my steps. According to Geld, Lizel-senpai was imprisoned there. I opened the door soundlessly and peeked inside. There was Lizel-senpai at the back of the hall with both her hands lifted up. Her arms were restrained by a chain that stretched from the ceiling. The clothes she were wearing were the same with yesterday when was shopping, but they had turned tattered and her underwear was showing through. Damn it. I endured my rage toward a spite while entering the hall. Miyabi and Reina also watched the surrounding vigilantly while following behind. When we arrived until the middle of the hall, Lizel-senpai lifted up her face. Life instantly returned into her hollow eyes. Yuuto? I couldn't hold back anymore and started running. Lizel-senpai. Don't come. My feet stopped from her urgent yell. Something passed in front of my nose. It gouged a deep trench on the floor. Exclamation mark. It was like there was an unseen guillotine that fell from above. I almost got bisected. Too bad. You could die painlessly just now. A hole was opened at the ceiling. A grey-haired man was slowly descending from there. A spite. Who permits you to call my name? It was like gravity had suddenly returned and a spite quickly landed on the floor. Yuuto. Run. I replied to Lizel-senpai with a smile. Please don't worry. We'll go home together. I wasn't alone. Miyabi was raising her fists at my right, while Reina pulled out her katana that was stored in the dimensional space at my left. Humph. Those cards are too good for a mere human like you. A spite snapped his fingers. Then the doors opened and 10 men and women entered inside. All of them were wearing the Devil King Academy's uniform. These guys, a spite's cards, there are many of them, but can I leave them to you too? Miyabi answered my question brightly. Just this much will be super easy. Just leave it to us, Bam, without worry. But, will Yuuto-san really be fine alone? I replied strongly at the worried Reina. Yeah. I'll save Lizel-senpai no matter what. Miyabi and Reina ran toward a spite's cards at the same time with my reply. One of the world's cards seemed to let his guard down and ate Miyabi's punch fully. His upper body bent backward. Reina's sword slashed at his unprotected torso. Pwah! His uniform was torn and his eyes rolled up until the white of his eyes showed. He fainted. The uniform had defensive magic folded into it, so he didn't get bisected by Reina's attack, but his bone was broken at least. Will be your opponent. Turn into the rust of Reina's katana. Miyabi and Reina leapt out from the window to the garden. Then a spite's cards also followed behind them right away. There was only me, senpai, and a spite remaining in the hall. To challenge this me alone, it seems you're especially foolish even among your group. A spite muttered in exasperation and walked toward me. Should I try settling the battle instantly with a powerful attack magic? A spite looked completely defenseless. However. Warning, danger is approaching. Please be careful. The Arcana's voice resounded in my ears. Danger? However, a spite still hadn't prepared any attack. Was his existence itself a danger? However, I wouldn't be able to win just by being on guard like this. This guy was stronger than me in capability. Anyway, I needed to do something from my end and made a breakthrough. I thrust my right hand forward and deployed a magic circle. Fizzed. A hellish flame attacked a spite. However. What? Fizzed had definitely swallowed a spite. However, the area with 3-meter diameter around a spite was untouched by the flame. It was like there was a sphere within the flame. I see, so that's world revision. I saw it just for an instant when a spite purged Kilga that thing. How? So even an ignorant human know at least that much. A spite's eyes shined. The unique magic showed its appearance as though to show it off to me. That was a sphere that was made from magic formula. It was similar with Haida's Keep Out, but this one was far more advanced than that they couldn't even be compared to each other. However, I didn't know what kind of effect world revision had. Looking at how it blocked my attack, was it something like barricade? Tell me, lovers. Will I get repelled if I tackle that barrier? Conjecture, it appears that the barrier is ineffective against physical contact. Yosh. Then. I activated Maximize, Armored, and Stride in parallel and launched myself toward a spite. The floor that I kicked exploded and I flew in front of a spite instantly. So it couldn't block physical attack as expected. Then. I let out a punch that had been elevated until superhuman level. Gar? An impact that made me felt that my arm was broken ran through me. And then my body was thrown straight back until I crashed on the entrance's door. Yuuto. Lizel Senpai's yell made me barely aware enough to hold on my consciousness. Just now, what happened? It was as though the force of my punch was reflected back to me exactly as it was. What's wrong? You came punching as you please and got sent flying as you please too. Just what in the world are you trying to do? A spite smiled condescendingly and walked toward me. I stood up and talked to the Arcana. Oi! Isn't that barrier ineffective against physical attack? Analysis, it's not ineffective toward physical attack. What does that mean? Oi human. You're going to accept defeat just from this even after speaking big like that? Obviously not. Here I come. If physical attack was no good, then I would use magic attack. If attacking from outside was ineffective, I would rush into that barrier and launched magic from point-blank range. Originally it would be more advantageous to take distance when using magic, but I could take him by surprise by doing the reverse. I rushed to inside the world revision even while feeling wary. As I thought, the barrier didn't really function as a physical wall. Detonation. A large explosion occurred right on a spite's body, or that should be the case, but... Wah! What's wrong, human? Nothing happened. That's impossible. I still had enough mana. I had trained repeatedly until magic circuit was carved clearly inside my body. And yet, why? Let go. You're insolent. A spite lightly lifted up his foot and pushed it on my stomach. My body was accelerated hard. I felt a fierce impact on my back and my consciousness grew distant. A spite was far away from me when I came to myself. No. It was me who was sent flying. My body was stuck into the wall. Damn it. Just now, what was that? Maximize and armored? No, I only felt one magic formula. If it was just maximize, a spite's knees should be broken too. However, he was standing there nonchalantly. Here, the next one is the payback for just now. You're going to burn to death if you keep staying there, you know? Fizzard's magic circle was formed in front of a spite. Run away quickly. Yuuto. Lizel Senpai's voice was panicked. I tried pulling my body out of the wall, but I felt numb and couldn't move well. Danger level 7. Recommending defense or evasion urgently. Damn it. I deployed magic circle on my own back. And then... detonate. The wall exploded and my body collapsed backward. A spite's fizzard ran past a few centimeters from my nose. You are? I rolled on the corridor while getting covered all over with wall fragments. But I couldn't relax here. I immediately jumped on my feet and ran through the corridor. Ha 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 ha. Running away already? Look at him, Lizel. That's the appearance of the Devil King candidate that you look up to. Shit. Don't run your mouth as you please. I reflexively stopped my legs, but then the Arcana's voice resounded. Alert, danger is approaching. Please don't let your guard down. I know. A spite appeared in the corridor and deployed a magic circle once more. The next one was detonation, wasn't it? Flame and shockwave filled my sight and approached like living things from the other side of the corridor. As expected from the candidate of the world. His detonation was in different level from mine. I searched for a place to escape and quickly ran up the stairs beside me. You are? The coming shockwave lifted up my body. I slammed on the stairs landing and coughed violently. Even so, I somehow crawled up to the second floor. Let's hide somewhere for the moment. I ran through the corridor, opened a random door, and rolled inside. It was a small room that seemed to be a storage room. A Spite's voice came from afar. Where are you hiding? Shit, he's seriously a monster. Do I have any chance to win? Analysis: in the current condition, chance of victory is 0,0. Enough, I don't want to hear it. I lowered my voice to say that and tensed my body. It's troublesome to search like this. The next moment after that voce came, a violent sound of destruction roared and the roof was torn off. What? The roof was lifted up and soared high in the sky. There you are. A Spite was floating in the night sky with a faintly shining sphere enveloping him. He was looking down on me like a king lording over a slave. Floating magic. Suggestion: that is not floating magic. What? But he was floating like that. It was strange things one after another since just now. Could an arcana also make a mistake? But, right now I should think of how to overcome this pinch rather than thinking about that. Surrender, human. If you surrender now, then I'll at least spare your life. A Spite slowly landed on the floor and sat down on a fallen pillar. Kneel before the next Devil King. Gar? My body suddenly turned heavy. My knees bent and I collapsed forward. What's going on? What was this guy's ability? Was this the power of World Revision 2? It erased fizzard, repelled physical attack, and neutralized detonation. And then his unbreakable body that was all right even after dealing a physical attack with terrifying destructive power. He blew up the rooftop to the sky. He was floating in the sky even though he wasn't using floating magic. This guy, could it be? I exerted all my strength and stood up. Gah, I get it now. Your World Revision's power is. A lowly human dare to act so disrespectfully, I'll flatten you right where you're standing. Just try it. A Spite raised an eyebrow. What did you say? You shouldn't be able to. After all, you will be crushed too if you apply that much pressure. You cur. You intentionally sit down is for enduring the increased gravity too. Do you think that my World Revision's ability is gravity manipulation, human? No. I thrust the truth before a Spite. Your World Revision is the ability to rewrite the world's rule, its fundamental principle. Surprise ran through a Spite's face. I was convinced after seeing that. It's hard to believe that a single magic can have that many varied abilities. In that case, there is only one condition that can possibly realize the powers that you have shown. A world that extinguish flame, a world that reflect a blow back to the opponent, a world where no explosion can occur, a world without gravity. You cur. A Spite's eyes were filled with color of anger. But I didn't falter and continue on. Certainly you're unbeatable within this world. It's like you're the Devil King or even God. However, I looked around at the three-dimensional magic circle that surrounded me and a Spite. That only apply within this small world. You cur. The gravity that applied on my body suddenly increased. A hole was made on the floor along with the sound of wood snapping. You? I fell to the first floor together with the snapping woods. Smoke wafted up like a smoke screen. Yuuto? Are you all right? I heard Lizel Senpai's voice. That meant I fell into the great hall. Fine. Shit, that bastard a Spite. That was damn reckless. He himself should get affected by that. I stood up and searched for a Spite. Yuuto. When I noticed, a Spite was already standing beside Lizel Senpai. She grabbed Lizel Senpai's neck with one hand as though to strangle her. So what if you have realized what is World Revision's power? It doesn't change the fact that you have no chance to win. I couldn't find any word to say. That was a fact. The power of world revision was only applied to the area within its range. However, this guy was invincible inside it. A spite was literally a devil king, even a god within that small world. A spite strengthened his fingers that were holding Lizel's senpai. Lizel. You too. Become my card obediently. If you do that, then I won't kill that human. However, Lizel's senpai was simply staring at a spite with pity. You, don't look at me with those eyes. A magic formula emerged from a spite's arm and electricity ran through Lizel senpai's body. Kya ah. Senpai's body kept convulsing fiercely. Lizel. Why won't you listen to me? I have obtained everything until now. And yet why won't you become mine? Stop. A spite. I ran toward Lizel senpai. However, a spite formed a magic circle to meet my charge. Fizzed. I immediately formed barricade to block the flame. However, my body was still blown away even then. Damn it. Three-dimensional magic circle world revision appeared around a spite once more. Warning, danger level 9. Recommending evasion urgently. The danger level was increasing. But, I mustn't lose here. Fiza, you? I was suddenly assaulted by dizziness and my body tilted. Warning, 5% remaining mana. Recommending a swift retreat. Don't tell me, I ran out of mana at this time? Chance of victory in the current situation. 0%. Shit. Is there no more way for me to defeat a spite? A spite. I don't mind if you defeat me in the Devil King War. But, stop doing something like kidnapping Lizel senpai and forcing her to submit to you. How dare you give me an order, human? I have obtained everything until now as the next head of Line House. I'm the world's #1. In everything. It's only natural for the strong to bleed the weak dry. Wrong. Even the weak have life. They have their own will. There's no way it's all right for those with power to trample the weak's everything. Vein bulged on a spite's forehead. Damn you, a mere human, what's more the holder of the weakest arcana lovers dare to. A trash like you are nothing more than a stepping stool for me. I am the ruler of the world. Everything in this world should exist for my sake. That's my mission. That's my dignity as the one who is destined to be the next head of Line House and the next Devil King. So that's your world. It's not only my world. That's how the world should be for everyone. People each have their own world. Surely there are those who can accept your world. But, that doesn't apply to everyone. I have no need to listen to the preaching of a mere stepping stool. A spite roughly grabbed Lizel senpai's arm. Senpai's body broke into cold sweat and bent backward. Lizel. Say that you will become mine. Stop. A spite. Right now your sense of pain is increased by dozens of times. Do you want to test if you can keep your sanity even if your arm is broken? A shriek burst out from Lizel senpai's lips. No. Lizel senpai. Stop it. Something snapped inside me. Even if the opponent was the top contender the world while I was the weakest the lovers. Whether the opponent was a noble devil while I was just a mere human. Those things didn't matter. A spite. I'm going to send you flying even if it's the last thing I do. The few remaining mana inside me burned. I didn't care what happened to me. Even if I died, I would still protect Lizel senpai. The Lovers Arcana on my chest started shining. Mana was swelling up inside me. My whole body was circulating with mana that filled me to the brim. The magic mechanism carved in my body was fired up and the processing speed of my brain jumped up drastically. What is this? Strange. My remaining mana should be so small I couldn't even fire a single fizzard. What was this sensation, as though a single drop of mana was proliferating to become hundreds, thousands of times greater. Even a spite was staring at me with a shocked gaze. Wah, what, that power, that's the weakest arcana's power? Fu. Lizel senpai, whose face was hanging down limply, let out a chuckle. A spite's eyes widened hearing that chuckle. What's so funny? Lizel senpai smiled beautifully even with her battered figure. That's the true power of lovers, infinite lovers. What did you say? It's a unique magic that is born when fighting for the sake of other people instead of themselves. The feeling of wanting to protect someone important to them becomes strength, as it is an infinite power that we demon can't use. Wah. That's why Lover's Devil King candidate has to be human. A spite stared at Lizel senpai with a gaze of astonishment. Sweat was trickling from his forehead. Don't tell me, don't tell me, don't tell me. You intentionally let me? Lizel senpai's blue eyes shined coldly. The likes of you can become my master's stepping stool at the very least. A spite's face turned demonic. These lowly slaves. There is no formula that can break my world revision. Any kind of magic is powerless before it. There is no changing your death. A spite drew closer with the world revision surrounding him. That was the world itself. A world with its fundamental principle rewritten. A spite was invincible within it. It was meaningless even if he was attacked from outside. Destroying that was the same like destroying a world. It was just as he said, there was no way to do that normal that was. But I knew. A formula to destroy a world. I constructed the magic formula that I saw before. And then, I revised the parts that were incomplete. I had never used it, and most likely it had also been never used by anybody until now. It was completely a rush job. But I would complete it without fail no matter what. Here I go. Magic formula ran through my left arm. Many layers of magic circle emerged on my fist. A spite glared at me with a dubious expression. What's that? It's the spear to puncture a hole in your conceited world. The magic circles became three-dimensional and created a complicated structure. What was left was to pour mana into it. I'll throw all my mana here. How much it can destroy with that? Conjecture, a volume of 2 square meters. Success rate is 10%. Bring it on. Take this, a spite. I ran normally. My mana and processing power were completely focused into the magic in my left hand. I couldn't use any other magic at all. However, a spite spread out his hands and waited for me. Come into my world. The instant you entered is the moment of your death. Just try guessing how you will die here. I thrust my left hand forward and leapt into world revision. Fu ha 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 ha. Forley. World revision's formula popped off. The graphs, the letters, all of them crumbled and scattered away. What? I dug out the world revision with my left hand. The magic of world destruction deployed on my left hand destroyed it. This was one of the unresolved magic formulas. A magic formula for destroying a world that I saw in class World Fall. Although, using it to destroy the whole world was only a dream within a dream. Even my mana that had swelled up immensely could only destroy 2 square meters. But this much was enough for now. To gouge open a hole in this world called world revision. My left hand destructed a spite's world. I could only destroy a little of it. However, it was fine if I could reach a spite. And then a spite. No matter how powerful your magic is, no matter how proud you are of your vast mana, that's your limit. You have no qualification to become a king. The right arm that I held up. You punched a spite's face with all my strength. Guggo? The impact shook a spite's head and reaped his consciousness. A spite fell with his eyes rolled up together with me. In that moment, the three-dimensional magic formula of world revision also vanished together with a spite's consciousness. Yuuto. Lizel-senpai took off the chain binding her and ran toward me. Lizel-senpai, I'm sorry. I was late to rescue you. Senpai lifted up my body in her arms and her large and soft breasts were pressed on me. Her eyes that were looking at me glistened with tears. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I made you met danger like this. A hole was opened on the crumbling wall of the hall and two silhouettes rushed in. Ooey. We finished up Snap at our side and came to help. Desu. Wait, eh? Miyabi and Reina couldn't hide their surprise seeing the great hall that had been reduced into a ruin. They were shocked further when they saw Spite's fallen form. Ooh. You're amazing, Yuuto. You seriously took down a Spite. Desu. But, are you alright? Are you injured? Is there anywhere that feels hurt? I wanted to say that I was alright, but my consciousness was hazy. And so I asked Lizel-senpai something that really bothered me. Senpai, the evaluation, what is my score this time? Senpai tilted her head in puzzlement. I can't give you a score. Gay? As expected, was it because I couldn't save Senpai before she went through something like that? Within my fading consciousness, a lovely smiling face that was beautiful like a blooming flower drew near. It was too amazing that I cannot put a score for it. Lizel-senpai's sweet lips touched me. Epilogue. Part 1. Two Devil King candidates were watching what happened from start to end from the rooftop of a mansion near a Spite's residence. Ha. What's that? A punch? He was only making a normal punch. A match between Devil King candidates is closed with something like that? Unbelievable. Ha. Hoshigaoka Stella couldn't stop laughing in a very good mood. The other girl, Nath Karnak, held her chest and sighed in relief. I'm glad, Lizel. What's with you? If you're that concerned, wouldn't it be better if you went to save her? No, fighting, for me, is a bit. Even though Nath had the chariot arcana that was strongly associated with aggressiveness, she was timid and reserved. Stella glanced at Nath looking like she wanted to say good grief before she returned her gaze toward the mansion that had been turned into a ruin. Even so, he is quite interesting, isn't he, the Lovers Devil King candidate? Stella quietly narrowed her eyes. Nath asked her worriedly. Stella, do you also plan to do something? Who knows? But, the others won't leave him alone even without me doing anything, isn't that right? Nath's expression became even more anxious. I wonder. They will. Because, he defeated the world's candidate Spite, you know? What's more, he is the candidate of Lovers, and even more, he is a human. You're right. Morioka Yuuto, huh? Stella stared at Yuuto that was in Lizel's embrace. I wonder how many more days he can live? And muttered in delight. Part 2. When I opened my eyes, I saw black and pink and white. 3 bunny girls in 3 colors were standing there. We're really going to dress up like this? Geez, senpai, you really don't know when to give up. We already decided just now. But, the chest part of Reina's clothes is oversized, it can be seen. Is this heaven? Bunny suits made from enamel and fishnet stockings. When their bottoms turned this way, there was white and round tail that looked fluffy. Among the 3 bunnies, the black-haired black rabbit boasted a perfect figure. The bunny was a devil but beautiful like a goddess. The pink bunny with blonde hair was plump with large butts and breasts. The bunny suit looked like they would burst from being unable to contain her voluptuousness, it was truly a lewd body. The white bunny was the very definition of purity with flat body. In contrast with the other bunnies, the scent from this one was simply criminal. Her suit was worrying with how it looked like it would slide down her body even now. Miyabi noticed me while I was staring hard like that. "Ah, Yuuto, are you feeling crisp now? This place is, eh? My room? Gee, good morning, desu desu." It seemed I wasn't in heaven, but my house. Apparently I didn't die. Why, am I? Lizel-senpai sat on the edge of the bed and kindly caressed my cheek. "We carried you here from a Spite's mansion. You were really tired. You had slept for a day and a half." It was noon when I saw the clock. "I'm sorry. I had troubled everyone, but, why bunny girl?" "That's..." Lizel-senpai blushed and looked down. Reina was also fidgeting shyly. Her movement made the chest part of her bunny suit to shift, and it felt like I caught a glance of the faint color of nipple butt. She hurriedly fixed her attire tearfully, so let's pretend that I didn't see anything. On the other hand, Miyabi was making a sexy pose proudly and winked at me. "This is because Yuuto didn't wake up at all even though we had been healing you while you were sleeping. It's something like a surprise for when you wake up? Or perhaps you should call it a reward for your hard work." Miyabi snuggled beside me, who was sitting up like it was only natural. The cleavage of her breasts that was peeking out from her bunny suit was too deep that it felt like I would get into shipwreck if I kept staring there. When I averted my eyes in a hurry. "You don't need to be so flustered like tar. If it's Yuuto, you can stare as much as you want." Miyabi pressed her large breasts on my arm. The shape of the breasts warped and made it look like they would spill out from the suit. My gaze was stolen by that sight once more. "If you want to do more than just staring, it's all right, you know. If it's Yuuto, anything is all right." "Whore." Reina turned bright red at Miyabi's bold statement, and she pressed her hands on her cheeks as though to cool them down. Naturally, the chest part of her suit fell down again. As for Lizel-senpai, she was red in the face with her lips pressed together tightly into the shape of carrot. Ganananyu, it felt like I could hear such voice. "Miyabi, Yuuto is already awake. Go home and rest already. I'll take care of the rest here." Lizel-senpai was clearly burning in rivalry. She hugged my other arm. "Isn't it senpai who need the rest? You're not as young as us anymore. We are only 1 year apart. Besides, my birthday also still hasn't come, so I'm still 16. I was startled because Lizel-senpai's tension was too high considering it was her. It was like her gauge went from 0 to the red zone in one go. But, you know, they say that you will get fat if you lack sleep." "I'm not fat. I'm not fat. That's a false accusation. A malicious rumor. I even have a nutritionist looking after my calorie control properly." So senpai was doing it, dieting. As I thought, it seemed the topic of weight was a landmine when it came to senpai. Miyabi was also amazing with how she stepped on it without any mercy, but she was obviously doing it in purpose. Reina was the first one who took turn to sleep, so Reina will look after Yuuto-san. "Both of you senpai please take a rest, desu desu." Reina desperately tried to calm down the place while sweating bullets. However, her flat chest was completely exposed. Lizel-senpai and Miyabi's expressions turned grave by that immoral lewdness. "Reina, what a terrifying child. It's unfair for you to earn point by giving everything you've got like that. I'll also go gal all out to earn point." Miyabi said that and started widening the opening of her chest that was already dangerous even as it was. Hawa. Reina only noticed her own appearance after this late and pulled up the cloth of her chest part in panic. It was at that timing that the footsteps of even more chaos were coming up to the second floor. "You-kun. Looks like you have woken up. Yuuto. Are you okay? Mom and Dad rushed into the room. And then they turned speechless seeing the bunny girl bar that was suddenly starting business in their son's room. Mom swiftly kicked out Dad from the room. Mom was inadvertently awful like usual. "What's this? What is this commotion about?" This is, that's. As expected, even Lizel senpai was flustered. I get it. It's a party, isn't it? All of you are still young, so you are letting loose. Then should Mom also wear one? It's better for Mom to wear one, isn't it? Because Mom is also still young. No, setting aside your appearance, you were around 40 already. The mayhem in my room kept increasing in intensity, and then laughter filled the room. I caused a trouble for Mom and Dad too this time. The two of them were safe in the end, even so I didn't want them to get dragged in anymore. I also didn't want Senpai, Miyabi, and Reina to meet any danger if possible. However, surely even more terrifying Devil King candidates would appear after this. Even so, I would protect everyone, won through the Devil King war together with Lovers Arcana, and became the next Devil King. I resolved myself while getting jostled by 3 and 1 bunny girls. Afterward. This is Kuji Masamune. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for purchasing this book. It's Maou Gakuen no Hangyakusha that I finally can publish. The subtitle is Mankind's first Devil King candidate is aiming to rise to the throne together with his female retainers. It's the next Maou Gakuen series after Masao Gakuen. It's only the difference of a single letter, lol. The genre is Academy plus Devil plus Beautiful Girls plus Magic plus Battle plus Fantasy plus H. It became a work that dashed through a lot of entertainments. If you ask what kind of content it has, Devil Race, the world is ruled by the devils. In such world, a mere human Morioka Yuuto for some reason was chosen to be a Devil King candidate. However, he received discrimination in the academy that he transferred into because he is a human. But there are devil girls who asked Yuuto to make them his retainers despite his situation. They have their reason why they wish that Yuuto will become the Devil King. He borrow the power of the girls who are his retainers, defeat the Devil King candidates who are far stronger than him in the Devil King Academy where the devils are going to, and climb up to the top. It's that kind of content. It's easy to read with fast development, so surely you can read the book in one go, right? And then one more charm of this book is of course the illustrator. The erotic, cute and pretty illustrations of Kakao-san are magnificent. Not only they are pretty, they also have coolness and stylishness included in them. I think that's fit Maou Gakuen no Hangyakusha perfectly. His character design sense is also right on the mark. He expressed the world view that is filled with coolness and mystery very well. Please buy this book no matter what and bring home Lizel and others with you. And then, there is one more important news. Actually, there is an ongoing plan to turn this Maou Gakuen no Hangyakusha into comic. That sounds like a lie, but it's true. A new light novel that isn't originally web novel getting turned into comic before its book even come out. This might be an ultra-rare event. It will be published by Doradora Sapu Hash, Comic Walker and Nikoniko Manga. I'm thinking that rather than a simple conversion into comic, I want it to be a newly serialized original manga. I think its content is visually attractive, in various senses, so what should I do if it become even more interesting than the Lane version? Please read the manga version too by all means. Now then, there were many twists and turns before this book was completed, and there were also happening that closely resembled the first volume of Masao Gakuen HXH, but I somehow overcame them. In addition, there were memorial services occurring one after another in the middle of writing this book, so I ended up going to Iwate Prefecture every other week. Thanks to that, I ended up executing a drastic move of writing the plot in the waiting room between the funeral. Like that, I was doing my work while wandering around Morioka, and because of that the naming of the main character used the name of a place in Iwate Prefecture. No, I didn't give him the name half-heartedly because there was no time, not all, I swear. It's true, you know. The important factor in Maou Gakuen is Devil King's Arcana, in other words tarot cards. I was attracted to them at my elementary and middle school and tried fortune-telling, but I didn't understand how to interpret the card and got discouraged. A nostalgic and also painful memory got resurrected. I went to buy tarot card after so long to gather data, But I was surprised because there was a lot of card design. There was Japanese style, sexy style, and a lot of other variety. I almost started collecting them if I let my guard down. I'll buy them if this Maou Gakuen gets sold well. This time Yuuto has overcome the danger, for the time being, but this is just the beginning. The main show will start from the next one. The other Devil King candidates, the genuine monsters, the strongest devils, will appear one after another. What kind of people are they? What kind of ability they have? Look forward to it. And then it won't be just the Devil King candidates, the struggle for the cards will also grow heavier. In this Devil King war it's essential to gather excellent cards. However, even powerful cards won't be able to display their strength if they can't get along well with each other. Please look forward to what kind of card will appear. The mana resupply too. What kind of play, no, what kind of method would be used? Perhaps some of you readers are curious about it. Come to think of it, Yuuto still have never touched Lizel Senpai's breast from his own initiative. Will he be able to massage them properly at the next volume? And so, I will be waiting for everyone's opinion and request. It will be great if I can also receive your impression from SNS. I'll also announce any information in my Twitter account at Kuji_Masamune https://twitter.com/Kuji_Masamune, so best regards. Well then, let's move to the thanks. Thank you very much for the amazing character design. Kakao-san. Thanks for your hard work, editor I-san, Dragon Age's editor T-san, and also the many other people involved in the publication. And then all of you readers who bought this book, thank you very much. Well then, let's beat up the strongest at the second volume too. Kuji Masamune.